On the coast of sunny Miami, where the azure waves of the Atlantic Ocean gently touch the golden sandy shores, a luxurious white cottage rises. Flooded with bright daylight, it rises harmoniously among other buildings of the metropolis. The ringing of the phone interrupted the sound sleep of the red-haired guy. He slowly opened his eyes, looked around, and was surprised to find that the clock hands were already pointing to noon. Reluctantly picking up the phone, he hears Rod's shrill voice, who stated that representatives of cyber have already arrived, and the red-haired guy is already late for the meeting. Xiang Song was drowned in the arms of two naked beauties, who tried to convince him to forget about everything and continue the pleasure begun last night. Scraps of last night flashed through Xiang Song's head like a kaleidoscope. He instantly realized that the day before he had been too carried away playing cards and had drunk too much. It was last night that Xiang Song's subordinate reported to him about the upcoming meeting with Cyber, awaiting further instructions. The young boss replied that Rod should handle such matters himself, and then continued to drink alcohol and play poker enthusiastically. In a moment of insight, Xiang Song touched his head with his hand and told his assistant that he finally remembered what he was talking about. Rod added that Cyber is a well-known medical consortium, and its representative is waiting for the young man. The Cyber representative, clearly showing his irritation, had been waiting for Xiang Song in the reception area for over an hour and a half. Xiang Song asked Rod to have the Cyber representative wait a little longer before he stylishly combed his hair back, put on a black shirt, and headed out of his luxurious cottage. As he left the bedroom, Xiang Song called out to the black-suited guards stationed at the door of his room. Having escorted our hero to his personal helicopter, the guards returned to the cottage grounds, and the young boss instructed the pilot to head to New York. As the helicopter took off, the appearance of the city acquired increasing grandeur. Rivers and parks were softly visible through the light haze, while bridges gracefully connected remote areas, folding them into a monolithic mosaic of the metropolis. Sometime later, Xiang Song arrived at the Core Fund's headquarters located in the heart of New York. Xiang Song's assistant tried to hand him a blue folder filled with documents, where his team had collected all the available information about the cyber company. Xiang Song suddenly waved away the papers that were the fruit of incredible efforts, saying dryly that since the company representative was already in his reception, the documents were no longer required. The young manager opened the door of the meeting room and immediately met the critical gaze of the cyber representative. The young boss does not react in any way to dissatisfaction in his direction, and with an arrogant expression on his face, almost sarcastically, apologizes for being late. Putting a smile on his face that was more like an evil grin, the cyber representative said that he thought he would have to stay until sunset, waiting for Xiang Song. Without raising an eyebrow, the young boss slyly replied that in their business, sometimes you have to study so much information that sometimes you have to resort to means to help you stay in the know, which has the side effects of drowsiness. The cyber representative sarcastically noted that he apparently took so much medication that he slept all morning. But deciding to get straight to the point, the guest hands over a folder with documents. Having opened it, Xiang Song saw an agreement worth $20 trillion and began to study it. After a minute of tense anticipation, Xiang Song, with an expression of unshakable confidence on his face, defiantly throws the contract on the table in front of the stunned cyber representative. Xiang Song argues that the investment window has already closed, and therefore Cyber Corporation will have to wait for the next opportunity. The stunned representative begs the young leader to reconsider the decision. The young leader, covering his mouth with his hand, unable to stop laughing, apologizes for his behavior, claiming that he allegedly could not control himself. The humiliated representative of Cyber replies that in this world, power and violence are interconnected, and according to his information, Xiang Song's company cannot boast of many allies. Then, using the same tone, he asks why the young boss wouldn't consider them, as well as the medical consortium, as allies. Xiang Song admits that power and violence are indeed interconnected, but throwing up his hands and moving away from such reasoning, notes that this is not Brazil and they are not engaged in the arms trade. Leaving the premises, the representative of Cyber remarks ironically, hoping that in a month the young boss will change his mind. Xiang Song, in response with a slight grin, asks him not to forget to close the door behind him. Flying into the room and exploding with indignation, Rod demands an explanation from Xiang Song as to why he rejected the offer and deliberately insulted the cyber representative. The young boss snaps with undisguised coldness in his voice that he is rejected by the greed of companies that artificially increase the cost of medicines, and that such forms of cooperation do not attract him at all. That evening, shocked by what happened, Rod finds solace over a glass of beer in a bar. A representative of Cyber quietly sits down next to him, and, as if in passing, asks the question whether it is happiness to have such a passionate young man as a boss. Rod glanced at the representative and asked to clarify his words. In response, the guest of that evening took only a slight sip of whiskey from his glass and noted that he would like to discuss some issues. That night, Xiang Song's cottage became the target of a surprise attack. A group of heavily armed men, their faces ruthlessly hidden behind masks, silently surrounded the building. The young leader, having barely left the shower room, asked one of his guards to check the yard, assuming that a fox had entered their space. But the answer was silence. The fact is that all the cottage guards were already immobilized and lay unconscious. Xiang Song, sensing that something was wrong due to the lack of response, walked to the window and opened it to see for himself what was happening. At the same moment, the hand of one of the disguised attackers instantly pressed a rag soaked in chloroform to Xiang Song's face. A few seconds later, the young boss was already lying unconscious. Several months later, in the corner of an abandoned warehouse, we notice a man tied to a chair with a bag over his head. The bag was removed, revealing the face of an exhausted and dehydrated Xiang Song. His eyes reflected despair. The representative of Cyber appeared in front of Xiang Song again, and with an evil smile and irony in his voice, he declared that he was glad to see him. A moment later, one of the bandits forces Xiang Song to bow his head to the floor in front of the representative. But even in this situation, Xiang Song found the strength to smile and ironically ask why he was brought here. The cyber representative avoided answering several times, but still added that it would not have been possible for him to bring the young boss here directly from Miami, mentioning that one of his partners should be thanked for this. After this, the company representative introduced Xiang Song to his partner named Donnie Leva, who appeared in front of him with a lit cigarette in his hands. He also added that all the fun things flow through to the United States through Mexico, straight through his hands. Xiang Song, with an angry expression on his face, asks if all this intrigue was really launched in order to take over his company core funds. In response, the representative of Cyber, grinning, puts his hand on the young man's shoulder and declares that now this company no longer belongs to him. Donnie Lave makes a come-here hand gesture to attract the attention of one of his charges, who is holding a laptop. On the laptop screen, there is a live TV broadcast where a crowd of journalists surrounded Xiang Song's assistant, asking many tricky questions about the death of the young boss and addressing Rod as the new head of core funds. Xiang Song, angrily baring his teeth at the thought of Rod's betrayal, asks how long they have been in agreement. The representative of Cyber answers with a touch of joke. He was in the right place at the right time. Having lost everything, Xiang Song screams at the representative in despair, demanding to know why he spent so much effort to ruin his life. In response, with an evil smile, the representative says that such actions are nothing more than trifles for him, reminding the young man of his words uttered a month ago. Images of the past flash through Xiang Song's head, and soon he finds himself at the feet of a representative who ironically asks if the young man is now ready to refuse him without resorting to violence. Increasing the pressure, pressing the young man's head to the floor, the representative asks if he wants to start talking. Xiang Song remains proudly silent. A representative of a shadow corporation, waving his hand towards the young man with pathos, orders two strong guys to remove this idiot from here. Two men approach, wring the bound Xiang Song's hands and lead him away. Donnie Lave, interested in the fate of the young man, turns to the representative with a question about his future plans in relation to the red-haired guy. In response, the representative announces that the young man will be transferred to a laboratory, where now his fate is to be nothing more than expendable. This cold response reveals the ruthless nature of the corporation and its willingness to use people in its hidden experiments without the slightest sign of conscience or remorse. Xiang Sang, like a helpless rat before an experiment, lies tied to a surgical table, illuminated by the bright light of medical examination lamps. One of the underground doctors working for a shadowy corporation raises a scalpel with cold determination, preparing to begin surgery on the red-haired Xiang Sang. The gloomy atmosphere is filled with anticipation of surgical intervention. Then, with unwavering precision, the doctor draws a sharp line with a scalpel from the back of Xiang Sang's head along his spine, carefully touching the bone marrow. The young man wakes up from unbearable pain, feeling that an operation is being performed on him. Xiang Sang begins to try to escape, but the doctors quickly inject him with anesthesia, dooming the rescue attempt to failure. Xiang Sang is in a position of extreme vulnerability, lying down and strapped to a medical bed. His face and the entire area along his neck are tightly wrapped in bandages, making it impossible for him to see or speak, and the number 082 gapes impressively on his body. This marking emphasizes his impersonal state, turning him from a person into an object of experimentation. Partners of the cyber corporation from various countries gathered at the negotiating table, where they listened intently to the young man. He shares his observations that with the spread of knowledge, the gap between ordinary people and the elite is narrowing, which, in his opinion, goes against the natural course of history. He emphasizes that such a convergence of classes can undermine the foundations of the existing social hierarchy. One of those present at the negotiations asks the representatives of cyber if they are going to offer them weapons to eliminate unwanted individuals. The scientist, closing his eyes and with a slight smile, answers in the negative. He expresses his intention to present them with something different, an innovative development of the corporation. Having asked his partners to follow him, the scientist told them that a week ago, first-class experimental material was delivered to his laboratory. He also mentioned a man who, born into an ordinary family, made a huge fortune thanks to his talent and excellent education. Standing behind the double glass, the cyber partners could see Xiang Sang drawing a picture, although he was previously presented as a young man with outstanding mathematical abilities. One of those present asked what the experimental sample was doing. In response, the scientist said that the young man was painting an oil painting in the neoclassical style, which surprised everyone present. After a while, having recovered a little from the shock, someone asked how this young man could have skills in so many different areas. To which the scientist replied that until recently, this young man did not know how to do this, but thanks to the prototype of the cyber technology, he learned the skills of an artist. After this, a completely logical question was asked about how cyber managed to achieve this, to which the scientist, with a wide smile on his face, spoke about a small operation based on transplantation, which made it possible to transfer a certain part of knowledge to a person. On the second day of his stay in the laboratory as an experimental sample, Xiang Sang, feeling the back of his head, tried to understand what had happened to his body. At that moment, one of the scientists who took part in the experiment on Xiang Sang entered the room and began asking about his well-being. The young man, ignoring the question of the man in the doctor's coat, hurriedly asked what had been done to him. The scientist, with an evil smile, spoke about a small operation. The young man asked the scientist what he meant by minor operation. The scientist, throwing up his hands, replied that all knowledge in the field of mathematics and economics had been taken away from Xiang Sang. Xiang Sang noted with irony that this sounds like a very funny joke, but the scientist emphasized that this is not a joke, but a completely serious explanation. The young man took the words of the man in the robe with skepticism, closed his eyes, and tried to carry out the usual calculations. Realizing that the scientist was not joking, Xiang Sang, overcome with horror and cold sweat, realized that he really could not remember anything in mathematics and economics. Looking sideways at the man in a white robe, the young man again asked how they did it. The scientist crossed his arms over his chest and sighed heavily, wondering why all the experimental samples were asking the same question. The scientist decided to explain everything in simple language, saying that the cyber company over the past few years has been studying those parts of the human brain that are responsible for managing talent and storing relevant knowledge. The operation the young man underwent was carried out on the basis of these studies. The red-haired scientist who had previously introduced Xiang Sang as an experiment to the partners of the Cyber Corporation is carefully observing all the subjects through the many monitors in the room. The red-haired scientist asks him how it all went. The mentee calls the senior scientist Mr. Hemingway and shares the news that the young man has humbly accepted his current position as an experimental specimen. Hemingway announces that testing of Xiang Sang's chip will begin tomorrow, since the body of the previous experimental sample, number 81, has reached a critical point and can no longer function. The subordinate nods his head in agreement. Xiang Sang participates in the experiment while in a special testing room, surrounded by scientists dressed in white coats. They work intently at the computers and prepare the ground for the subsequent experiment. The young man looks in surprise at his palm, which contains a chip intended for subsequent testing. The chip had a picture of a violin. He extends his hand to the scientist with whom he spoke yesterday and asks what this thing is. The scientist explains that the young man is holding in his hands a certain talent chip, the newest product of the cyber company. This chip has all the skills of a violin master, and they are now going to test it. Xiang Sang, horrified to realize that all his knowledge in economics and mathematics will also be transferred to someone else, decides to find out more about it. The scientist places his hands on his shoulders and answers affirmatively, adding that his knowledge has already been successfully transmitted. In the light of camera flashes, among the noise created by crowds of reporters, stands Rod. He confidently declares that even after the death of the young boss, he will not allow core funds to die and will take the reins of control into his own hands. There is a chip hole visible on Rod's neck, exactly the same as Xiang Sang's. It is obvious that now he too has become a puppet of cyber, in which all the knowledge of his previous boss, transmitted by this advanced technological device, has been lost. The scientist carefully observes experimental sample number 82 and is amazed at how much emotional control he has. It was emotions, or rather their excess, reaching the point of mania, that incapacitated the young man's predecessors. However, Xiang Sang shows amazing composure. The scientist puts his hand to the back of his head and explains to the young man that he needs to insert the chip into a special slot located on the back of his neck. Sang imitates the scientist's actions, inserting the provided violin skill chip. The young man's nervous system is subjected to enormous stress, as if every cell of his body is undergoing a discharge of energy, but as a result of this experience, he acquires the ability to master the violin. Now he is a world-famous cellist. His virtuoso skill allows him to easily translate even the most complex and sophisticated compositions into sound. Despite the fact that similar experiments had already been carried out before, the scientist felt incredible delight. Being able to watch theory turn into reality made his heart skip a beat. Watching this through the glass, the red-haired leader said that it was time to move on and invite partners to present the product. The next day we watch as the guy impressively demonstrates his unique abilities to the partners of the cyber company. Just as a virtuoso violinist easily moves from light and harmonious melodies to deep and emotional passages, Xiang Sang instantly adapts to changing conditions and tasks. Scientists understand that the guy can take advantage of the situation to escape from them. So before the show, they once again reminded him of how important it is to obey orders and warned about the possible consequences of disobedience. Xiang notices that the staff is quite tense, but also understands that if he starts resisting now, he will only turn out to be expendable. The partners cannot believe their own eyes and bombard the cyber company representative with all sorts of questions. The red-haired scientist responds to each of them, demonstrating passion for his work and focusing on those aspects of the product that can bring maximum benefit to the customer. Among the guests who were lucky enough to see this excellent technology was Mr. General. He wondered whether this technology would make it possible to obtain experienced soldiers to maintain control in any unusual situation. The scientist agrees, emphasizing that for this it will be enough just to introduce a chip with this ability. Next, the scientist invites you to watch the real show. A voice from a speaker announces the participants. Our hero, the pride of Wall Street, is joined by another member. This is a heavyweight from Tsuen Wang Prison, previously sentenced to life imprisonment. Next, the scientist enthusiastically introduces the next participant, and it is none other than the former head of the mercenaries, Darren. This unshakable warrior, after the battle, was crowned with the nickname Lone Wolf Ingram. His long hair flutters carelessly in the wind. The bandage on one of the eyes becomes a mystical accent, which gives it mystery and mystery. Finally, we are proud to introduce you to an elite intelligence agent whose skills and experience place her among the preeminent members of the profession. Welcome! Our hero clearly did not expect such a turn of events. Now, he has to become a killer. Under the supervision of many people, the hero finds himself in the spotlight, faced with a new, unexpected reality. His opponents, experienced and cunning, have many years of experience, turning the situation into a real testing ground for our character. The voice from the speaker announces that there are no rules or time limits in this game, and those who can survive to the end will receive incomparable privileges. Each hero presented the expected reward in his own way. The intelligence agent has long dreamed of a luxury supercar, and now it seems her dream will come true. All that remains is to come up with a strategy of action. Xiang Song knew that it was extremely important to remain calm and focused right now. Still, the organizers chose him to test the killer chip. All that was left was to use this chance to the fullest. The girl literally scanned each opponent with her gaze. The assassin had about 7 magazines on his belt. In his hands he held a barrel made of high-strength composite materials, which makes the weapon light in weight, and the gun handle was covered with an anti-slip material. Among all the possible opponents, a butcher with a chainsaw stood out. His danger was seen not only in his physical strength and weapons, but also in the ruthless determination that could flow from his professional experience. She understood that such an opponent was capable of ruthless attacks that required not only physical dexterity, but also strategic thinking. Her thoughts are interrupted by the same butcher. He, quite unexpectedly, offers to unite. The girl accepts this offer, and together they discuss the details of their subsequent attack. The chainsaw in the hands of the butcher emits a sparkling shine, emphasizing his intention to cut through everything in his path. A quiet internal countdown sounds in the mind of the assassin's mercenary. He feels adrenaline pumping through his blood, preparing him for the upcoming encounter. Seconds seem like an eternity, and the butcher approaches with unstoppable force. Meanwhile, the assassin quickly evaluates every detail of the plan they have developed. His reactions to the upcoming attack must be precise and calculated. He takes aim and fires a series of shots. Meanwhile, the girl, like a shadow, deftly and silently creeps up from behind. She accelerates and pounces on the mercenary, decisively entering the game. The mercenary, sensing movement behind him, turns around sharply. He tries not to lose control of the situation and prepares to parry the blow. At this moment, the man with the chainsaw, completely convinced of his superiority, loudly ridicules his rivals. His eyes flicker with gloating, and his self-confidence only grows. But he probably didn't take something into account. The butcher freezes for a few seconds, and blood is gushing out of his mouth. It was Xiang Song who came into play. He masterfully used the skills given to him by the chip, and used the moment while he remained in the shadows to his advantage. And then, the big man's body collapses lifelessly to the ground. Our hero, however, notices that his heart remains cool despite the fact that he has just killed a man. And instead of feeling guilty, he even feels some kind of relief. But the battle is not over yet. The mercenary, with a blade in hand, preferring close combat tactics, tries to get as close to the enemy as possible, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. Incredible! Xiang Sang, who had just committed his first murder, knocked down the assassin in an instant. Tragically, the same fate befell the girl, whose skill and courage could not keep her safe in this dangerous confrontation. It turns out that the chip presented to our subject contains the skills and abilities of the world's greatest serial killer, John Chris. Some of the partners began to doubt and look for a catch in this situation, since the legendary Don Chris did not act with such ease as our hero did just a couple of minutes ago. And if this is true, the consequences of such technology can be very tragic. At the end of the presentation, the chip was immediately removed, and Mr. Xiang Song was sent to the laboratory again. There he was given a change of clothes. While changing clothes, The guy thought about what awaited him next. A little later, one of the scientists approached him and praised the guy for a job well done. He said that investors liked their development so much that they decided to invest even more money. Sang decided to take advantage of this moment and asked if he could ask for a small favor. The scientist agreed to fulfill the test subject's request and was extremely surprised that he only wanted to eat in their canteen. The manager of the company approached nutrition very responsibly. Therefore, the canteen for laboratory employees offered a wide variety of dishes, including soups, side dishes, meat and fish dishes, salads, desserts, and drinks. It was now lunchtime, so most of the employees were here. Test subject 082 was very famous, so his presence did not go unnoticed. Discussing the successes of the latest experiment, some of the employees began to think about the long-awaited vacation. Deciding to choose a few dishes for himself, Xiang took a seat at a nearby table to eavesdrop on conversations and gather more information about the experiments. So, being here for the 5th day, Xiang Sang found out that there were a total of 7 laboratories located on 3 islands in the center of the ocean. Every 2 months, the laboratory requests a new experimental sample. One of the laboratory assistants complained that he had to do all the dirty work and often simply did not have time even for a short walk to the ocean shore to enjoy the beautiful views and breathe fresh air. Realizing that he could only relax with the playful smoke of a cigarette, he took out a lighter and lit the tip of the tobacco stick. Smoke swirled in the air like a mysterious curtain, hiding his thoughts and worries from the world. This led to the conclusion that a lot of finance was involved in the experiments, and most of the projects never achieved the desired result. Often, reports on the work done were slightly embellished. However, the latest project allowed them to get significantly closer to their goal, and several scientists wanted to take a closer look at the latest object of research. Having finished his meal, Mr. Xiang was in no hurry to leave the dining room. He seriously thought about finding a way to break the system as soon as possible and escape from the clutches of this cruel machine. However, he did not even realize that the time of his deliverance was closer than ever. A crew of the best fighters from all over America was approaching one of the islands. Their task was to erase all information about the latest project in the next 2 hours and take the scientists hostage if they did not resist. The scientist who was accompanying our experimental subject suddenly abruptly ordered Mr. Xiang to leave the dining room at that very hour and return to the laboratory. And suddenly, the piercing sound of a siren was heard throughout the entire building, causing most of the laboratory employees an increasing sense of anxiety, because just a minute ago there were no signs of trouble. The mercenaries divided into several groups and began to storm the laboratory. After a few minutes, it became clear that the security system was much weaker than expected. Having determined the reason for the commotion in the laboratory, test subject 082 realized that this was a great chance to get out of captivity. As you know, the spirit of the team has a great influence on the subsequent outcome of the battle. The way the mercenaries moved quickly gave them self-confidence, and they easily overcame any obstacles along the way. The heads of the department, in an attempt to ensure the safety of employees and prevent leakage of information about ongoing experiments, actively monitored the situation. Since the laboratory staff needed reinforcements and the situation in zones A and B was quite alarming, the decision was made to surrender. The order was received not to resist and to try to destroy as much data as possible in order to maintain its secrecy. In addition to the data, the server had a whole repository of chips and ampules with tests. First of all, it was important not to leave any level A chips, since they were the best developments of the laboratory. However, Mr. Xiang had his own plans for these chips. He came to the conclusion that they might still be useful to him, and decided to use any available means to prevent their destruction. After some time, the scientist woke up. For some time, he could not understand where he was and what was happening to him. Opening his eyes, he found a guy known as Subject 082. It's just an irony of fate. The scientist tried to break free, but his efforts were in vain. His body was numb and his hands were securely tied with ropes. His brain was convulsively filled with thoughts, and his head was simply pounding. In an attempt to find something sharp to cut the rope, the scientist decided to inspect the room and discovered a pool of blood under one of the lockers. Xiang Song, who had been watching the scientist's actions all this time, smiled evilly and headed towards the locker. Having opened it slightly, Sang seemed to hint to the scientist what would happen to him if he tried to resist. The scientist's face contorted in horror as his gaze fell on the lifeless body of his partner, Jerry. A sudden groan piercing the silence escaped from his chest, carrying not only the bitterness of loss, but also anger, which flared up like a fire in the soul of a scientist. But Sang continued to show composure. Finally making sure that the scientist realized his hopelessness, Sang assured him that his family would remain safe, provided that he shared all the information he had about the chips. Meanwhile, the laboratory manager was still in the arms of one of the thugs who had previously captured the master's helicopter. Despite the fact that his life was under threat, he remained calm and tried to find out by whose will all this was happening now. The soldier was not one to talk, but still noticed that the person whose order they were carrying out did not ask to save anyone's life, which means it would cost him nothing to kill the manager if he did not shut up. Mr. Sang benefited from what was happening in the laboratory. The scientist told him that when the chip was used for a long time, the experimental subjects experienced serious side effects. Most of the subjects suffered from a personality disorder over time. Xiang Song wanted to know more information and asked if the company had any solution for this case. The doctor said that at this time they still have not been able to find a solution to this problem. But at this stage, they are trying to delay the onset of the disease only by strictly controlling the time and number of attempts to use these super chips. Next, the doctor invited Xiang to see this for himself by going to the neighboring building where all the previous experimental subjects were located. It was not easy to get there since mercenaries crawled out from literally every corner. Moreover, each group was well prepared. They had walkie-talkies and a large amount of ammunition. Their shadows glided along the ground like demons from hell with machine guns on their shoulders, ready to destroy everything in their path. Making their way among them, the scientist and test subject number 082 could not go unnoticed. Near the entrance to the building, they nevertheless met several of them face to face. At gunpoint, Mr. Xiang could think of nothing better than to say that they had come here with the intention of surrendering in order to save their lives. The soldiers believed them, but decided to search them just in case. When one of them finished the inspection and turned around and was about to return to his original position, Xiang successfully took advantage of the moment. He immediately knocked out the soldier and, drawing his weapon, pointed it at the others. Since the mercenaries, unlike Xiang Song, were wearing armored armor, he had no choice but to open fire to kill. He fired shot after shot until he destroyed everyone. When the passage to Building B1 was cleared, Mr. Sang and the scientist headed there. The scientist had previously studied in detail the characteristics of the test subject, and he clearly had no skills in martial arts. Now Xiang did not have a chip, and the way the test subject skillfully dealt with the attackers slightly surprised the scientist. Looking at the scientist, frozen in bewilderment, Mr. Sang laughed and said that the test of the chip was not in vain, or that he was simply incredibly talented. Walking into a room with dozens of imprisoned experimental subjects, Mr. Xiang realized that this place was no different from a real prison. Each cell had only one sleeping place. Some subjects had their hands tied, perhaps because they were considered particularly dangerous. But some guys behaved as if there were no restrictions at all. They remained calm and balanced, despite the restrictions and living conditions imposed on them. After walking a few steps, Mr. Xiangsang turned to all the test subjects and announced to them that they were now free. Yet what he saw surprised our hero. But the scientist who was being held hostage by Mr. Sang hastened to assure him that every single one of those present was suffering from the consequences of knowing the person. But the man in the cell near which Sang stopped laughed at his words and suggested that if they had the opportunity to leave here, they would have taken it long ago. The fact is that each chip carries a hidden threat, and therefore it is much wiser to stay here, where the condition of the test subjects is under control. Sang resolutely raises the gun and fires. This way he shows that he is confident in his intentions, and if someone does not agree with his plan, then he still will not change his decision. He reminds them that the laboratory has been taken over by mercenaries and emphasizes that these guys are unlikely to listen to them. He also notes that his goal is not to become a leader, and that he doesn't mind if a few people decide to join him. Then the girl with pink hair called out to him, saying that it was really time for Cyber to realize the consequences of their actions, and she doesn't mind joining him in this matter. The mercenaries gradually captured one core after another. Now they were in Building C, which means they could end up here any minute now. Sang explained that he realizes that their enemy is very powerful and they are not able to defeat him now. Therefore, he first intends to move to Hong Kong to prepare and wait for the right moment to attack. Then one of those near Mr. Sang expressed doubts that a trip to Hong Kong would in any way help in this situation. After all, the company's shareholders have great power in any part of the world. Obviously, in this case, we should only expect additional problems. Then, the latter decided not to argue with him and reminded him that he was not forcing anyone. The subject still liked Sang's attitude, and he asked to leave him a contact for communication. A roar echoed beyond the wall, foreshadowing the approach of the mercenaries. They were armed with the latest technology and dressed in massive military equipment. The door was unlocked, so there was no time to think. When the mercenaries entered, one of them informed the management that they had found many experimental subjects, and in response, permission was given to eliminate anyone who stood in the way. Suddenly, unexpectedly, someone called for help. It was a girl with pink hair. At some point, the warriors realized that they had fallen into a trap, but it was too late. The click of the shutter sounded and they fell to the floor, bleeding, only trembling slightly in the last resistance for life. Having received the mercenaries' weapon, test subject 082 told the guys that within a year he would be glad to see those who wanted to join, and turned around and left the building, accompanied by a scientist and a pink-haired girl. Jack, watching what was happening, thoughtfully twirled the wire in his hands, bending it and creating vague shapes in the air. With a deft movement of his hand, he opened the lock on the cell door and headed towards the exit. Several people began to mock him, claiming that it was just a cheap scam, but some still decided to follow him. They had barely left the walls of the building when they came across another group of mercenaries. But the guys were not timid. It was as if a pack of angry, hungry dogs dealt with them in a matter of seconds. Meanwhile, Mr. Sang and his company entered the room where the chips with superpowers were kept, with the goal of finding and selecting those that could be useful to them in the future in order to upgrade their skills and become stronger. The scientist was interested in why Mr. Sang did not attract more people to his flock, given that each of the test subjects already had certain skills. This could significantly speed up the achievement of the goal. In response, Xiang Song explained that he prefers to work only with those who are sincerely interested in winning, and many of the prisoners have already lost faith in themselves. He further added that even if the others did not support him, the fact that they were free would still attract the attention of others and would only play into Mr. Sang's hands. The girl with pink hair, whose name, by the way, is Gala, really liked this idea. At that moment, an emergency alert sounded. One of the mercenary commanders reported that some difficulties had arisen and called for postponement of the assigned task. The test subjects continued to emerge from captivity. Many of them had enormous strength. They broke the bars of the bars as if they were made of matchboxes. But they look great together, don't they? A group of 3 people successfully made their way to the coastal area, which offered a beautiful view of the ocean. The sky was light and piercing blue. Having noticed several boats off the coast, the guys decided to use them to infiltrate the mercenary ship and find out who was behind the organization of this operation. For camouflage, Mr. Sang and his guys used the equipment of the dead soldiers. Approaching the ship, Xiang Sung, pretending to be a mercenary, said that during the retreat they managed to capture one important person with them, and the boss ordered him to be taken to the ship, which they did. Realizing that the offensive plan had failed, the fighter who had been holding the helicopter with the general director of the laboratory all this time tried to get rid of the hostage. But the test subjects, who were nearby at that moment, decided to reserve the right of revenge for themselves and eliminated the mercenary before he could harm Mr. Hemingway. In exchange for saving the master, they demanded from him several super chips with superpowers. However, to their surprise, the chip storage was empty. Without giving up, they carefully searched every room, and soon a modern military submarine appeared before their eyes. Her hold proudly housed a variety of weapons, and her metal plating, covered with lime deposits, spoke of many voyages and incredible adventures in the bottomless depths of the sea. Meanwhile, Mr. Xiang managed to gain the trust of the ship's crew. Having climbed on board, he immediately went towards the captain's bridge. Threatening death, he managed to persuade the navigator to set sail and go to Hong Kong. The main office of the company that owned the laboratories in the middle of the Pacific Ocean received information that their laboratories had been attacked. An emergency meeting was organized on this occasion. Of course, the company had clear instructions in case of infiltration into the research territory. But the main problem was that all the experimental individuals, which until now had been under reliable protection, were free and were aimed at revenge. During the meeting, a decision was made. Since such a situation had already occurred, then for now it was simply to give the experimental subjects the opportunity to show what they were capable of. In other words, monitor the situation and not interfere. Hong Kong is a place where Eastern exoticism and Western innovation meet. The rhythm of a modern metropolis is seething in its heart, and a 1,000-year history and cultural heritage can be seen in every corner. Having reached there, Mr. Xiang and the guys quietly left the ship. Making their way through the narrow streets and enjoying the shine of skyscrapers, the guys first decided to get some money. Finding a lone man ahead, Mr. Xiang asked Gala to help him intimidate him. However, this idea seemed inappropriate to the scientist, and he tried to stop Xiang, but he no longer heard him. Having obtained a small amount, Mr. Xiang wanted to go to a flea market, and in order not to attract unnecessary attention, it was decided to split up. This was a very wise decision since, as it turned out, a couple of thugs had been chasing them for some time, and inaction in this situation could lead to unpleasant consequences. The attention of Subject 082 was attracted by an old man selling various figurines. After examining the assortment of goods, Mr. Xiang settled on a Buddha figurine. It seemed somehow magical to him, but the price was a bit steep. After some haggling, he was able to purchase it. But the question, why spend all the money on some icon, remained unanswered. Gala and Kevin didn't waste any time either. Each product at the market helped them become more familiar with the culture of this thriving metropolis. Xiang Song noticed that several people were constantly following him and hurried to turn into the nearest room. It turned out that various handmade knives were sold there. 2 hours later, Gala and Kevin returned to the previously agreed-upon place. The girl, beaming with happiness, ran towards Mr. Xiang. She had a Matryoshka doll in her hands. Noticing a strange antique wooden box, Gala asked what was so unusual about it, and having received it, began to examine it. A few tenths later, the guys found a chic diner and decided to eat there. During the meal, Mr. Sang said that according to legend, many people from East Asia tried to get this box. Small Buddha statues, a piece of parchment, and other relics were usually kept in it. It was believed that it reduced karma and gave great strength. Noticing this box, several guys from the next table tried to get it. They surrounded Xiang and threatened to beat him to death if he did not allow them to take the box and the girl. It seems that shining such an object here was a mistake. Barely holding back hysterical laughter, Sang immediately grabbed a knife and with just a few blows dealt with them. Not bad for warming up. Hearing about what happened, one of the influential people in the city vowed to destroy it in any way. He ordered the information to be disseminated as much as possible and promised a hefty reward for his head. Mr. Sang understood that although he had certain superpowers, he could not cope against the crowd, so he asked Gala to try to sell the box on the black market. Meanwhile, rumors about the wonderful company that dared to cross the road spread at breakneck speed. The price for their heads exceeded 500,000 yuan. As night fell, the top 6 mercenaries gathered at the same diner. Realizing that there would be a lot of people who wanted to earn extra money, they thought through the upcoming assassination attempt. So the next morning, surveillance was organized in order to better study Mr. Xiang and his friends. Kevin himself, usually self-sacrificing and vigilant to the utmost degree, and his companion Gala now dealt with anxiety, penetrating through crowds of people, constantly wary because anyone passing by could be hiding a bounty hunter within themselves. And our friend Xiang Song didn't even think about hiding. He had a goal, and it was important to act, otherwise what he had planned would remain a dream. Suddenly, several dull shots rang out from the dense darkness of the crowd. The echo rolled through the narrow streets of the metropolis, causing trembling and panic among passers-by. People began to wander in an attempt to quickly leave this ominous place. Looking around his surroundings, Xiang noticed a man shooting into the air. Remaining absolutely calm, our hero noticed that the city square was not the most suitable place, since innocent people could end up getting hurt. Meanwhile, one of the antique stores agreed to give about 600,000 Hong Kong dollars for the box. The guys, of course, understood that this was an incredibly valuable thing, but none of them expected it to be so valuable. The guy told San Xiang that he was here because our hero had greatly angered one very influential man in this city, and he was now hiring dozens of assassins to finish him off. And this is why he is present here at the moment, ready to fulfill the command of his master. A fight breaks out between them, where each seeks to destroy the other in a fierce struggle. They continued to fight, and after some time it became clear that their strength was equal, and neither of them could defeat the other. Normally, human physique and physical ability should be interrelated, but in Mr. Xiang's case, this was an exception. His appearance turned out to be deceptive. From the outside, it was impossible to guess that he was hiding such advanced skills. However, it was not possible to end the battle just like that. The mercenary warned that if he left Mr. Xiang alive, he would simply be forced to kill his employer. The fact is that among his district there is a law. When entering into a contract, he is obliged to fulfill it at any cost. Of course, a killer who commits the murder of an employer is automatically blacklisted. But there is a way out of this situation, and only Mr. Xiang Song can help with this. Meanwhile, Gala and the former scientist, rejoicing at such a successful deal with the box, decided that it would be nice to celebrate and went to watch one very sensational blockbuster. Little did they know that the masked guy walking behind was actually an experienced bounty hunter, ready to carry out his dark mission ruthlessly and without remorse. In his palms, a syringe filled with apparently deadly poison glittered furiously. Taking up a position right behind them, he tried with several attempts to bring his sinister plan to fruition. However, thanks to Gala's amazing and immediate reactions, his dark intentions were destroyed. At this time, the one who harbored evil intentions against Mr. Xiang Song received news. 6 of the best mercenaries had responded to his call, ready to take on the task. Among them were such masters of their craft as Liu Fakai, the Black Widow known for her ruthlessness, the unpredictable country kid, the cunning pharmacist, and other equally dangerous and decisive characters. And those who had previously collaborated with them knew that these masters of death had not only outstanding skills, but also an amazing willingness to complete the task at any cost. How could Mr. Xiang Song protect his life in such an alarming situation? Liu Fakai, keeping his intentions secret, did not reveal all the details at once. Earlier at the meeting, he made a cryptic invitation, inviting Xiang to meet at 10 p.m. on Shifang Street, promising that all the answers would be revealed there. On the terrace of a tall building, a young man in a blue shirt peers into the twilight enveloping the city. Plunging into deep thought, he watches how the contours of skyscrapers smoothly lose their clarity in the evening light, filling the atmosphere with something special. The man who ordered Mr. Xiang's murder receives a call. The voice from the receiver reports that excessive caution will not hurt, since the one to whom the gentleman owed a tidy sum has returned to the city and wants to take revenge on him. Despite holding the position of the most powerful and influential man in the city, his greatest fear was his own death. The latest news caused him a powerful panic attack. His face was covered with sweat, and his hands were shaking. Wanting to protect himself, he immediately asks his secretary to organize a search for the 2 most skilled and merciless mercenaries in Hong Kong. A few blocks away, a young, promising guy walks into a bar. He asks for a martini, but is refused because working hours are already over. The guy doesn't give up and continues the topic by saying that they don't put salt in martinis. Thus, he successfully passes the check and orders a replacement of identity and passports. The supplier chip that Mr. Sang was now using allowed him to find a contractor and arrange for the order to be completed as quickly as possible. That is, in just a week. Glad that some difficulties were now behind him, he went to the hotel. Since chips with the skills of different people were used in his body, he noticed that he began to experience the feelings and emotions of the original owners. In addition, other people's memories arose in his head, and now he remembers how one day a fire broke out in his house. Making every effort and risking with his life, he tried to save his best friend, a golden retriever named Max. However, having received serious burns, the dog dies. In order to achieve his goal and return what was lost, it was important for Xiangsang to learn to control these emotions and be able to unite them. Entering one of the rooms they rented at the hotel, he saw his guys there, and first of all asked if everything was in order and if they managed to sell the box. Having made sure of the well-being of his colleagues, he gave the scientist a mobile phone and keys, asking him to deliver this along with the money to the mailbox the next morning. Speaking of money, where is it? Xiangsang examined the room with a keen gaze, trying to guess what amount was offered for the box. After carefully examining the bag filled with money, Mr. Sang decides to grab a certain amount for his own needs. Turning to the guys, he reports that he intends to complete the work he started earlier, so he will return only closer to midnight. The guys, showing interest, began to ask about what exactly their leader was planning to do. However, Mr. Sang, not wanting to reveal the details, only asked Gala to give him the killer chip. After Gala handed over the chip, she expressed concern that Sang was overusing the chips. She suggested that they should take a short break, but added that since she was here now only because of him, she would not stop him. The time was approaching 10 o'clock. Liu Fakai, wanting to brighten up the wait for his new partner, decides to buy a cup of coconut tea. When the clock struck 10, someone tapped his shoulder. Turning around, he was once again convinced that Mr. Xiang was the one to trust. After finishing his tea, Liu Fakai invited Xiang into his car. On the way to his customer's estate, he said that the official was very afraid of death. Therefore, as he was recently informed, he invited 2 first-class mercenaries to protect him, promising them a very generous reward. Mr. Xiang joked with the phrase whether his partner suspected him of being one of those first-class killers, thereby demonstrating confidence in his abilities. The official's estate was literally filled with security guards who vigilantly inspected the area for any suspicious activity. It seemed simply impossible to get there. The official was in one of the rooms. Despite the increased security of the estate, he still did not find peace. He was shaking and his face was sweating. Even the finest cigarette cases in Hong Kong could not calm his anxiety. In contrast, Gabriel, recognized as one of the best assassins in Europe, was distinguished by outstanding self-confidence. When he was asked to increase security by adding another guarded post, he confidently rejected the offer, explaining that additional security measures were unnecessary, and adding more guards would only create unnecessary tension. At that hour, the magical full moon came, the moment when the moon ascetically rises into the heavenly arena. It is designed to breathe inspiration into the hearts of lovers, give food for thought to poets and dreamers, and of course become a spark that ignites our heroes to great deeds and incredible feats. Mr. Xiang, teaming up with a recent acquaintance who has now become his faithful comrade, came to the conclusion that it would be advisable to first neutralize the hostile soldiers outside, and only then penetrate inside the building. In the silence of the long corridors of the hotel, muffled footsteps were suddenly heard approaching, and a mysterious shadow slowly slid towards the door of room 231, enveloping the space with some feeling of an approaching threat. This mysterious person was wearing a mask, wearing a red tracksuit and white gloves. With a deft movement, the person attaches a silencer to the pistol so as not to attract the attention of strangers and to get close to the victim unnoticed. Opening the door slightly, the killer sneaks into the room. However, sensing something wrong, Gala manages to form an image of the person lying there from the blankets, and she hides. Quietly taking off his shoes and carefully moving his feet so as not to make a sound, The killer instantly makes his way to the dark silhouettes of the beds and fires a series of shots with cold precision. Before the mercenary has time to check whether he managed to eliminate the victim, the light suddenly turns on in the room, and Gala's unexpected blow knocks out the guy. A moment later, it became irrevocably obvious that the planned operation had turned into a complete fiasco. Gradually coming to his senses, the killer notices a man standing over him and realizes with horror that he is lying on the cold floor, tied up, and every attempt to move brought only dull, hellish pain. Silently staring at the criminal, Hallie concludes that this is the second attempt on the day, which is most likely the consequences of certain actions of Mr. Xiangsong. Meanwhile, Xiangsong and Liu Fakai successfully eliminated the street guards. One created a distraction while the other used a stun gun to neutralize the guards, thereby ensuring safe passage to the building. Gabriel, the bodyguard whom the official trusted more than the others, noticed that 10 minutes had already passed, and he still had not received a report on the situation outside the estate. The fact is that he had previously agreed with one of the guards that he would regularly every 5 minutes report on the situation. Obviously something went wrong. Sensing something was wrong, the second bodyguard decided to approach the window. The picture he saw slightly puzzled him. Among the dozens of guards who guarded the estate outside, not a single one was left alive. The actions of Xiangsong and his companion were very successful. They not only easily overpowered the security guys, but were also able to silently break into the building. Now, in order to increase the chances of success, it was important to act quickly before help arrived. Taking into account the situation, they came to the conclusion that it would be wise to split up and act alone. Noticing the commotion among his bodyguards, the official fell into even more panic. The bodyguards, after consulting, decided to go down to meet the danger, so to speak, face to face with the enemy, while convincingly asking the official not to leave his current location, regardless of developing events. Everyone was eager to become the one who would be the first to stop the offender, so as soon as they walked out the door, they immediately went in different directions in search of that same criminal. Mr. Sang carefully moved forward with an outstretched pistol in his hands, systematically looking around. Maintaining full combat readiness, he seemed ready to respond to any unexpected turn. Liu Fakai, while still in the courtyard, noticed a flickering light on the second floor, and now feeling that there might be a clue to the situation, he immediately headed there. Walking up the stairs, Liu Fakai met one of the most recognizable bodyguards on the European continent. At this critical second, his finger was already ready for action, tightly grasping the trigger of the machine gun, ready to fire. However, Gabriel, just around the corner, intuitively sensed someone else's presence. Without hesitation, he pulled out a grenade and, pulling out the ring, threw it. Now the grenade was already cutting through the air, heading straight towards its target. As a result of the explosion, a hole the size of a floor appeared in the stairwell, when the shadows began to tremble from the roar of the explosion. Xiangsong, whose character had previously demonstrated composure and determination, immediately assessed the situation. Despite the sudden turn, he remained calm and continued searching for his target. "I hasten to assure you that everything is fine with Liu Fakai. He managed to shoot at the grenade, thereby maintaining his distance to the epicenter of the explosion. In order to think about his next actions, he immediately took cover around the corner. There was little time since the fragments of the grenade still caught him to some extent, and now, hiding, he left drops of blood on the floor. Gabriel, having gained a clear advantage, began to taunt his enemy, slowly approaching the victim. At this time, our main character encountered a second bodyguard, who, by the way, enjoyed considerable fame in East Asian circles. Xiangsong was not in the mood for groundless violence and did not seek to eliminate everyone he met, so he suggested that the bodyguard do without bloodshed and disperse peacefully, using a couple of convincing arguments in favor of this decision. But their goals were incompatible. The bodyguard silently pointed his gun at Xiang and opened fire. "Well, that's it, it's a failure!" Yes, although our hero used the killer chip, not the shooter. But thanks to the method of using visual errors, he was able to reduce the frequency of bullet hits to almost zero. For a bodyguard, this was quite unexpected, because in East Asia, only a few possess such skills. However, he did not stop pressing the trigger, firing shell after shell. Mr. Xiang Sang has a brilliant idea. He decided to wait until the enemy ran out of ammunition, and when the last shot was fired, all he had to do was turn around and... What? Does he have any shells left? How is this possible? Mr. Sang was a mathematician and simply could not make a mistake. The bodyguard only laughed in response, noting that the two guns simply had different capacities. After firing another shot and making sure that the enemy has fallen dead, he turns around and leaves. However, the incredible happens. Sang resurrects and, having shot the enemy without expecting it, ends this story with victory. Bent over the corpse and trying to get the bullet stuck in himself, Sang thought that if he, for example, had hesitated for just a second, he would not have been able to return to life. When Gabriel approached Liu Fakai again, he had no choice but to take a boxer's stance. And it was a pretty good decision. After Gabriel threw the gun aside, his self-confidence only increased. He knew that no matter how cunning and powerful his opponent attacked, it would be extremely difficult to defeat him, a bodyguard with a wealth of experience and boxing skills. Meanwhile, the official involuntarily began to walk around the room, trying to figure out who was standing against him. Memories of meetings and conversations flashed through his head, searching for answers. Absorbed in his thoughts, he did not even realize how he approached the window. Now he was easily vulnerable, and the sniper who was observing Mr. Xiang's company had the opportunity to eliminate him, which he did. When Xiang Sang found the official, he was already dead. Assuming that this was the work of Liu Fakai, the guy left the room and went in search of his friend. After walking a short distance down the corridor, Xiang Sang found his friend Liu Fakai engaged in a fight with one of the official's subordinates. Xiang Sang soon realized that his friend was not aware of the events that had happened. Otherwise, the struggle would be futile. There was no strength to scream, his head was bursting with pain, and dozens of bullet marks were visible on Mr. Xiang's clothes. Coming closer, our hero still managed to stop the guys. Gabriel was only carrying out an order from an official, and now that the customer was gone, he obediently stopped and left. At that moment, Gali decided to record a video of the captured killer and send it to her master, Xiang Sang. During the battle, one of the bullets hit San Xiang in the head, and while she remained in it, the hero's condition only worsened. Having received the message, he opened it with great difficulty. The message included a short video and the caption, "And I had a great day." After watching it with Liu Fakai, they got into the car and went to the hotel. On the way, the guys started thinking about who could have killed the official if it wasn't them. However, having gone through different options, the answer has not yet been found. Noticing that Liu Fakai's wound continued to bleed, Xiang Sang suggested stopping by on the way to the hospital, but Liu Fakai immediately rejected this idea. Then San Xiang decided to dilute the disagreement that arose between them and praised his friend for how he held on, continuing to repel the enemy's attacks, even when the situation changed dramatically, not in his favor. Arriving at the hotel, Xiang introduced Liu Fakai to the guys as his new friend, and then asked if they would mind if he lived with them for a while. Walking inside, Liu Fakai saw a man in a red tracksuit and recognized him as the killer on Shang's side. The guy was surprised and began to ask how the guys managed to catch a killer of such a high level. Since the Korean had been in this state for several hours, his body had weakened significantly and was gradually inclined to sleep. The next day, in the underground parking lot of one of Hong Kong's most exclusive buildings, Mr. Adu was finishing his morning coffee as he headed to his car as usual. As soon as Mr. Adu was comfortably seated behind the wheel, his gaze involuntarily lingered on the rearview mirror. There, as if emerging from nowhere, San Xiang and Liu Fakai lurked in the back seats. One of them, noticing Adu's surprise, leaned forward, smiled, and greeted him warmly. Then the young people handed him a phone, on the screen of which a group chat was active. The last message read, "Case completed, payment is cancelled." After a short pause, Mr. Xiang made another request. Mr. Hell needs to escort them to one place. After driving several blocks, the group entered the estate where the leader of the Shanjutan gang was residing. Silently entering the room, they did not arouse any suspicion. Suddenly a shot rang out in the air. The gang leader lay bleeding. Gathering his last strength, he turned to them and in a voice filled with bitterness and disappointment hissed that he had always trusted hell. How dare he sing with these idiots? Liu Fakai, ignoring this idle talk, firmly decided to complete his work and finish off the already suffering victim, leaving him not the slightest chance of salvation. At the same time, Mr. Xiang carefully took out a smartphone from his jacket pocket, then, with concentration and with the clear intention of capturing the moment, pointed the device's camera towards the center of the action. Adu looked at him in surprise, and Xiang, noticing this, said that he just wanted to keep all the evidence and at the same time they could take a photo together. After reviewing the footage, the guy notices that Adu's facial expression should not be so stern, since he is now the new owner of Shanjutan. Adu objects because the rules for changing leaders were established by the elders of the Shan clan, and no one ever dared to break them. Sang smiles and confidently states that Adu has long dreamed of this, therefore the time has come to make this dream come true. Next, tapping him on the shoulder, Sang asks for feedback in 3 days. Calling Liu Fakai over, the guy shared that he was hungry. After a brief discussion about a place to eat, they left, leaving Ada alone with the body of the deceased. Adu hired a team of specialists who carefully removed all traces of the crime, restoring the original state of the crime scene. Once the building was cleared, Adu made the call. He ordered that everyone be told that this evening at 8 o'clock he was inviting all the elders to tea at a store on Shifang Street. In a modest cafe with orange walls and minimalist furnishings, 2 young people sat at a table in the center, absorbed in the process of eating. They were both lost in their thoughts, and there was silence in the air, slightly broken only by the sounds of muffled cutlery hitting dishes. Finally, Mr. Xiang broke the silence by asking his partner what his plans were for his life after their current case was over, to which he replies that he can be a freelancer. Our hero was somewhat surprised because he was not used to hearing such a term in such an interpretation. Then his friend said that in Hong Kong there are many so-called wild demons, people without agency. These are those who were fired or those who for some reason lost contact with their superiors, and now they cannot find a new agency that would accept them. Wealth, power, and violence are all necessary. Being rich without the support of violence and power is like a tree with roots that can be cut down at any moment. Violence, compared to power and wealth, turns out to be an easier way to start. In response to this, Xiang shared that he really came to Hong Kong with a similar purpose. The experiment with Shanju Hall will test whether he is able to control violence throughout the district, and if he fails, he will be able to go to Singapore. When Liu Fakai noticed that they actually had a lot in common, he wanted to know more about Sang's personality and methods. Mr. Xiang answered his questions patiently. It was just crazy. Liu Fakai was confident that they should stick together. Seeing Liu Fakai's confidence in their common future, Sang was finally convinced of the advisability of his decision to share information, recognizing in Liu Fakai not only an ally, but also a dear comrade. Meanwhile, acting at the request of our hero, Hallie and Kevin carefully moved along the long corridor, counting the doors meter by meter. Each step brought them closer to the goal, the 332nd door, in order to leave the original documents there for their subsequent forgery. This was quite risky because the slightest mistake could lead to the failure of the entire operation. The liveliness of the place made it ideal for the mission, since the most reliable hiding places are where they are least sought after. At the same time, if someone decided to follow, then in such a place it would be easy to do it unnoticed. And there really was such a person. He sought to collect as much information as possible on the internet about the red-haired guy, and also organized surveillance. About a day has passed since the death of the official. The constantly burning light in the house alerted passers-by, and they, finding it strange, called the police. The team was led by Mr. Chen. Having entered the estate, he and his team discovered a corpse and began to inspect the premises, collecting all kinds of evidence. One of the police officers informed Mr. Chen that another body had been found in the first-floor corridor. Given that the investigator had previously maintained friendly relations with the official, it was critical for him to be among the first to examine the body. Upon going downstairs, the lieutenant confirmed that the victim had been shot in the back. The absence of signs of resistance on the part of the victim could indicate that the attack was unexpected and instantaneous. Perhaps the victim did not even realize that he was in danger until the very last moment. When Hala and Kevin returned from their mission, the rest of the team were so engrossed in an exciting poker game that they didn't even notice they had arrived. It was noticeable that Mr. Xiang regularly found himself with winning combinations, joking that this was nothing more than amazing luck. However, after taking a closer look, Liu Fakai noticed the reason for this luck. Former test subject 082 secretly used a sharp chip. Next, the viewer moves to a cafe located on Chiffon Street. This was the place where Adu invited the elders. Having gathered everyone around the round table, Adu began his speech with gratitude. The old man in white clothes had listened to so many conversations about nothing in his life that he could not stand any prefaces and demanded to get straight to the point. Adu, calmly reacting to the remark, reported that their leader, better known as the Mountain Pig, had died. Although Adu has no right to participate in the affairs of the hall, it would still be important to consider two issues. Firstly, who will be the next master? Secondly, the conflict between the previous master and Guo Jianlong. Well, if anyone is wondering what the reason for the master's death is, then keep in mind that Guo Jianlong recently crushed a couple of pitiful subordinates, and it is possible that their leader suffered for the same reason. Then, turning his gaze to the group at the entrance, he invited them to enter, after which he nominated himself for the role of a new master, although he understood that a financial manager usually does not become a master. However, people change. We need to move forward. So why not, especially when you have all the necessary skills? Some of the elders heard this and became furious. They were greatly outraged by such statements and certainly did not expect such actions from Adu. In an attempt to calm the growing discontent, Adu approached the elders with a promise that, as long as they supported his initiatives, the income of every member of the community would not just be increased, but literally tripled. At first glance, the meeting of the elders did not end well. However, in reality, the desire to improve their financial situation gradually penetrated their hearts, motivating them to allow hell to remain in power. At this time, Xiang was in the hotel, where, sorting through the chips, he thoughtfully thought through his next steps. He analyzed the possible consequences of each decision, trying to develop the most effective strategy for the upcoming tests. The old man, previously presented in a white coat, had procedures scheduled for this time, so immediately after the meeting he headed there. While relaxing in the relaxation area after a massage, he met another elder there. Unwittingly, they touched on a painful topic. One of them shared the assumption that Qian Zhongxing and Chuan might agree to Adu's proposals. It would be good to find a way to get rid of Adu, otherwise he has become too much of a greyhound. Then his interlocutor dialed someone and asked them to find out as soon as possible what really happened to the Mountain Pig. Adu took his goal very seriously. To predict what he would have to face, he drew up a diagram and came to the conclusion that Elders Qian and Sun had retired for some time. It will be easy to convince them, but as for Elder Chao and Elder Li, they will probably want to throw him off. Then he decided to consult with the one who ordered him to become the master of Shanzhou. He told Mr. Xiang that he had only managed to convince half of them and asked for help. Our hero assured Ada that there was no need to worry and asked only to collect information and send it to his email, and he would take care of the rest. The elder, who was at the procedures with the old man, was informed that they had discovered the identity of Guo Jiangdong, who had previously had a conflict with the Mountain Pig. Having learned that this conflict was just an accident, the elder concluded that someone was helping Adu. Our red-haired hero also decided to search on the internet what was known about the elders of the Shanzhou Hall. Li Qi turned out to be cruel and ruthless by nature. It is known that anyone who goes against his path will not live more than a week. Many were afraid of him. The gray-haired old man, during lunch with his nephew, decided to share his plans. The nephew, who loved his uncle, expressed the opinion that if another person wanted to take the offered place, it might be worth allowing him to do so. To which the old man replied that he would not allow himself to be fooled. Did they really begin to doubt his abilities, and isn't it logical that if you don't intervene and let hell take his place, then the whole family could suffer. Seething with anger, the old man coughed. Mr. Sang wanted to meet his friend. He suggested that he go to a cafe with Chinese cuisine. The atmosphere of this place turned out to be quite funny. However, now it was important to discuss something more serious. The red-haired guy handed Liu Fakai a photo card with one of the elders, who, in his opinion, could start digging on them. The black-haired guy recognized him. This man was such scum, and all the people who ever offended him are dead. In the past, Liu Fakai took the order to film it, but everything became complicated, and he was unable to complete the matter. Meanwhile, Adu tried to collect as much information as possible. Finding that their enemy was leading a group of more than 10 thugs towards Mr. Xiang, he immediately reported this to Hale. The villains simply left the garage and entered the elevator. Then Gala asked their new friend, who had tried to kill her a few days ago and was now on her side, to stick to Ada so that in case they could protect him. And she began to think about how to deal with these punks. She opened the technical room and, grabbing some kind of anti-parasite spray, called the elevator to prevent the scoundrels from getting to their hotel room. As soon as the elevator was on her floor and the doors opened, Gala began to generously pour this poisonous mixture onto the thugs. This turned out to be effective. The boys became numb from surprise, and sucking in the poisonous drops sprayed in the air, began to lose consciousness one after another, plunging into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the elevator was going down. There, Gala was met by a couple more thugs, but the girl quickly reacted, and in a couple of moments they were also successfully neutralized. Now that it was unpleasant not to attract new ones, it was important to hide the bodies of the victims. However, each group of thugs had a walkie-talkie, and they were coordinated by a person monitoring the situation. He reported that the object was on the 6th floor. It was time for the 5th, as well as the 4th and floor units. As agreed, Gala also reported the stop. The guys advised her not to relax as another group of mercenaries was climbing the stairs. While they were still talking, Adu heard footsteps approaching their doors and the strange sound of metal hitting wood. As it turned out, one of the groups, trying to get into their room, punched a hole in order to stretch a wire through it and open the door. When the elevator doors opened with a sound, the guys from the 4th floor were slightly surprised to not find Gala there. She couldn't disappear into thin air. Then they went inside, trying to find out why the people in the elevator were unconscious. After examining the bodies, they concluded that some kind of poisonous gas was involved. After some time, the guys from the second group reported that they managed to catch Gala. The boss wanted to see her. However, she is probably up to something. When she was brought to the boss, he began to ask her who was helping Ada take the place of the master and even promised to let her go if she assisted. The girl's hands were tightly tied with rope. She provoked the blow, and when she fell, she used it to bite through the ropes. Once free, she rushed at her boss, using the same ropes to immobilize him and take him hostage. From the outside, it seemed that the girl was in the air, behind the boss's head. Liu Fakai was convinced that their enemy was so powerful that there were less than 5 people in the Hong Kong underworld who could defeat him. It is only because Elder Li is still alive that he has such a friend. Feigning defeat, the man in the blue suit took advantage of the moment when Gala reduced her resistance and got out of the trap. Having reached a safe distance, the boss gave the order to seize the girl. Several guys standing behind attacked her. However, she gritted her teeth and bravely defended herself. Just then, from the other side of the corridor, footsteps were heard. It was a guy in a red suit who came to help Hala. Li Mingsheng, walking towards the Korean, tried to stop him. He asked not to stand in his way, promising in return to keep the moment of their meeting secret. The Korean declined the offer without hesitation. Then Li mockingly stood up and took a fighting position, claiming that it was a one-time action. Gali continued to fight all this time. Having outwitted the attackers, she was able to take one of their machetes for herself. Meanwhile, a former scientist also joined the guys. As he watched Gali, he was amazed at her abilities. He was sure that she definitely wasn't using the chip now. Having shredded the scoundrels surrounding her, Gala reminded the scientist not to forget to call an ambulance. The Korean in the red suit was doing a little worse. The boss knocked him down and, pressing his cheek to the ground, tried to knock out information about the customer. Suddenly there was a sound reminiscent of an elevator moving. It was Gala. With the intention of approaching the boss unnoticed, she decided to take an alternative route, choosing a path that would allow her to get around him from the other side. Mr. Sang and Lu Fakai were also equally active. After getting into the car, they went to the park where, according to the source, Elder Lee could be currently located. The location of the target in the park seemed illogical to the guys. However, the information came from a very reliable source. Before leaving the vehicle, they again ensured that their weapons were loaded and ready. After walking a few dozen steps, they saw an elder who was pretending to read a newspaper. With a slight twist in his voice, Mr. Sang asked permission to sit next to him. The target didn't mind. A dialogue unfolded between them, during which the elder shared his thoughts that Xiang Song evoked memories of a young man who came here several years ago from distant Huashan. The red-haired guy, while drinking his coffee, mentioned that he had heard the story and found the guys mentioned in it to be quite sinister. Then, the elder openly asked if he was involved with the mountain pig and if he was directing the actions of a man named Adu. Putting down the newspaper, he clapped his hands 3 times and the alley came to life. A whole crowd, at least 20 people, headed towards them. Xiang pretends to be surprised and believes he is trapped. In fact, with Liu Fakai, they had foreseen this moment. By the way, speaking of him, watching the events from the side, the guy met Madame Ko, the leader of the Association of Hired Killers background actors. The girl heard that Fakai was killed a few days ago and asked if he wanted to go over to her side. Liu Fakai thanked for the invitation, but he already has tasks, and in fact, the girl can personally meet the customer right now. The fact is that his friend is currently in negotiations with Elder Lee. The Management Association of Assassins found it difficult to believe this, since they personally assigned more than 20 people to the Elder, and then one person can defeat them. Gali did not give up. Using all her skills and making blow after blow, she made her way to the boss. At some point, the boss managed to knock the weapon out of the girl's hands, and it even seemed like she was losing. However, shouting, "Glory to the Soviet Union, you capitalist dog!" Gala digs her nails into the boss and gets the win. She then turns to the Korean and asks if he thinks her techniques are impressive. Her behavior was strange. It seemed as if she was turning into a mad KGB agent. Having scattered Mr. Lee's guards, Sang thinks that it is time to start visiting the rocking chair so that such loads become accustomed to him. Liu Fakai approached, called out to the guy, and began to introduce Miss Ko, the manager of the Mercenary Association, to Mr. Xiang Sang. The elder, seeing what our hero was capable of, decided that it was time to hide in one of his own, but Mr. Sang can't escape forever. Coming out onto the road, Mr. Lee caught a taxi and went to Shifang Street. However, the taxi driver was a fake. A few minutes later, Adu's device received a message that Mr. Lee had been caught. In the evening, as the gray-haired old man started dinner with his nephew, he received a call on his phone. The voice said that Li Yi and Li Mingsheng were killed, and Adu wants the old man to give him an answer by noon. So, if even Uncle Lee was killed, maybe it's better to leave everything as it is. The nephew was very happy that the old man came to this conclusion. Returning to the hotel, Mr. Xiang Song first of all asked the guys if everything was okay, after which he began to assist Gale in the treatment of wounds. Liu Fakai shared a bottle of cola with the Korean and started talking to him about how he managed to fight off several dozen thugs who entered the hotel today. The guy in the red trowel replied that Gali did all the main work and he did practically nothing. They both sighed, and Liu Fakai said that it was the same with him. This morning, when Xiang Sang and he went to the park to meet Elder Lee, Mr. Sang also ended up killing all the assholes by himself. Mr. Adu was now with them, and after finishing the telephone conversation, he told them the good news. Fei Yuzhou had just informed him that Zhao Fenqing, the white-haired old man, had promised to campaign on their behalf and support Ada. Our protagonist first praised him, noting that Adu had a month to resolve differences in the organization, and then demanded that a report on the sources of income of Shanju Hall be prepared and presented for review. This is probably the least violent way to seize power. Now all that is missing is wealth and power. However, the main goal, defeating Saibo and Roddy, still remained intact. It took more strength and power to roll them up, so this is not the time to relax. So it turns out that now their main business for racketeering rum is high-interest loans and gambling houses. Xiang dialed Ada and asked him to transfer several assets to his account. But part of this money is necessary to maintain activities within Shanju, the interlocutor objected. But he will try to find such an opportunity only if he promises not to delay them for more than a month. While Xiang was still talking, Gali returned and said that the passports and ID cards were ready. All that remains is to open an account on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. He called Adu again and said that the money was ready, and they agreed to meet for the evening to discuss a few more important details. By evening, Xiang gathered all his friends together and announced that they were facing a new task, which, by the way, had nothing to do with violence. He took out a blue folder from the safe and showed them several materials. Was he really going to speculate in the stock market? However, their capital is not that big, and besides, it is also very risky, Adu objected. Then the former test subject 082 noticed that Adu was thinking correctly, but if we take into account factors such as food and medicine, then they have the most important resources in their hands. Can a person live without food? What is the most dangerous thing for a food company? Then a new member of their team, previously introduced as managing a detachment of mercenaries, expressed the opinion that the quality of the product was probably important for food. And that was the correct answer. In most cases, the downfall of a company occurs not because of competitors, but through a major scandal. So, let's imagine that a contaminated product was discovered, which subsequently leads to hospitalization of consumers. Next, when the news breaks and the market loses its mind, a huge panic will quickly set in, and the company's shares will rapidly go down. Even if the news was fake, a person with financial literacy concluded. But what if doctors refute these rumors? Xiang focused on the fact that people would never choose first what they had previously suspected, even if not confirmed. So they will start with a dairy company, and with the help of social networks it will take no more than half a day. And like a pyramid of cubes, like a small child, and the shares of the sand company Qian will be unstable. And as soon as the wind blows, they will simply collapse. So it was decided to send Liu Fakai to their company store to buy a couple of dairy products there. And here is the first news. Mr. Han, the Korean, took care of the editors. The news of food poisoning appeared on screens across the country. There are currently 15 people hospitalized. Rumors spread among people and young mothers that milk produced by Sankian detected dangerous bacteria. Observing the situation, Hallie was haunted by the fact that Xiangsang should not have had this knowledge, because in the laboratory they selected the skills of the test subject and introduced the skills of other people. The guy argued that he had previously read on the internet about a strategy where, in order to gain power in the secondary market, investors usually buy shares based on news. Thus, in just a couple of days, having performed this scheme several times, they made a fortune. Liu Fakai was simply shocked by this result. If he had known how profitable investing could be, he would have chosen to go to school rather than become a killer. And here is the exit of the former scientist. There was a program where he, as a professor, was interviewed regarding the incident with the dairy company. And finally, the long-awaited result. It was officially announced that the shares of subsidiaries also fell in price. Hearing about this, Mr. Xiang joyfully led the guys into the room with the money, and pointing to them, said that the ticket was already in their hands. Gali was interested in what he meant, but he asked to wait for now. Then, asking the scientist to step aside, he shared that lately he had been hearing a voice in his head that was saying something strange, and he asked to make an appointment with a psychiatrist to make sure that this was what the scientist called a side effect of chipping. Having resolved all the important issues for today, Xiangsang went to the gym. The training was amazing. After some time, the doctor said that the psychiatrist would be able to see him on Thursday. All that was left was to think about the time of the appointment. As soon as the call ended, the guy again heard a voice from his head, which began to convince him that a psychiatrist would not help here. Then events take an unexpected turn. A man is brought to a psychiatrist who complains that he doesn't have a penny left. He looks pretty exhausted. However, the doctor could not agree with him, and he began to list the cost of his organs to him, after which he gave the order to deliver him to the black market, but not to kill him. Then the man began to beg him to give him just one more chance, just a month, and he will return everything. Their conversation was interrupted by one of the psychiatrist's assistants. He reported that the Elites Association wants them to stop business lending in the Sai Kung area. And besides, other gangs began to criticize them, saying that they broke the rules and angered people. However, the doctor assured that these are just empty threats that have no basis in reality, and therefore, there is no reason to feel fear or anxiety about this. After some time, the spiritual mentor of the underworld in Hong Kong convened a council to decide how to proceed, since two strangers had caused quite a stir. One of the speakers said that the Hong Long Association's short-term loan had hit their business hard and it was important to take certain measures. Someone began to claim that there was a bastard among them. But Matuvei immediately refuted this by saying that if he treats his people so badly, the next time he deals with strangers, do not blame them if they do not come to the rescue. The spiritual mentor asked everyone to calm down because these are all trifles that he can handle alone. However, the bigger problem is the Yoshinari Association. Now it is the largest gang in Japan. New wars for territory will certainly begin, and this time it will be almost impossible to stop them. Thursday came, and our main character went to a psychologist. The doctor began asking him very strange questions, in particular whether the patient tried to talk to the personality within him and whether a response was received. Does he see the image of this strange interlocutor? The doctor explained that dissociative identity disorder is often associated with childhood trauma. It is a defense mechanism that creates a safe space to deal with a more difficult reality. In turn, the alternate personality is used as an aid to help a person cope with circumstances and situations that he does not want to face. However, the doctor did not find such features in this situation. A voice inside subject 082 began to suspect something was wrong. All the way the questions were only about the inner personality, as if the doctor wanted to use it for his own purposes. Of course, we can conclude that this is the first time the doctor has encountered something like this, but most likely it's not that simple. Suddenly, Mr. Adu discovered the real reason for the decline in Shanju's loan income. This is the work of the Hong Long Association, who also stole most of the triad's business. Meanwhile, the police department learned of a black market supply chain involving the collection, extraction, and smuggling of organs. An order was received to postpone all tasks and concentrate on this matter. Returning to the hotel, Mr. Sang shared with friends that a trip to the doctor did not bring results and required further observation. The former professor confirmed that it is indeed not always possible to immediately make a diagnosis, and said that their mutual acquaintance, Liu Feikai, was looking for him. A friend called and reported that the Hong Dong Association, which provided short-term loans, violated the 6th District Agreement and used a suicide bomber to blow up the Port Association's headquarters. The elder of the Elites Association was weighed and announced a reward of $8 million for the leader of the Hong Association Kong. Now all the triads have awakened. Thailand, Vietnam, Korea, Japan, and the Asian killers are all rushing to Hong Kong. This may be due to the fact that such a significant reward has not been announced in Asia for many years. All skilled assassins, including Liu Feikai and even Korean Zhan, are considering this chance. Wouldn't Xiang San also consider participating in this matter? A voice in our hero's head convinced him to agree to the proposal, since having first-class killers in his arsenal would only benefit him in carrying out his grandiose plan for revenge. Liu Feikai, not knowing about the personality problem within Xiang, thought that Xiang began to discuss this idea with someone. However, the guy assured that there was no one near him, and he was ready to move out. The psychiatrist, reminding him of his debt, used hypnosis to force his debtor to become a suicide bomber. Several gang members were in the vestibule talking to each other. Suddenly, screams were heard, and a suicide bomber appeared before their eyes, preparing to press the button located on the explosive. A powerful explosion occurs at the top of an apartment building. Fireballs and smoke erupt from the wall, and a cloud of debris rises into the air. The incident was reported on all news channels in the country. The destruction and number of casualties were catastrophic. Liu Feikai was furious when he heard about this. Are the people from the Hong Yung Chong Yun Association crazy? This is no longer just an internal conflict between triads. This is a terrorist attack. It was also terrible that the conflict took place on the territory of the hospital, where there were hundreds of innocent people. The Hong Kong police arrived there immediately. They needed CCTV footage, but all the footage was destroyed by someone. All that remained was to try to restore these records. The doctor's ward came in, and reported that the reward for his capture on the darknet had already increased to 12 million, and many members of the association were shocked by today's incident. This was to be expected, but would they really want to sever all ties with him after this? However, the doctor didn't care. Such is the mentality of triads. They are afraid of crazy people, while they themselves do not understand that they are a bunch of wild dogs. Before releasing his pawn, the doctor gave him the task of finding out everything about Xiang, namely what he had been doing lately, and most importantly, not revealing anything about the doctor. Since Liu Fakai began working in his new field, he had never seen such an award in his life. 12 million for some doctor's head. What to expect then, since such a reward is at stake? Why not immediately kill this psycho and divide the money among ourselves? But he must curb his ardor. There was no information about the head of Hong Long. Adu had already called Xiang about Hong Long. It turns out that until last month, everything was fine with this association. All illegal actions began from this month. The head publicly renounced his position and surrendered himself to the police. Everyone agreed that the new head became their boss. Harley was sure it was complete hypnosis. Otherwise, no one would have reacted to this so calmly. Only a few experts have hypnosis, and thanks to this, they can give orders to other people. Project Person received a similar chip, and in the past it was tested at 008. Xiang knew nothing about this chip since it was destroyed before it appeared due to a possible threat. The psychologist has already received a dose of information about Xiang that he was seen with Adu during a meal. While the doctor was talking, someone has every chance of earning their 12 million from him. The arsonist only managed to scan some information for Blizzard. It became known that he had been present at meetings with the Triad in the last month. But this killer was not destined to live for long. One word, "get out," which sounded through the window between them, and the arsonist really flew down. Blizzard was furious with this. Her desire to destroy the doctor was strong. For this, she decided to put up for sale all the information she had. Of course, Xiang immediately took advantage of it as soon as he saw it. In the video, Harley immediately noticed complete hypnosis. It came when the psychologist first met the gaze of the murdered man. Then he put the order for suicide into the person's subconscious. But the worst thing was that it took very little time and the person immediately followed the order. The whole discussion and reflections were interrupted by a call from the manager to the Korean. "He has a new order." But it was strange that he was still communicating with his manager. On the other hand, it is not easy to act alone, especially in such work. By the way, a Korean is not allowed to share the information he receives with his manager, but he can share any information he learns from his manager with his guys. The police were still trying to figure out the Hong Long organization's case. All the evidence pointed to them from yesterday's explosions. But why does this association have anything to do with terrorists? Those two explosions arose due to internal conflicts of the Triad. But mistaking terrorist attacks for internal conflicts was very stupid. Although 3 Triad leaders did die in hospital yesterday, only the leader of the elite association remained. Their recent actions are a bit unusual. Even members of the underworld other than the 4 main Triads have had problems with them. The doctor still continued to hypnotize the unfortunate people into protecting this building. He released everyone after hypnosis, but left only one. He needed this man's face. Under hypnosis, he will, of course, give away his appearance. Liu Fakai believed that if a target could take control of a person in just a couple of seconds, then killing alone would be suicide. It is important to consider the fact that the doctor most likely has many hypnotized people who are ready to stand as his shield. Some unknown number called Liu Fakai, he was supposed to receive this call. This is how the driver met Blizzard. She was sure that the man would want to accept an order from the elite association. So I decided to give him some advice. She hacked the security footage of the Hong Long building because she thought it might be useful to him, although many killers would like to receive these records. The reason Blizzard wanted to help Liu Fakai was because he was a loner, just like the arsonist. And it only works with single killers. Later, she will give him a hard drive containing the building blueprints and route. The service was free if Liu Fakai kills this bastard. 20 hours have passed between the death of the arsonist and today. The doctor still hasn't left the building. This confirmed that the target already knew about his reward on the dark web. Probably the doctor decided to stay in the building and wait for the killers to attack. Since the doctor knew how to manipulate his goals, those who are there will not betray him. The government has determined that Hong Long is the organizer of the explosion. They are forming a special team and then mobilizing the SDU. But this can be used as an opportunity. First, mix with SDU. After entering the building, find a way to convey information about the target to the police so that the doctor can help you get rid of the slaves, and then you will only need to subdue the hypnosis specialist. Hired killers called the Three Musketeers were heading to the scene. They had everything ready and now they kept people under fear. Everyone praised the old man for his brilliant plan that he had just given out. But there was a problem. It became known that 3 musketeers had already penetrated there. They planned to kill all the hostages, but there was also an option to tie them all up. What was happening there was a bloody mess. The doctor's hypnosis was activated and people became zombies. 3 people who were unable to resist. Watching this, Lu Fakai changed his mind about going there at all. As soon as she had a free minute, the Black Widow decided to quit this task and walked away. The task was too difficult. She knew that she could not cope with it alone. The manager of the assassins understood everything and remembered that safety comes first, so she ordered the girl to leave. The leader of the killer actors, Madame Ko, knew this outcome in advance because this order was impossible to fulfill. The guys just had to contact the Korean and warn him that they were planning to infiltrate the SDU and act together with the police. Kai Won was responsible for communication with Blizzard and must keep the guys informed of the actions of the SDU and what was happening in the building. What about Harley? She must help Xian check if there are any chips that can suppress the doctor's hypnotic abilities. Uncle Li Ruyi asked for a certain request, although he warned so many times that people should not do favors, because now the Liangjiang gang wanted a favor from them. Once upon a time, this gang helped them as soon as he and Li Ru's father moved from Haoshan. And now that they had a problem, my uncle believed that they could not help but help. Li Ru could not refuse and agreed to do this so that his uncle could quickly repay them. Meanwhile, Ram continued his hunt. He moved as carefully as possible and wanted to complete the goal to the end. When he discovered the doctor, he pointed a pistol at him and shot several times. Well, that was not his goal. Li Ruyi had already entered the building. He felt as if it was the set of a Torino film. There was too much blood. As soon as the zombies noticed him, they immediately attacked him. These people now behaved like mad dogs and bit everyone they saw. Harley was looking for chips while Xiang was thinking on the bed. She wasn't sure if the target they were trying to kill was stronger than test subject 008, but it was likely that he also had weaknesses. Full hypnosis only worked on primates and warm-blooded animals. Insects and cold-blooded animals were not susceptible to hypnosis. Also, people with a strong will may also resist complete hypnosis. Harley looked through all the chips that Xiang took, and in the end, there were 2 suitable ones, an entomologist and a sadhu. In such a huge dump, Li Ruyi found a working phone and asked to be connected to the Assassin Support Service. His request was to deal with the Hong Long Association. He needed all the data for the past 3 months. With the help of the sadhu chip, Xiang will be able to last a few seconds longer than a normal person before being hypnotized, which should be enough time to kill the target. But the entomologist was different from the sadhu. At first glance it was harmless, but in fact it has endless uses. The previous test subject used poisonous bugs to destroy all members of the research group. He developed the chip so much that he was able to communicate with insects. Li Ruyi received very little information. He hated dealing with terrorists because these people did not understand human language. Starting from the 2nd floor, the Wolf of Northern Vietnam will prioritize eliminating hidden threats and then gradually move up. Sitting on the toilet, Gabriel again felt some movement below. He was clearly in no hurry but was calmly thinking on the toilet. He had diarrhea, that's why. The bartender carefreely rubbed glasses in complete thought until one of the phones called him. On this phone, he was a service provider, not a simple bartender. Today, Xiang needed 1 shipment of goods. He wanted to order several common insects, including poisonous ones. While Xiang ordered insects, Harley inserted a chip into herself. It was a very difficult procedure, but it was necessary. The broker had good connections with suppliers. Such an order would be completed in 2 hours. The mission they were going on was dangerous. Xiang invited Harley to stay, but she hoped that she would soon be back to normal. The wolves had already cleared the area completely. They continued to move forward, with the hope that they would complete this task the fastest. Xiang decided to ask what the situation was with the Vietnamese, since Liu Fakai was still watching them. The four main Vietnamese triads hired many experts to carry out this task, because it is a complete mess that even Liu Fakai could not figure out. But what about the goal then? This time the former scientist decided to answer because the target did not appear at all. There were also no movements of the SDU at all. Whether this is good or not will only be known by chance. Journalists have already arrived in new territories in the north to tell the world about new changes. Over the past 3 hours, armed people burst in behind the journalist, but their motive was completely unknown. Shooting and explosions could still be heard from the building. The chief police inspector decided to negotiate with the armed men in this building, but there was no response. Because of this, explosions continued to occur, thereby destroying the previously working building. Shrapnel from the explosion rained down directly on passing people, but fortunately there were no casualties on the street. This event happened right before the eyes of the senior inspector of the new Northern Territories, Wang Ya. While people were scared and ran away from danger, the inspector himself was not at all frightened, but only became angry. Such people looked like inferior carrion in the eyes of the inspector, for what normal person would destroy his own? Unfortunately, those who did not manage to escape from the building in time were exposed to a bomb explosion and killed. The chances of their survival were negligible. But this was also the goal of the people who carefully prepared for this murder, the liquidation of an important person. Seeing what was happening in that building, the guys realized that the situation was getting worse and worse with every inaction. And no matter how much I wanted to, Xiang was forced to admit it. But did the SDU take any measures? The scientist had already asked about this, but Blizzard answered no. But the girl's stern voice on the laptop screen immediately denied everything that was said, since the SDU had already begun to operate. The soldiers were heading to a helicopter that had been prepared in advance for them. Every second counted. It was impossible to linger because the situation could only get more complicated. However, Xiang also understood this very well. So he ordered his guys not to sit still and to set off, which they had been waiting for a long time. The chief inspector was unable to control this situation, not because she was not in power, but because her negligible resources did not allow her to do so. With such resources, one could simply go to his death. But fortunately, the SDU did not linger, and rather quickly arrived at the scene of the incident where everyone was waiting for them, and especially the inspector. The situation was beyond control. It was difficult to act alone without anyone's help. As soon as they arrived at the scene, they descended on ropes, as expected, and soon they appeared before the inspector herself, who during this time managed to pull herself together. The situation was really bad because the shooting and explosions in the building did not stop, and moreover there were still several people outside who wanted to break into this building. The inspector may have believed that the people inside didn't even know how many people were there. The soldier could only laugh at this because it meant that the current head of Hong Long had offended more people than the government services could only imagine. Before you think about a plan to evacuate these people, you need to find out how many citizens are trapped there. The inspector already knew that there were at least 100 people there. Our guys were already dressed in uniform and drove right past that ill-fated building where the inspector and the commander-in-chief were still talking. Seeing through the side mirror that the two were already finishing their conversation, Xiang hurried his friends. They now appeared before other soldiers not as individuals, but as people just like them. Xiang was at the head of his small but strong gang. The guys absolutely trusted him and were confident that Xiang was the person who should lead them. Upon entering the building, one could see many corpses who were unlikely to be able to breathe air again. But maybe there was still hope? Maybe there is still someone alive among these people? Meanwhile, the gentleman was watching everything that was happening through a surveillance camera, which, of course, Xiang could not help but notice. The gentleman was surprised and, at the same time, intrigued that number 82 still came to him. One of the mercenaries, dragging a possibly dead person behind him, like an unnecessary thing, turned to his master, the doctor, which attracted his attention to himself. The mercenary was glad to inform the doctor that he had managed to capture the man the master wanted. It was an excellent job, which the doctor rejoiced at, and in honor of this ordered a group of zombies to be sent to the first floor. This should definitely surprise their guests who have already arrived. The commander of these three armed gangs bit people to death. It looked like the unarmed civilians lying at the scene were the ones who bit the bodies. It seems that in addition to the terrorists in the building, the soldiers also have to be wary of rabid dogs who pretend to be civilians and kung fu masters who are strong in killing people. But how can this information be transferred to the SDS? Once the situation became more chaotic, Xiang decided that he would report it as a catch. The head of Hang Long had excellent persuasion skills and was able to quickly gain the trust of others. He may also require the other party to take actions that go against their logic. This man was so dangerous that it was better to kill him on the spot. Reporting this to your superiors is the best solution to this problem, but the main thing is to wait for the right moment. The soldiers were prepared all this time, from the moment the elevator began to descend, and for good reason, because as soon as the elevator descended, these zombies ran out. It was very important to aim specifically at the torso and leave 2 people, or rather zombies, alive. The command was accepted, and the soldiers began to carry it out. Everyone threw their weapons into the fire to destroy these creatures. Not 2 minutes had passed before all the zombies were already lying dead. They didn't even have time to reach the soldiers. It was surprising that these zombies were of such a desperate nature as to attack armed people like that. After this shooting, 1 civilian could be seen in the elevator, who may not have been zombified yet. This man did not look in the best condition. Perhaps he had been kept tied up like this for a long time. Who knows what this man had to endure in such a short time? This man's lips were completely dry, as if he was suffering from thirst, his eyes completely dimmed, as if he had not expected or hoped for any salvation. The soldiers immediately ran to this man, wondering if he could hold out a little longer. It was clear from his appearance that he would not last long, which meant that something urgently needed to be done and call an ambulance. I'm just afraid it was a trap in which several people would die. No one noticed that there was a bomb in this elevator. The invaders wanted to lure people into this elevator. Now all you have to do is press the button. How at that very second there was an explosion? The explosion was very powerful. It is unlikely that those people who were in the elevator survived. Fortunately, the soldiers who stood aside were not subjected to this powerful blow, but felt it. Looking closer, one could see 3 human corpses. These people wanted to help, but in the end they fell into the trap prepared for them. The commander was beside himself. He seemed to be separated from this world, trying to understand that this really happened. Each of these people had been subordinate to him for many years, and it was very difficult to admit that he had lost 2 of them. But there was no time to be upset and regret, because from the second elevator other zombies began to attack. If the commander does not pull himself together, he will become the next victim. That's why he was a commander, to focus on the task and again be an excellent example of a man with an iron character for his subordinates. His order was simple: kill everyone and no mercy. It seems that now the guys don't have to warn the SDU to be careful about the bombs hidden among the hostages. But we can only hope for this. The mercenary did not expect that the SDU would intend to kill absolutely everyone. He should have taken other actions, and then he turned to other hostages who had already been mined. Their task was simple and did not even require willpower, for he imposed this will himself. These people should pretend to be hostages and ask for help from the SDU. As soon as the right moment arises, they should blow themselves up. These people unquestioningly followed the orders of their master, because they had no power over themselves and were as if hypnotized. There were very few zombies left. The last bullet hit the man in the head, which means that these pseudo-hostages have come out. The eyes of these people immediately changed and were no longer red. They acted according to the master's given scenario and asked for help. The soldiers understood these risks and did not go close to the hostages, and also ordered the hostages to stand still, no matter how they asked for help. A volley of bullets rang out from this man. Now he won't suffer. Xiang decided to take control of the whole situation so that the scenario would not repeat itself like last time. The commander was surprised by such an act. No one expected that one of the soldiers would decide to act without permission. If the hostages get any closer, they will end up just like their predecessor. Blood literally began to flow from the eyes of these people. They did not understand why this man killed the hostage. Their eyes shone again, and with a bright red color they no longer held back and headed straight towards their goal. But the guy's composure did not allow him to allow these people to come even closer and thereby blow them up, so he shot at these people again. During this time, the captain did not say a word. He only watched as innocent people were once again dying before his eyes, but who were no longer destined to live of their own free will. As soon as he realized what had just happened, he became furious with the soldier, not understanding why Xiang killed these hostages. Only the guy didn't feel guilty at all, and continued to look at the captain with his calm gaze. After all, he knew that these people were not actually hostages. Slowly but surely it dawned on the captain that this man was not one of his soldiers, since he had never seen this man before. And anyway, how did he know that these were not hostages? Xiang understood that sooner or later he would be exposed, but this sacrifice was worth it to be exposed. Xiang decided not to hide anymore and showed his real face, while he looked absolutely confident and relaxed, despite what had just happened. The captain now looked even more perplexed. He had difficulty figuring out what had just happened and who was in front of him. Harley, the driver, and the Korean also had no point in hiding anymore, so Xiang asked them to take off their masks. The guys, just like their leader, were confident in their actions, except for the Korean. It's more likely that he was already bored with all this or was a pessimist in life. The captain was already preparing to shoot these guys so as not to have a possible unnecessary threat. But Xiang saved all of their lives, which means these guys have nothing to worry about. Xiang was sure that all the soldiers had seen articles about the Hong Kong hospital attack before coming here. The fake hostages that Xiang shot earlier were probably the human bomb from the Hong Long Association. If they had taken a few more steps forward, the instigator would have pressed the detonator, then the outcome would have been clear. Xiang decided to explain all this so that the captain would calm down a little, but these explanations were not enough for him because he had no idea who these people were or whose side they were on. These people were professional killers who were hired by an organization that suffered heavy damage from terrorist attacks on the Hong Kong port and Hong Kong hospital. And their goals are connected with the goal of the SDU, to find and eliminate the current head of the Hong Long Association. So why don't they collaborate now? The only problem was that the SD received an order to capture the target alive and bring him to court. But Xiang knew what mission he was going on, and the soldiers were completely unaware of how dangerous their goal was in order to save his life. To begin cooperation, Xiang was willing to share some information about the goal, but under one condition. SDUs should consider Xiang's proposal immediately after reading this information. Of course, the commander agreed to look at this information. Everyone was waiting for him to read it. But how sure is Xiang that Hong Long is so strong and has the abilities described? There was at least one confirmation of this. Professional killers otherwise would not have tried to unite with the government. But then, why are these killers so sure that their information is absolutely correct? There is evidence of this on the floor. Xiang did not deny that there are extremist organizations and cults in the world that are capable of creating such zombies. Just think, the target brainwashed the entire Hong Long Association in a short period of time. Other than high-level hypnosis, Xiang could no longer think of a better explanation for everything that happened in this building. It was clear that the captain still doubted Xiang's words, but at the same time, these words no longer gave him a choice but to agree to cooperate. Well then, what will professional killers want from the police with this cooperation? For some reason, Xiang was in no hurry to answer, as if he was looking at the captain's reaction and enjoying the first goal achieved, cooperation. And from the shadows, the mercenary carefully watched the soldiers, seeing that they were not going to move further and were chatting about something. Therefore, he decided to inform the doctor that the trespassers were not eager to seize this building. It is quite possible that they had other plans. The bartender's boring idleness was interrupted by a sudden call. Xiang decided to ask if his order was on the way. Based on calculations, this order should reach Xiang in approximately 30 minutes. He was simply missing the last ingredient, insects. But based on this, will Xiang be able to add another ingredient upon request? There was no doubt about it, and you can add your own ingredients. It seemed as if the bartender was completely bored with this conversation. Then Xiang asked for additional provisions and 15 packages of night vision devices equipped with infrared photography to be delivered to him. Delivery must go to the same address. Xiang will be notified of the estimated delivery time as soon as possible. The guy did his job. It was the captain's turn. 2 hours have passed since the police entered the building, but until now the journalist knew nothing. The guys could only wait for their order to come to them. Xiang was sure that he was about to arrive, and in fact the quadcopters were already delivering the necessary goods to the guys. The packages contained several cases that were filled with military-grade thermal cameras, smoke bombs, insects, grenades, and tear gas. It turns out that killers these days can get their hands on even such rare Class A items. A clear example of this made the captain, who had served the state all his life, tremble. But this was an exaggeration. Xiang simply knew one capable supplier, and other killers are not capable of this. Mr. Doctor's Plan A completely failed because now the soldiers had military-grade thermal imagers at their disposal. But the head of the company didn't seem to be very frightened by this. He was more interested in resisting the actions of the enemy because this is the real indicator of strength and power. The doctor now had only one sergeant at his mercy, who became another zombie. The doctor gave him control of all the zombies, bombs, and shooters. The sergeant must protect the third floor at all costs and let the enemies get here. Of course, no one will refuse under such influence. At the same time, a company of killers broke into the second floor. They were extremely careful and thought through every step so as not to fall into a trap. But they really were waiting for them on the second floor, and now the enemies are ready to attack mercilessly. Xiang was quite experienced in his field and understood that Hong Long would not leave the second floor defenseless, so he gave a silent sign to his comrade. They probably often had to talk like this, so it wasn't difficult to understand what their comrade meant. The members of Hong Long felt very tense, and yet were ready to attack or repel any attack. But they hardly expected that they would have to attack on the sly, so they didn't even notice anything. Tear gas had already entered the locked room where Hong Long was waiting for the intruders. It seems their idea to hide in one place was unsuccessful. There was gas everywhere. It was time to enter this room. Everything went according to the killer's plan. Xiang absolutely trusted Liu Fakai and had no doubt that his comrade could cope. Oh, these mercenaries are unlucky today, but they get the opposite, exactly what they deserve. As it turned out, there were no bombs on these mercenaries, nor in the room. Then why not wake them up? Xiang had something to talk to them about. This was another crazy plan of this boy, but certainly effective. Of course, interrogation was not his strong point, so he would be happy to reassign this task to someone else. No one expected it, but as it turns out, Harley is pretty good at it. All the guys looked at her skeptically, but she was confident in herself. Contemplating this confidence in the girl, Xiang no longer doubted her for a moment and entrusted this task to her. Harley wasn't going to cut these bastards any slack for a second. She knew that they were not dead, and there was no use in pretending to be dead. All two people woke up. If none of these people stand up, then this sweet girl will have to crush something very important. But unfortunately, no one wanted to confess, so Harley had to take action. None of the guys envied this unfortunate man. The villain literally begged the girl to stop doing this and let him go. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to go to the toilet. But what a pity. Harley has just gotten a taste, and this insignificant person is already giving up, so why doesn't he be patient a little? But as they say, a little of every good thing. Everything needs to be done in moderation. And now it was Xiang's turn. He decided to ask a few questions to these people. They have to answer. You can't even try to hide anything from this guy or deceive him, otherwise he won't be able to guarantee their lives. But fortunately, these two seemed to understand everything, because they hardly wanted to feel the same sensations that Harley gave them. So the first question is, after the new boss Hong Long took over, what kind of tasks did he assign? This question immediately stunned the guys. They looked at each other, trying to figure out how best to answer this question. And as a result, they decided it was better not to lie and answer the truth. It turns out that the boss always assigns individual tasks to everyone, and no one knew what the others were doing. But then, what have these two achieved this month? What merits or achievements are behind them? Almost nothing. On the orders of the boss, one of them went to promote a short-term loan, as well as to attract uneducated clients who do not understand the details of the contract. Well then, what does the second person do? The same thing. His work is radically different, and it consists of guarding the warehouse. Then the question immediately arises, what kind of warehouse is such and such? It turns out that this is a warehouse where the collected organs of those who cannot pay off their debts are stored. In the beginning, the warehouse was located in the port of Hong Kong, but for some reason the port gang came across Hong Long's deal with a foreign organization. They asked to stop organ smuggling. But the current boss ignored this request. It had its consequences, and everything went wrong. However, it was not surprising that the Hong Long Association decided to first start a war with the Port Association precisely because of this. But what happened next? The more truth was revealed, the darker Xiang became. Once the warehouse at the port became useless, this man was given a new job of finding clients with families and convincing them to work for Hong Long. Now everything has become clear. The bomb man who was in the Hong Kong hospital was most likely an unhappy guy who couldn't pay back his debts. Now comes the last question and the most important one. Where is Hong Long's boss now? The subordinate did not know the answer to this question, or was lying. In any case, the answer was incorrect, and Xiang had no intention of sparing this man. If he doesn't know the answer to such a question, what good is that person? He's simply useless. The second person also could not answer this question, so he suffered the same fate. This information was definitely worth sharing with Stu, and Xiang entrusted this to Liu Fakai. Information has just arrived from the scene that there has been progress in the Hong Kong harbor case. Of course, the Hong Long Association was behind this matter. In addition, they issued a short-term loan and staged a terrorist attack on a Hong Kong hospital. The head of Kwun Tong District, Wu Wangshun, listened carefully to this information. Mr. Chen, a Wanchai police officer, paid special attention to the fact that short-term loans took tons of money from many citizens. If clients were unable to repay the debt, their organs were drained of their strength. The head of the Sai Kung district, Yixian Renfeng, also attended the meeting of the SDU. He was interested in what would happen if the organs turned out to be useless. The answer was simple. This man would become a living bomb for terrorist operations. After the gangster Zheng Ziqing, the Hong Long Association can be considered a threat to the Hong Kong legal system. Therefore, the authorities allowed all members of the SDU to act as they see fit. But before starting, there was one condition: to be arrested by a member of the Hong Long Association as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Mr. Doctor and his ward observed what was happening in the vision zone of the surveillance cameras. The ward was surprised that they should be afraid of these people. In appearance, they did not pose any threat. In any case, first they should have gotten rid of the most dangerous ones, this group. And the commander was on alert and kept looking into his thermal imager so as not to stumble upon an enemy trap. In any case, there were enough enemies, and there was someone to be afraid of. You couldn't relax for a single second. The command was simple: prepare for battle, because a huge detachment was approaching from the third floor. These were zombies again, which didn't seem to pose much of a danger, but if there were a lot of them, it would take time to destroy them. It was not difficult to shoot them, and the commander quickly dealt with this together with his soldiers. But the appearance of the bomb man put everyone present in a stupor. It is unlikely that anyone will have time to escape. The explosion was huge. As expected by the doctor's ward, he thought through everything, and perhaps everything went according to his plan. The explosion was very large and loud, and Xiang felt it first. But he still did not fully understand where this explosion occurred and what exactly was happening. Therefore, I had to turn to a former scientist who looked at the recordings from surveillance cameras for help. This person immediately assumed that the explosion came this time from the third floor. But Black and White number 9, who was hired by the Elite Association, decided to check everything personally. Xiang had already received footage from the cameras at the epicenter of the explosion on his phone and was looking through recent events. But of course, someone couldn't reach out and look along with the guys. Harley tried to stand on the tips of her toes or lean on Xian to at least get a glimpse of what was happening on the phone. After watching the entire video, Liu Fakai was beside himself with horror at what he had just seen. He didn't expect that these creatures were even capable of this. The zombies lined up and took advantage of the narrow area in the building to do so. This tactic created an excellent opportunity to detonate a bomb. Could the killers overcome such tactics with what they had? Suddenly, Xiang asked Kai Wen to have Blizzard turn off all the cameras in the building. Such a request sounded quite crazy, and at first the scientist didn't even understand why the guy needed this. But it was quite difficult and impossible to disobey such a leader because he always insisted on his own and was confident in what he was doing. Therefore, Kaiwan had no choice but to carry out the order and turn off all the cameras in the building. One could only hope that Xiang was acting truly prudently. Disabling building surveillance systems is more beneficial for them. The killers then don't have to worry about Hong Long using the cameras to pinpoint their location and send zombies with bombs to finish them off. As a result, this will temporarily reduce their target priority, and our boys will capture the doctor after they figure out a way to defeat his bomb strategy. Of course, this won't be easy to do because with Hong Long's playing style, you'll have to make a lot of sacrifices. It was obvious that the guys would not be able to use the same style of play to win, and since they can't use it, then they need to change the rules to win. The first step is to check the entire building. Xiang wanted to find out the location of all living people, which insects will help him with. The cameras immediately turned off on Xiang's order, but the doctor did not look too annoyed. On the contrary, he had an idea. Not much time had passed. The tear gas was still making itself felt and had not evaporated. Climbing the stairs above Lu Ruyi, noticed the familiar silhouette of a black and white man. However, the black and white man also recognized him, as if he were his old comrade. But the appearance of black and white confused Lu Ruyi very much. He probably did not expect to see, let's say, a colleague here. Lu Ruyi himself mentioned that he abandoned this matter, but why is he here? Have you really decided to take orders again? Lu Ru did not hide the reason for his appearance, because he needed to return some favor that had been gnawing at him for some time. Black and White was surprised when he saw a pile of corpses at the bottom of the stairs and thought that it was Lu Ru who did this to them. But he couldn't because he didn't even have a weapon. Then it is logical to assume that this is the work of people from the Hong Long Association. The unexpected guest also saw two new visitors. Gabriel, number 7, was hired by the Righteous Club for the same purpose as these two. Gabriel was a European assassin, as far as the black and white man remembered. Black and White even remembered that his rank was number 7. Gabriel could not even imagine that his reputation would reach all the way to Asia. Only for some reason this situation amused him more, but it was still pleasant. This time the mercenaries were given a rather dangerous task, and even the SDU itself fell. Therefore, the black and white suggested that everyone unite, just in case. However, Gabriel was not against it, but since it came to unification, that means someone must be in charge, right? Lu Ru immediately proposed his candidacy. From the looks of the two mercenaries, one could see that they didn't really like this idea, and the guy would have to prove that he could be a leader. At least because the black and white also wanted to be a leader and was not going to just give in. Well, since they all have the same thought, isn't it time for them to fight? The rules were simple. The one who wins commands, and the losers listen and obey. Every minute counted. The guys needed to decide on a leader as soon as possible in order to continue completing tasks. So as soon as they agreed, they immediately started fighting. Only this massacre was not destined to last long, because Lu Ru immediately sensed that there was someone else here. A man dressed in a business suit with glasses walked up the stairs. He seemed to know these three entertainers, but he was still surprised that they were fighting against each other. Ram is also an assassin for Pompeii. He is currently under the doctor's supervision. Be that as it may, he believed that people of the same profession cannot conflict. But the guys were not happy with his appearance. Did Pompey really send him alone to this place? He was a self-confident person, and he did not question the fact that he could cope on his own. With pride, he decided to announce that he had just received news about the target, and invited his colleagues to take a look at it. There was silence. Everyone tried to understand what the catch was. Were they trying to deceive them? But they would not be able to escape this trap, because now they have become colleagues of Ram. And to be more precise, not just colleagues, but the doctor's subordinates, just like Ram. Our guys were still waiting for their butterflies to return to them. Harley was the first to see one of the butterflies returning to them. The whole crowd of insects flew after one butterfly. Instinctively, they immediately went to their master, Xiang, and the next moment they began to circle around themselves. One could only guess why they were doing this. But Harley knew about it, but it was difficult to explain. To put it simply, with the help of abstract graphics, butterflies convey to Xiang the location and information of each person inside the building. This doesn't happen often. It was generally surprising that butterflies were capable of this, and that Xiang even understood them. This is impossible for an ordinary person, but insect specialists can communicate with ordinary insects. Only the number of people in the world who understand insects as skillfully as Xiang does not exceed 20 people. Xiang himself did not really like what the butterflies saw and told their owner, and he thoughtfully looked after them, digesting this information. There were not too many people under hypnosis, which was already pleasing, but with their current situation, simply clearing ordinary soldiers would take several hours. Xiang ordered a batch of Japanese giant hornets. They could allow the area to be cleared. The only problem was that their poison took time to take effect, and there was very little time. These thoughts were interrupted by a very unpleasant and intrusive sound, as if it was some kind of sound attack. Mr. Doctor was checking the connection and was very worried that everyone would hear him. Harley recognized this voice. For some reason, it seemed very familiar to her. The doctor decided to kindly introduce himself as the head of the Hong Long Association. He also decided not to hide it, and admitted that he was behind the explosions in a Hong Kong hospital and in the port of Wan Chai. He also clarified that he was a target with a reward of 12 million. This man talked too much, which greatly irritated the professional killers. It seemed as if this doctor had gone completely off the rails out of boredom and loneliness. Harley quickly realized what was going on and ordered everyone to cover their ears and not listen to this man. If someone continues to listen to him, they will fall under hypnosis. In response to retaliation from the 4 main triads as well as the Hong Kong police, targeting a doctor after a hospital explosion, the doctor had carefully prepared for this moment to greet each of the professional killers. Mr. Doctor was very disappointed with the game of the killers. He hadn't survived a single decent assassination attempt in the last few hours. Many of the precautions he had prepared were in vain. Xiang was still not sure that one could fall under hypnosis just because of the voice and doubted it, asking for at least some explanation. But Harley was sure that the one who was speaking now was test subject 008. But why he wasn't in Hong Kong, Harley had no idea. And Mr. Doctor continued to chat rudely about nothing. But to be specific, he decided to make some sacrifices and lower the difficulty so that the killers could get to him. The guys decided not to take risks and nevertheless closed their ears, so that God forbid they would not succumb to hypnosis. And the doctor continued to say that from now on, all living people participate in the royal battle. Whoever remains last will be able to find him in the broadcast room. He will be here for the next 48 hours. As soon as the conversation ended, one could finally open one's ears. But the question remained, what did the doctor say? Fortunately, Xiang had amazing intelligence and managed to record everything on a voice recorder. All that remained was to convert the audio into text. The guys were surprised by the self-confidence of this gentleman doctor. Was he really sure that no one could kill him? But you definitely shouldn't underestimate him. The guy's plan is already based on the fact that the target needs physical contact for hypnosis, but test subject 008 does not follow this rule. The guys are probably the only ones who aren't hypnotized. In other words, it is likely that all the people here except these 4 have already started killing each other. But something didn't add up. A normal person wouldn't sacrifice his advantage to give assassins a chance to kill him. However, if it had been someone else, Harley wouldn't have understood it either. But 008 was just crazy. Guys should think seriously about any questions related to number 008. Well, let's say one could assume that the people who heard the broadcast would faithfully carry out the target's orders and start a royal battle in the building until only one survivor remained. However, as the game progresses, when only a few people remain, the likelihood of survivors running into each other will depend very much on luck. The meeting may not happen even after 2 to 3 hours. Then, if the security cameras are turned off, who can prove that survivor A is the winner? If you think like that, it turns out that no one. Therefore, when the number of survivors decreases to such an extent that it will be difficult to meet other survivors, those who think they've won should head to the broadcast room to claim their prize. But then another question arises, how can 008 be sure that the one who goes to the broadcast room to find him is the only survivor? The answer is again the same. No way, because the target doesn't care whether the one who goes to the broadcast room is the only survivor. Most likely, he wants to speed up the game and capture the strongest people in the building. All cards were revealed during Xiang's logical thinking. This was definitely part of the doctor's plan. He started a war with the four main triads to force the underworld to set an exorbitant bounty on him. A reward of 12 million Hong Kong dollars will attract all the top assassins from Asia. Having such a chance, the target can replenish his legion with hired assassins who have high combat abilities. But Xiang could not understand one thing. Why would a doctor with such a strong ability of complete hypnosis increase his combat power? Because his enemy is the Jingcheng family. This family and Cyber are the organizers of the Persona project. Even 008 can't stand up to them alone. Then the doctor's goal was clear. Building up combat power was to take revenge on the Jingchen family. But there were still some nuances that Xian did not understand. The doctor was happy to report over the phone that he had already caught several large fish, and everything was going according to plan. The day after tomorrow, he must meet with an ally. But noticing the long-awaited guest, the doctor hung up the phone in order to pay him attention. The doctor introduced himself and let him know that he was glad to meet him and asked to call him that. Doctor. Xiang remembered that this was not their first meeting, so he noted that the doctor's face had changed quite a bit. Last time he looked different. Without commenting on this, the doctor was more interested in what Xian knew. Xiang decided not to be modest and made it clear to the enemy that he knew everything, including the fact that he was an experimental subject of the project person number 008. The guys listened to every word Xiang said. Only Harley was literally seething with anger, because she asked Xiang not to mention anything about her because this crazy 008 is terribly vindictive. Harley gave quite a lot of information to Xiang. 008 was smart enough to put all the puzzles together and understand where he got this information from. Xian was still tormented by one thing and finally decided to ask about it. Why did the doctor pretend to be a psychiatrist? Is it really to get close to Xiang? Or because Xiang chose Hong Kong as his starting point? Why was the doctor afraid that Xiang would ruin his plans against the Jingcheng family? Did this mean that the doctor wanted to get rid of the hidden threat as quickly as possible? In fact, this was only part of the reason, but not the whole. What then could there be other reasons? The organizers are part of an alliance of 12 large organizations that have significant power and wealth. Cyber is one of the members of the alliance, as is the Jingchen family. For the experimental subjects of the project, the elimination of one of the organizers is quite possible, if only the experimental subjects strike first. But the worst thing about the organizers is that they can endlessly replace their strength. As long as half of the 12 members of the alliance are still alive, their activities will continue. Not a single person will refuse the offer to become part of them, even the Rothschilds. And this is where the problem arises. Even if the doctor destroys the Jingchen family and Xian destroys Cyber, the organizers will easily be able to find replacements for both of them. Moreover, in the future you will have to face the wrath of the organizers. But it was strange, isn't there any way to break through? There was a plan, but the doctor could not tell Xian it, since it concerned only him and the plans of his ally in Hong Kong. The reason why the doctor contacted Xian under the guise of a psychologist, it was like this. Firstly, by using his chip, the doctor made sure that Xian's plans did not concern Hong Long. And secondly, find out the path Xian will take. Well, which way Xian did not understand. And the answer to this question can only be given by number 041. Only this is not now, because now it's time for Shun to return, since the doctor has prepared a surprise for him in the lobby. Of course, Xian understood the command immediately and walked away. Test subject 082, who was on the 4th floor, was unable to convince 008 and his allies. 008 is not against the idea of launching an attack on the organizers because this will contribute to the success of the plans of 024, the guest told the doctor. After discussion, they decided to continue with their original plan of coming to Hong Kong and starting preparations against the alliance member of the Jichin family. 024 knew and warned the doctor that the Yichin family was the weakest among the 12 members of the secret alliance. The Jichin family's targeting is definitely not due to the fact that test subject 008 still has a deep dislike for them. Being a historian, the subject of the project, Person 024 carefully collected information and studied everything in detail. Such meticulousness to detail even bored the doctor. But the test subject continued. 082 also chose Hong Kong as a starting point, which could interfere with 024's plans against the Jichin family. And to ensure successful implementation, 008 decided to secretly establish contact with 082. A sign that test subjects are prone to developing severe mental illness due to chip abuse helped 008 quickly find 82. Under the guise of Mr. Chen, a famous psychologist, 008 patiently waited for his target. Since he changed his appearance before arriving in Hong Kong, the project scientist, Persona Kaiwen, did not recognize 008. Thus, 08 seconds successfully entered the game. Using a level A chip, psychologist 008 instilled an order for 082 to put aside his own plans regarding cyber and unconditionally cooperate with 0008's plans against the Jichin family. Until August 21st, everything was going well. 008 and his allies completed the first stage of the plan, reduced the influence of the Hong Kong triads, and gathered the best assassins in Asia. After tonight, 008 and his allies will once again go into hiding to wait for Jing Chun to start a territorial war against the four main triads of Hong Kong. Given that Subject 082 will continue his journey to Macau to accumulate wealth, power, and strength. In the presence of a witness, 024 confirmed that there were no omissions or interferences in this story. With the permission of historian 024, the doctor also confirmed that there were no omissions or interference in this story. With great difficulty, the historian finally exhaled. The process of assimilating the historian's chip was too tedious. Whenever they use it, they must go through this cumbersome and ancient ritual. But there's nothing you can do about it. While level A chips have frightening potential, they are also terribly dangerous for their hosts. If one is careless, the primary identity can be replaced by an identity established by someone else. But is it a good idea to let Xiang disappear like this? As the carrier of the killer chip, he can be quite useful. Yes, Xian still has great potential. But if he was tied up too early, the Hong Long would eventually be able to limit his development. In addition, he is a toy of 04 first. There was no need to offend the bearer of the KGB swallow chip just because of the killer chip. When Xian just came down, the incredulous gazes of his comrades fell on him. Well, he didn't want to stand for a long time, so he immediately offered to go down to the first floor to pick up the prize. But Harley wasn't going to let him go just like that. She probably noticed something suspicious. The girl was sure that the guy was under hypnosis, so she asked him to change his chip. But Xian did not understand the meaning of this procedure. This precaution seemed to completely offend him. But it was just a simple procedure. Besides, he wouldn't have any reason to refuse it, right? The girl's meticulousness and distrust were very annoying, and yet the guy obeyed and literally tore the chip out of her hands. And then, in front of everyone, he put a new chip inside himself so that the guys would have no doubts about it. This procedure was disgusting and very painful, but nothing could be done. It was necessary to change the chip. Having somehow endured these sufferings, Xian still came to his senses, although slight tremors still slid through his body. Before going somewhere, Harley asked to read his conversation with 008. Seeing this conversation and paying special attention to the ending phrases, Xian finally understood what it was. But his desire to go to the first floor and pick up his prize did not change. He again suggested this to the guys. The guys thought he was completely crazy. This prize was probably a trap. But Jun said the opposite. He was sure that this was not a trap. But if not a trap, then what? Most likely Xiang's reward. The guys could not disobey their leader and followed him extremely carefully, still trembling with fear and the possible threat. Is Harley sure that her brother is okay? Liu Fakai had already offered to tie up Xian and let a psychologist examine him. Only Liu Fakai did not take into account one thing. Xian had excellent hearing and heard everything. In this case, Liu can stay and Xian will go alone, and if such chatter continues. The early leader of the mercenaries, the Wolf of North Vietnam, now the sergeant of the experimental project person 008, stood at the lobby as if waiting for the winner. Is this sergeant really their prize or perhaps the corpse next to him? The guys immediately noticed that this corpse looked too familiar. Is it really their prize? Xian was not going to wait for the guys to get ready and crawl out from under the cover and immediately went out in the direction of the sergeant. He really wanted to get his prize. The wolf, thinking that it was the enemy, immediately took out a knife in order to protect himself. But Xian had no intention of attacking and made it clear that he had come for his prize. Glancing displeasedly, it seemed as if he was ready to incinerate Xian with his gaze, but it was necessary for the wolf to carry out the order. The guys were right. Their prize is this man. The doctor left instructions to the sergeant that Xian could pick him up and claim a reward for him. The TV in one of the cafes was noisy with the news. It was reported that at the moment the SDU has been in the building for more than 12 hours. There have been rumors that the Honglong Association is not as simple as it seems, but what exactly? The interlocutor could have assumed that the association leader Honglong did not intend to develop the triad's business. Apparently, he chose them only to achieve a certain goal. First, he started a war with the 4 main triads. After that, he organized a terrorist attack right under the nose of the Hong Kong government. Logically speaking, there is no way that the association leader will be able to escape unscathed after committing such crazy acts. But until then, the interlocutor could not understand how he would be able to escape. The news continued to report that the SDA had found and killed the organizer of the terrorist attack who was hiding in the building. Was the leader of the Honglong Association really killed? No one watching the news could believe it. But further evidence that the leader was killed were rewards posted on the darknet, which had already been deleted. Xiao Lao received a notification on his phone that the order had been completed. All he had to do was confirm. The head of the 4 largest Hong Kong companies, as well as the leader of the elite association, confirmed this order. The wife of the leader of the port association, Madame Chang, was also distracted from her work. She shouldn't have called her about such trifles but simply transferred the money to the person who completed the order. The man who killed Ah Wang fell silent forever. But who did it? Lu Ruyi? Even the heads of the largest companies in Hong Kong did not know who did it. They knew that some unknown guy did it. Zheng Dui, leader of the Righteous Club of Hong Kong, also wanted to thank the murderer of the head of Hong Long and asked to contact this person and transfer money to him as soon as possible. The Korean was now ranked 9th among the best killers on the darknet. He was shocked and surprised, and his comrade was happy for him. The guys were also glad that this day was over, and now they could go to their home and relax. After the Korean returns, he must clearly explain everything to his manager, that he will not take less. Now he was 9th on the list of the best, which means he deserves the best awards. The driver and the Korean left, but Harley was still worried about Xian. But there was no need to worry about him. He just couldn't understand some things, and he needed to collect his thoughts. After making sure that her friend was okay, Harley decided to go to bed. Today would be a very difficult day and she needed to rest, just like him. Xian was fooled, but it was everyone's fault and also the doctor's trick because they were careless. But everything was in order. In addition, he managed to obtain 2 important pieces of information about 008. The next time their paths cross, the guys won't be so easy to manipulate. But what is Xiang's plan then? Stay in Hong Kong to watch the battle of 008 and his allies against the Jichin family? Or Xian decided to continue with the original plan to head to Macau and infiltrate the lowest level of power. But what about Shanzhou Hall? Is it okay to leave everything as is? As a member of the Hong Kong Triad, they would definitely be drawn into the war between 08 and Jichin. However, with the Korean defense, everything should be fine with them in the near future. Under the protection of the number 9 killer in Asia, no one will dare to attack. Now it became clear why Xian gave most of the rating points to the Korean. A new day, new plans, and a new meeting, which was held by Xiang as usual. Everyone should gather their thoughts and immerse themselves in the story. Xian's thoughts. Only Harley had no time for this. She just reached a new level in the game. Why this meeting at all? Only the commander is a serious person and will not allow anyone to show disrespect towards him. And once again, why Kuihua plays on the phone. Then Xian will have to pick it up. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that Kuihua means jade flower. Everything Xian does is purely loving. But it was necessary not to be distracted and finally get down to business. Xian wondered if anyone present in the group of gamblers had heard. Of all those present, only Harley had heard about the group of gamblers. It was surprising that no one else had heard of them. Just being ignored like this really irritated Harley. She raised her hand. Why didn't anyone ask her anything? But it seems Blizzard got involved in the work and realized that we were talking about those gamblers about whom the myth of Monaco originated. But it seems that this was not a myth at all. A group of gamblers really exists. Liu Fakai had to interrupt his boss because he understood absolutely nothing. He didn't even understand what group of gamblers he was talking about. Then why doesn't the boss explain everything from the very beginning? Then Xiang decided to explain everything from the very beginning, starting with Las Vegas. There are two other places in this area that have the same reputation as Las Vegas. One of them is Macau, and the other is Monte Carlo and Monaco. The group of gamblers that was mentioned earlier originated from Monaco. In 1856, the Principality of Monaco did not have sufficient income to increase government revenues. The King of Monaco decided to collaborate with Maurice Brown, a casino owner who had been expelled from Hamburg to build a casino in Monte Carlo. As the executor of the plan, Maurice Brown gained significant power. With the permission of the king, he introduced rules at the Monte Carlo casino to protect the benefits of the casino and its players. To ensure that both sides adhered to the rules, Maurice Brown made a bold attempt. He gathered all the famous gamblers of Monaco, created a gambling parliament, and convincingly asked members of parliament to control the Monte Carlo casino, as well as punish rule breakers. This bold attempt paid off, and the Monte Carlo casino quickly expanded to become the largest and most established casino in Europe. Although the gambling parliament was gradually forgotten over time, but he didn't disappear completely. This means that the group of gamblers that Xian mentioned earlier is the original gambling parliament. After hundreds of years of development, the influence of a group of gamblers has spread throughout the world and is no longer limited to Europe. Las Vegas and Macau, they are currently under surveillance by a group of gamblers. If the group of gamblers that Xian was talking about were truly capable of great things, they wouldn't be happy with sitting on the sidelines of the gaming table as a referee, would they? In fact, this is true. In addition to supervising the players and the casino, they began to organize special games. Only group members can participate. The stakes are not limited to money. You can place abstract resources or promises. For example, political changes in Eastern Europe, future trends in world oil prices, and so on. Simply put, people from the gamblers group are either rich or very powerful. Gamblers are billionaires and the political elite. Only big shots with wealth, power have the right to become an official member of a group of gamblers. So Xian's goal is to mingle with them and gain the resources or promises of these bigwigs by playing the game? This is an absolutely correct conclusion. But Xian also mentioned that these special games are only for group members. How will the guys be able to join the group of gamblers? In fact, this is impossible. Only people who are recognized by the gamblers group can become official members. There are no other ways. Xian, as far as Liu Fakai knew, was not even a member of this group. Then how is this plan supposed to work? But the plan was still in effect. In addition to official participants, there is another special way for gamblers. There are so many ways to cheat. Even a group of gamblers is not able to collect and use them all. There are bound to be some at the gaming table who will slip through and win significant profits using extraordinary card techniques such as cheating or the art of deception. A special game is designed for these experienced cheaters who always win. When a group of gamblers determines that this man has gambling skills that far exceed the average person, they invite him to take part in a special game that he cannot refuse. But these people have nothing to offer that would interest the official members. Besides, normal people wouldn't want to play with these cunning scammers. Only a colleague objected to these thoughts of Liu Fakai. In her opinion, something didn't add up here, because it was just the opposite. For these bigwigs, these scammers are the ones who have true value and therefore they are highly valued. No matter how much they train, the big shots who currently occupy the top ranks are unable to break the 80-point barrier that is the professional level. Players who can attract the attention of a group of gamblers must be at the level of a world champion, no less. Pay a small price. They can invite a gambling expert to replace them at the gambling table. Only an idiot would refuse such a good deal. In a special game played by a group of gamblers, players with a high win rate will be very popular and in demand. In other words, if the guys can show excellent gambling skills in Macau, then they will definitely receive an invitation from a group of gamblers. The Korean was to stay in the city and help run hell in Shanzhou. During Xian's absence, a major event may happen in the Hong Kong underworld in the coming days. No matter what, you can't get involved in it. Caven stayed with Blizzard while Madame Ko helped find 7 actors with superior card-playing skills to take part in the Macau, Texas competition. The first thing the guys did when they arrived in Macau was to go to the hotel. Adu has already booked rooms for them. After registration, they can do whatever they want. The 3 of them ended up in Macau. The rest of the company ran in Hong Kong under Xian's trust. During registration, the administrator asked how many guests wanted to stay at the hotel. Xian had to clarify that the rooms had already been booked. All that remained was to go through the registration procedure. All 3 settled on floor K in the 4th room. The room was quite large and spacious. There should be enough space for all 3. Note that this is only a living room. The exquisite interior with elements of expensive fabrics and decorative pillows creates an atmosphere of luxury and sophistication. The harmony of colors and textures makes the living room a place where it is pleasant to spend time in company. Now the guys can go and enjoy their free time, but in the evening they need to come back and go with Xian to the J area. Everyone agreed at once and agreed to meet at the appointed time in the same place. There were a lot of people in this place. It seemed like there were at least several thousand people here. This is because Zone J is a public casino open to tourists. The maximum bet is limited to $500, so anyone can come here and play. It was surprising that there were other zones. But of course, for billionaires and celebrities, Zone J is too noisy. They prefer to go to Zones Q or K, where there are fewer people. But there are no restrictions on maximum bets. Some people could squander billions of dollars worth of assets within 2 hours. San knew a lot about this casino, but had never been here. Unless he met Suiha, he often traveled to Las Vegas and Atlantic City to play blackjack. Noticing Harley, the guys immediately headed towards her. It was surprising that even the casino had this stuffed tiger. The toy machines in the Las Vegas casinos also had this tiger, as far as Xian remembered. It is said that those who caught it in 10 attempts won a lot of money in the casino. And now the players call him Lucky Tiger. Harley was eager to catch this tiger and asked Xian for money. Only the guy was skeptical, because even in 200 attempts she would not be able to get him. After all, he himself tried it once that year. 15 minutes later, nothing had changed. Harley began her attempts to get the tiger. This usually takes about 2 or 3 hours. Realizing that they were here for a long time, Xian hurried to hide under the pretext of going to the toilet. Liu Fakai also suddenly needed to go to the restroom. Xian paid special attention to the table where games were already being played and even paused to look longer. What's the matter? Did Xian really see something suspicious? But to be more precise, he saw something interesting, namely this girl. Did Xian really know this girl, or was she special? In fact, Liu Fakai guessed right. She was both special and familiar to Xian. Xian sent Liu Fakai to go play somewhere. There were 100,000 points on the card. He could play as he wanted. The main thing for Xian is not to be distracted and to be allowed to meet this girl in person. Snatching the card from his hands, Liu Fakai immediately went to complete the task. Apparently, he was interested in playing. Somehow, making his way through the crowd and shoving onlookers, Xian finally made it to the table and could watch everything from the front rows. Seeing a successful layout of cards, some Japanese player was already going all in. This Japanese guy might have had a jack, king, or double ace, since he dealt all in so confidently. 2 ladies. It is not surprising that this player did not answer for a long time. The reason he didn't call even though he had a full house was probably because he was afraid that the Japanese who went all in had 4 kings or a royal flush. Ignoring the game on the part of the girl greatly irritated the Japanese. She didn't respond to his moves, so why did she spend it? Suddenly she replied that she was also going all in. This made the man even more angry. He did not expect that anyone besides him would go all in. Perhaps even now his plans for victory will deteriorate. But she had to keep her face and look confident. The Japanese laid out 2 aces in front of her and emphasized that she did not believe that her cards were a jack and a king. Alas, she really did have a king and a jack. It was a royal flush against 4 aces. The Japanese ended up leaving with nothing, although he was confident of his victory. Xian didn't seem to expect a different outcome. He knew that this girl would win. He looked at her for a long time and waited for her to pay attention to him. Finally it happened. A silent scene hung. As soon as the chance came, Xian invited the girl to chat. Xian preferred to get ice water for himself at the bar. The girl was still waiting for her order to be brought. Barbara is the second WSOP gold bracelet winner, as well as a professional poker player and poker friend of Xian's. Mostly, Xian was interested in what made her come to Macau and become a cleaner. Let me clarify that a cleaner is a professional player who cooperates with the casino to eliminate cheating old players. Texas Hold'em is more interesting here. That's why Barbara is here. She couldn't help but notice that Xian had changed a lot since the last time they saw each other, which was 3 months ago. The unfriendly atmosphere he had is no longer there. If someone experienced betrayal, kidnapping, suicide, and was forced to give up their hard-earned empire in a month, they would probably change a lot. Barbara immediately assumed that Rod had done it, but before answering, Xian asked not to tell anyone about his appearance in Macau. Before his chances were good enough to go all in on revenge, Xian didn't want Rod to know that he was alive. Did this mean that the guy came to Macau to seek help from members of parliament? It was sad, but true, and Xian did not hide it from Barbara. Their conversation was interrupted by Harley. With that same tiger in her hands, she did not search for her dear Xiang for long. Xian was called by his companion, so he was forced to leave Barbara and say goodbye to her so suddenly. It was clear that Barbara was happy about this meeting and how much Xian had changed. The first thing Harley asked was where the driver had gone, and the driver must play somewhere. However, they didn't have to look for Liu Fakai for long. He was sitting at the table and playing cards with Might and Main. Delighted, Harley hurried to find out how much money the driver had won. But in fact, he lost everything, which was obvious to Xiang. Liu Fakai was 1 step away from victory, but at one point he lost everything. Why he was so unlucky, only heaven knew. Xian decided to demonstrate his knowledge and clarified about Hold'em. Regular Texas Hold'em or 6+ Hold'em? Only the guy didn't know this at all and didn't even understand what Xian was talking about. The guys were amazed. This person did not clarify the rules and made a bet. Of course he will lose. However, the main thing is that Xian did not even count on any victory. But he was still very upset that Liu lost so much money. 10 minutes later, Xian began to explain the rules. According to the rules of 6+ Hold'em, cards 2 and 5 are removed. Flash is even more difficult to assemble. If a person plays it like you are a regular Texas Hold'em, then he will definitely lose money. Liu Fakai wrote down every rule and listened to every word Xian said so as not to miss anything important. It was the first time Harley had seen Liu so attentive and hard-working. Was he really the driver? Xian continued to teach this lesson on gambling. Harley still didn't listen. Where did their driver go? Xiang was very annoyed when they didn't listen to him. A little more and he would stop teaching these two. After all, when they are fooling around, there is no point in telling anything. Therefore, Xian sent the culprit of the disrupted lesson outside the doors so that she would no longer disturb them. After 1 hour of lecture, Xian finally explained all the basic rules and key points. To make sure that the driver remembered everything, Xian asked so. But in her joy, Harley could not resist and answered instead that she remembered everything perfectly. The girl changed her profession to driver? Liu Fakai basically remembered everything, but he definitely needed to play a few more rounds to learn the card combinations and winning chances. Xian was giving these two half a month to deal with the 6+ cold weather before the Macau WSOP began. Every day, Xian will give everyone 100,000 chips. Harley was overjoyed. Can she really do whatever she wants with these chips? Alas, he can't. They can only play 6+ Hold'em. All other expenses will be deducted from their reward. Harley was not shy and cursed, saying that Xiang is greedy. But he could no longer listen to her swearing as the phone rang him. Madame Ko gathered all the people Xian wanted. Should she send them right now? There is no need right now. And the main thing is to send them in groups. If they all get together, they will attract unnecessary attention. Very soon, Madame Ko will send Xian the resumes of all the people. And 3 days later, she and these actors will go to Macau. From the loud sounds of the slot machines to the exciting card game tables, every corner is filled with energy and excitement. Here you can see a variety of people. from professional players focused on strategies to those who are simply looking for luck and fun. Harley was getting into the excitement of 6+ Hold'em and was raising her bets by 10,000 right now. Liu Fakai also did not lag behind and now felt much more confident than the first time he had to play a game of chance. Barbara talked with Xian. She was pleasantly surprised by Xian's new friends. I wonder what Barbara thought of them. To appreciate her new friends, Barbara took a closer look and saw Harley, just at the moment when she was winning this game. In fact, if it was past Xian, Barbara would never have thought that he would become friends with the likes of them. What can you do? People still change and Xiang is no exception. Such a glow up and in just 3 months. Out of old friendship, Barbara decided to share some information with Xian. There are 2 participants who will be at the Macau WSOP that you should definitely watch out for. These were 2 men. The one on the left was An Zucker, 27 years old. He is a professional poker player who specializes in reading and bluffing. The man on the right is Phantom Hand and is 63 years old. He is a master of the street and excels in the art of changing cards. To this day, no one knows how he changes cards at the gaming table. If Xian wants to approach the MPs as a player, they will be his biggest opponents in Macau. Xian thanked the girl, but she beat him to it, because there was no need for gratitude. Isn't it a law of nature to lend a helping hand to a friend when he's in trouble? The guys had already finished, and Harley called her beloved to go. At this point, they were forced to say goodbye to Barbara, but they would definitely see each other again. Having reached your room, it was time to report to Xian for the chips and who won how much. Harley was proud of herself because she won 300,000. However, Xiang was also proud of her. It was really well played. Now it's the driver's turn, but judging by how worried he is, I don't think there's anything good here. Upon learning that this man had lost half of his points, Xiang literally choked and jumped out the entire drink onto the floor. Xiang taught him to play yesterday, but Liu Fakai still lost a lot of points and at the same time blamed the fact that someone with great luck was sitting at his table. 3 days later, extras arrived at Louise Cameau's park. The guys were definitely happy with how they looked. Madame Ko and her killer actors were completely different. No one would suspect that they were all together. Since everyone had gathered, Xiang hurried to explain the next plan of action. His goal is to win the Macau WSOP, No Limit Hold'em. The qualifying matches consisted of 5 rounds. In each round, Xiang would give each person $3,000 for the buy-in. When one of them wins at Giant, the reward system will be triggered. In addition to the predetermined reward, prize money will be divided based on individual contributions. Harley had already joked with the driver that it was better for him not to participate in the qualifying matches. In other words, the more of their people make it through the finals, the more money they can split among themselves. One of the actors had a question. If there is only one person left who can get to the finals and he refuses to participate, thereby helping his friend get to the finals, how will the money be divided? The answer was simple. Any person's share will depend on how many chips he has in his hands. If there were no questions, then Xian would draw up an agreement based on what he said earlier. No one had any questions. The first qualifying round of the Giant tournament has arrived. In total, almost 5,000 people took part in this tournament. Xiang was already playing with all his might at the 78th table. He started with $3,000, and now he has $8,000. No wonder he feels so confident now. Harley did not lag behind, and even on the contrary, exceeded her teacher. She also started with $3,000, and now she had $12,600. The only one who was not doing very well was the driver. He now had $450 out of $3,000 in his account. Apparently gambling is not his thing. So Xiang at table 78 advances to the second round. During this time, he collected $42,000. The driver got completely angry and went crazy, now demanding an additional 3,000 chips. However, Xiang did not look particularly surprised. He assumed such an outcome. Liu Fakai was sure that something was definitely wrong with the big bind that was sitting at his table. Every time he went all in, this man guessed the driver's cards. One could assume that this person is good at reading cards, but he can't constantly and 100% guess which cards the driver or another person has. If it were another person, this would be impossible. It's just that the driver is so lousy at hiding his emotions that he can easily be read, and there is no point in looking for an excuse for this. Liu Fakai, in Harley's opinion, was just a noob. Meanwhile, Barbara has already written to Xian, saying that she found out that the ghostly hand is not participating in the tournament, but Den Zucker is participating. In the finals, guys have to watch out for his ability to read cards and bluff. 7 days later, the second qualifying round of the tournament began, with 4,000 fewer participants. Xiang was very unlucky because in the second round he faced the best player, Dan Zucker. And just like that, the small blind won. In Texas Hold'em, the player sitting first to the banker's left is the small blind, and the player sitting second to the banker's left is the big blind. The matter was bad because Xiang could not defeat such an opponent using ordinary methods. He could only use the backup option. And in this situation, a bee came to his aid. She will have to tell Xian what cards Zucker has. Xian again used the chip, the identity of the killer John Chris, and the second identity of the entomologist Jean-Henri. And if this use continues, Xiang may turn into a psychological monster. But isn't that good? Then individuals can be reborn in another way. Xiang was already on his way to promotion. His chance of winning stood at a whopping 96%, and the number of chips even increased. Zen had more chips, but his chance of winning was only 4%. Although Xiang wanted to be honest and fair with the professional player, he left him no choice. Zen Zucker's ability to read cards is too strong. In response, Xiang can only use this small trick. It seemed as if Xiang's victory was already destined, but not everything is so simple. It's not for nothing that Zen is called a professional player. Their game went on for a long time, and I had to admit that 2 of these participants advanced to the 3rd round. Xiang was dissatisfied that he was unable to eliminate such a strong player, but he managed to increase the level of his points to 200,000, while his opponent lost almost all his chips. Barbara and Xiang met again at the bar. The girl was surprised that the guy managed to defeat Zen Zucker, but he considered it only luck. Things weren't going well for Barbara because the ghostly hand is still in the tournament. Barbara could only hope that she would only get caught with him in the later rounds. Phantom Hand was absolutely good at his job. Even Barbara couldn't completely understand his playing style. Many players believed that he was cheating, but so far no one can prove it. In any case, Barbara wanted Xiang to be careful if he played against a ghost hand in the future. Using conventional card-reading techniques will have the opposite effect on him. Before the guy had time to enter his room, Harley flew at him, as if she had been waiting for him for a whole year and was bored. Liu Fakai said that there were no eliminations today, and all 10 qualified for the next tournament, but 2 people were almost out of chips. But it was no big deal. If they were seated at the same table as Xian in the next round, he would be happy to lose some chips to them. The more comrades who qualify for the main tournament, the higher the chances of winning. This time Xian was much luckier, because this time he was playing with his friend. Ah Fang immediately suggested removing all opponents first and then dividing the chips. Having read the lips of what Ah Fang said, Xiang naturally agreed and responded in the same way as his comrade. Let's see what's happening at the same time in Nagoya. The Yoshinari clan was talking among themselves about the latest events that had happened, or rather the showdown between the Hong Kong triads. The 4 main triads were destroyed by a small group of unknown people. Tobitake Masato almost died laughing from this news. In recent years, the strength of the triads in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan has declined significantly. As far as was known, the head had gathered his wards to discuss the second turf war with the Hong Kong triads. The head of the Yoshinara Grains was the most important member of the secret organization of the Zodiac, as well as the emperor of the underworld, United Japanese Yakuza, and now the head of the Yoshinara clan. Everyone guessed what he wanted to say, and he knew about it, so he didn't waste words. Of course he proposed to arrange something grandiose. Of course Yoshinara wanted to start a turf war with the Hong Kong triads again. Back at the casino, Ah Fang and Xiang have already qualified for the 4th qualifying round. Xiang started with 200,000 points and rose to 500,000. Of course he was happy to work with his comrade, as was he. It was an enjoyable game. Suddenly, he remembered Harley. In theory, she should have finished too. But these thoughts were interrupted by Den Zucker looming over him. The player assumed that Xian must have used a cheating technique when playing with him. Only these accusations were absolutely unproven, and Xian could easily sue him for such slander. Dan could assume that Xiang had mastered some kind of technique to quickly identify his opponent's cards. Otherwise, he would not have brazenly shared chips with his friend. Of course, Xiang pretended not to understand anything and smiled the stupidest smile. There are still 3 rounds left before the final. Den promised that he will definitely expose Xiang's cheating. The player literally wished that the reason for Xiang's defeat would be to reveal his trump card prematurely. Well, then Xiang will be looking forward to it. At the end of the tournament, Xiang shared the past events with his friend. He was seriously surprised that this player wanted to solve Xian's trick in the next qualifying matches. In theory, this should be unlikely, but it will be an uphill battle if Den finds out that Xiang is using insects to cheat. Then maybe Liu Fakai should deal with this professional player tonight? Den was responsible for his words and stared at the laptop, watching the last match, in order to finally unravel the mystery of Xiang's cheating. In the end, being attentive, he noticed the bee that revealed all of Dan's cards. The 4th round has arrived, and there are fewer and fewer participants left, 204 people. If Xiang continues to stall for time, history may repeat itself again, and Dan will finish before him and come to watch Xiang play. Perhaps his plan is to closely observe Xiang's games and try to figure out his trick in the next 3 qualifying rounds. But Xiang will not let him have his way. Dan Zucker has advanced to the 5th qualifying round. At the moment, he has as many as 700,000 chips. He had already turned around and wanted to leave the table, probably to watch Xian's game, but he was ahead of him and was already near him. But that wasn't a problem, because there were still 2 rounds left. Dan had time to watch the game. 1 hour later, the trio met in a cafe. Now Xian had a full-scale confrontation with Dan Zucker, which was inappropriate. The guy just couldn't understand why he was furious and constantly picking on Xian. Harley could guess that perhaps he had fallen for the scammer before, and now that he had encountered Xian, he hated him for it. Some girl's hands were photographing our trio, and then the girl sent this photo to the customer, as well as the geolocation of the person the customer was looking for. Of course she got paid for it. Only Xian is not so easy to fool. The guy immediately realized that someone had just secretly photographed them. Harley immediately understood what was happening and who it was. The girl who sits in the corner and plays on the phone. And what about Liu Fakai? It was very difficult for him to understand what was happening. But who will take care of this girl? Of course, Harley. She really liked such things. She asked the boys to return to the hotel without her and not to worry about her. A stranger, or rather experimental projects person 070, who is a detective, transferred money to the girl. He was not surprised that he could not find the guys in Hong Kong because they were in Macau. The girl, satisfied that she had received her money, was already walking away from the cafe. She didn't even have a second thought that she was being followed. Xian was already in his room and talking with Blizzard. She informed him that the Yoshinara clan had noticeably accelerated the destruction of the remnants of the Fujizaki Gumi and Tahakashi Kai in just a couple of weeks. Yoshinara Zeren was visibly losing patience. Next month, he will probably start a turf war with the Hong Kong triads. Recently, negotiations were held between the 4 main triads to reorganize the Hong Kong triads in order to jointly confront a serious enemy. This meant that the war between the Yoshinara clan and the 4 triads would begin soon. Then, Hell should try to delay the unification of Shanzhou Hall and the 4 main triads. And Blizzard must continue to monitor Yoshinara's treasure and inform Xian when the war begins. Meanwhile, Harley has already flown into the room. She completed her task quite quickly. Spying is a real job for her. Harley seems to be made for espionage. It turns out that this girl took pictures of them because someone created wanted ads for them on the darknet. One could assume that some experimental subjects were apparently looking for them. Because the organizers definitely wouldn't do that, it's not their style. The day arrived for the 5th qualifying round in Macau, with only 96 participants remaining. Starting from this round, the chances of encountering Den will increase significantly. Madame Ko was very lucky because there were no strong players at her table, which means it won't be difficult to qualify for the main tournament. The actors were lucky. The organizers seated them all at one table. But nothing could be done about it. Unless you first eliminate competitors, and then fight to determine the strongest of them. Whoever wins will be able to advance to the next round with all the chips. Participant Harley qualified for the main tournament. Xiang must have finished too, the girl thought. Xiang actually finished the game and met with Dan, who claimed to have figured out Xiang's trick. The trick was the bees, is not it so? Xiang almost died laughing. He was not going to give away his secret and pretended that it was complete nonsense. And Dan went crazy because he plays a lot of poker. Dan felt very embarrassed, because really, if you think about it from the outside, his version looked very strange. Who would believe him with such a ridiculous story? However, he no longer believed himself. Meanwhile, 3 test subjects gathered in Havana, Macau to search for chips. The chips they needed were in the hands of 082. How would they negotiate? One of the options is an equal exchange. Test subjects can be useful for 082, but since he's a smart guy, he won't make enemies out of them. 4 people, including Harley and Jian, qualified for the main tournament, which means they made up 1/8 of the participants who even qualified. Liu Fakai still didn't understand. Their reason for coming to Macau was to show off their gambling skills and get invited to the gamblers group. Then why do they need so much trouble? Why not just rely on the B-card reading technique and create a buzz in the casino to attract the attention of a group of gamblers? Creating a buzz can certainly quickly attract the attention of a group of gamblers, and if they are lucky, they may even receive offers from a few important people. The only problem is that there are other important things at stake. Becoming the center of attention has its price. Your every move will be on display for everyone to see. Your body language, character, favorite phrases, and the like will be repeatedly analyzed by enemies in the shadows. Over time, your enemies will begin to understand you better, even better than you understand yourself. Don't underestimate the determination of your enemies. To stay in this world, they have already paid a price that ordinary people would not pay for. Players who strive to win can no longer be called human. They are slaves of victory, apostles who cast aside their humanity. Compared to them, Dan Zucker is just a famous poker player. Before receiving an invitation from a group of gamblers, Xiang did not want to be the talk of the town and expose himself to everyone's attention. Meanwhile, Harley was actively corresponding with the detective, who asked her where they were now. And to everyone's surprise, she even sent them the geolocation of the Lisbon hotel to Avenida de Lisbon. The test subjects immediately arrived at the appointed place, where Harley already met them. Only the detective had a question: where is 082? Why did she show up alone? Meanwhile, the guy was at the hotel and talking with his comrades. After all, the tournament will have 6 poker tables with 8 players per table, for a total of 48 players. Of this number, only 8 players will be able to reach the finals and share the prize fund. In addition, the number of tables in the tournament is less than the number of people who will make it to the finals. Taking advantage of this rule, the allies sat down at the same table, can work together to eliminate opponents. After the winners of other tables are determined, you need to play slowly to wait for automatic passage to the finals. As long as the guys take half the places in the finals, one of them will definitely be the winner of the tournament. Meanwhile, all the test subjects gathered in a cafe nearby. The detective did not waste time and was interested in where Harley, whose real name is Maria Butina, had level A chips. The girl had no intention of telling the truth, dodging the question under the pretext that the chips have serious side effects, so she stays away from them. Harley knew about the side effects of level A chips, but 082 did not. Although he is the one obsessed with revenge, he must be interested in them. But if so, wouldn't a historian or an undertaker be more suspicious? They always collected something and never gave up anything that came their way. Only it was definitely not them. When they left the cage with the Undertaker, they had already taken the level A chips. The only people who left the prison before them were Harley, 082, Thunder, Hannibal, Scarface, and Dominic. The detective had already questioned everyone else, only Harley and 082 remained. At this moment the bell rang. Xian Yu. He was tired from teaching his students, but he listened carefully to the girl. If the meeting was over, then the guy should go down to the lobby now and pick up Harley. They discussed this plan a few days ago. Harley guessed that the test subjects who were looking for them definitely didn't want to join them, but were probably looking for chips. But have they really found a solution to suppress the side effects? Solutions were always available. The easiest one is to find their chips, But this does not eliminate the main problem: split personality. The chip was made by Dr. Hemingway from the memories of the test subject who owned the chip. The use of this chip suppresses other personalities that are born from the excessive use of the chips. If they are so important, why didn't 08 and his allies demand the chips from them? The reason was that they don't use this method for suppression, so they don't need them. Therefore, Harley must establish relationships with these test subjects. When they arrive in Macau, the girl is in charge of welcoming them. If necessary, she can inform them of her location. But first, you need to find out what they want. Quite quickly, Xiang arrived at the appointed place, where Harley shouted at him to go faster. Seeing a company of 3 people, Xiang was surprised because he expected there to be more people. But these were just stupid questions. Xiang sat uncomfortably next to his beloved friend, who had to be moved closer to another experimental subject. Before starting negotiations, Xiang wanted to ask one question: are guys more willing to deal or demand? In essence, the subjects are more inclined to make a deal, but if they cannot reach an agreement, they are ready to commit a robbery. The test subject's chips are suitable for Xian, so he won't lose anything if he exchanges them. The chips were of the following types: wrestler, artist, appraiser. In order to take these chips from Xian, 3 test subjects are willing to work for him for the next year. This was definitely a very lucrative deal, and Xian certainly couldn't miss this opportunity. Therefore, the transaction was successfully completed. Today's main poker tournament will be commentated by Yuan Lao Lu and special guest Xing Ji. Many experienced players participated in this tournament. For example, the Finnish player Den Zucker, who had previously earned about $10 million in many major competitions. There are rumors that many players chose to participate in the marathon to avoid Dan Zucker. But there is also a counterweight, a dark horse that made its debut in the giant qualifying matches and won a huge amount of chips from Dan Zucker himself. The subjects carefully watched the main tournament on TV. The game was about to begin. Mr. Dark Horse now had 6 and 4 million chips, so it could be judged that he was easily winning the qualifying matches. Most likely, he has the largest number of chips among the participants who qualified for the tournament. There were also 3 people in this game, with a pot of 320,000 Hong Kong dollars. At the moment, the player Ben had the best chance of winning. Ben decided to up the ante to $800,000. Will the player answer Xiang? Of course he answered. There was no doubt about it. Singaporean player Lu Mingsheng also took up the challenge and responded. Their bank has increased to 1,200,000. Liu Fakai was surprised by Xian's actions because he saw the cards. So why did he decide to answer if the chances of winning were low? The organizers of this tournament will broadcast the entire game live. If Xiang puts B's behind all his opponents, then they will be able to expose him. Taking risks is becoming more and more difficult. Losing chips is inevitable if there are more than 3 or 4 participants. The game was over for Liu Mingsheng. But what will the other players do? Xiang has already seen that Ben has a jack of spades and a jack of clubs. In the current round, including all 3, the guys decided to skip the current round of bidding. Ben decided to raise the bets to 60, but Xiang ignored and folded, angering his opponent. But in the end, 2 hours later, he emerged victorious from this table. Xiang passed the finals. Xiang became unexpectedly serious in the second half of the game and even beat Finnish player Ben as if he already knew the cards. Every spectator who did not know Xian was surprised at his performance. Liu Fakai literally jumped with happiness that Xian managed to make it to the finals. The subjects already thought that this man had gone crazy, but the detective advised them to simply ignore him. Xian can be said to be lucky because in this game, the only experienced opponents were Ben and Liu Mingsheng. Looks like Xian will have to reveal even more tricks. And the other personality of the chip was already hanging over him. 8 participants will take part in tomorrow's final. Dan wanted to meet with someone about tomorrow's final and suggested meeting at the bar in Zone J. That same hour, he met with Lue, a professional poker player. Dan Zucker wondered if Lue could contact Pua and Patgorsky, the other professional poker players who had made it to the finals. Xiang, a newcomer who has high skill, his skills can easily match Deng's skills. It just takes him too long to warm up. In the first half of the game, the performance was lower than usual. But if Dan says that Xiang is a cheater and the fluctuations in his performance are caused by the increased difficulty of using his trick under the close attention of the audience. What will Lue think of this? Lue found it hard to believe, but he knew that Den never joked about this topic. Therefore, Deng immediately proposed to work together in the first half of the game to eliminate Xian. Meanwhile, Xiang shared secret gestures that the guys will use in the finals to understand each other. Even though they took half the place in the final, they must not let their guard down. Because all the competitors in the final are professional players. If Xiang is a little careless, then no one will miss this opportunity to trip him up. The other 4 players also did not lag behind and gathered in one room to discuss Den's exciting topic. But professional players did not appreciate his excitement about this. They understood that they were professionals and Xiang was a beginner. Dan really seems to be deteriorating. That's what they thought about his proposal to unite. Ben, Lu Mingxin, had already lost, and if they thought that Xiang was just a talented newcomer, then Dan could only wish them good luck in the finals. So how is Dan going to prove that this guy is a cheat? These guys could be in trouble if news leaks out that they're working together to knock the rookie out of the finals. Dan can't prove this. Moreover, it was the first time he had seen his technique, and could only say that with more people, the difficulty of using his trick increases. Conversely, if there are 2 or 3 players left at the table, it will be almost impossible to defeat Xian. The second day of the final match had arrived. The tournament would begin soon, and Xian's allies were already sitting at the TV watching this spectacle. At the common table, absolutely every opponent stared at Xian and cast a suspicious glance at his side. It didn't take much intelligence to guess that this was Dan's work. It became immediately clear that these 3 had teamed up. The tournament had just begun, and the player Lue was already going all in. Den Zucker decided to pass. Only Xiang remained. What would he do? Xiang guessed that Lue went all in so that the guy would fold all his cards and slowly spend his chips. If Xiang answers, it will just be a game of luck. Failure to predict the turn and river cards can take away his advantage in card reading. If misfortune is not on Xian's side, then within 2 rounds, he will lose all his chips and be eliminated. From the outside, it was clearly visible that Xiang was very worried. As long as 2 of the opponents received good starting cards, they would go all in and force Xian to fold his cards without giving him a chance to look into them. Xiang also understood that these guys were up to something. There was nothing to do, so he folded his cards. In this round, Lue took the entire pot of $800,000. Deng admitted that Xian's insect trick was very powerful. Even an expert who saw his match will not be able to prove that Xiang is really a cheater. But his only mistake is that he revealed his trick too early, and this gave Dan time so that he could develop his plan. The second player, Fua, also decided to go all in. He hoped that this time Xiang would answer him. Only this time he made a pass. Madame Ko couldn't help but notice that Xiang had become a target. What will he do in this situation? Even if he has many more chips than them, Xiang cannot afford to fail. The only problem is that they have 4 people. They have 4 sets of chips and 4 pairs of starting cards. The likelihood that their starting cards will be better than Xian's is high, as is the likelihood that he will lose his chips by going all in. Unless Xian's luck is as extraordinary as his trick, he will definitely be eliminated. Xian continued to tensely watch his opponents, and his insect told him the cards. Xian decided to tell Harley with a secret gesture what cards Lue had. Having learned all the gestures, she understood what the guy meant. The opponent again decided to go all in with his cards. Lue was just 1 card away from the street flash. It's a pity that the 9 Chirwa that Lue wanted is in the hands of Xiang. Absolutely all 2 people from Xian's team and 1 person from the opposing team decided to pass. But suddenly Harley decided to go all in, which seriously surprised Lue and the opponents. Why are they all staring? Is it really possible for only 1 person to go all in? Harley is the one who will ruin all their plans. Lu Fakai was happy about the turn of events. He believed in little Harley as if in his sister. But the test subjects did not understand his impulse, and continued to look strangely in his direction. Lue fell into a trap because he was careless, but he didn't leave the game because he had more chips than Wang Kuihua. Only his number of chips is still small. With $430,000, he is not a threat to others. Everything went according to plan. Xian and his team only had to eliminate 3 more opponents and the game would be in their hands. Just what should the opponents do now? Den asked the allies to stick to the original plan. Thinking that they were 3 against 1, Den counted on victory. Lue was practically out of the game. If Pua continues to help Dan Zucker, then the same fate may await him. But if he sits quietly and watches the dog fight between Den, Patgorsky, and Xiang, then after the leader is determined among them and gets rid of the small fry, this means Madame Ko and the actor, then Pua will be able to get into the top 4. Compared to working with Dan to get rid of Xiang and then use his skills, Plan B, getting into the top 4 without doing anything is clearly better for Pua, and you shouldn't blame him for that. As one would expect, opponents had already begun to doubt, which could literally be read from the expression on their faces. Alliances based on interests are also destroyed by interests. On the one hand, Pua can be in the top 4 without doing anything. On the other hand, he may go all in and be forced to retreat due to failure. After all, when you have to watch someone much worthier than you get more prize money and better ratings just because they didn't do anything, it's obvious what a normal person would choose. When Lue, from the opposing group, lost all his chips due to going all in, the rest of the group realized that they could easily enter the top 4 if only Xiang or Deng lost all their chips. And at this time, Den will be lonely. Who would have thought that none of the professional players became the winner? Madame Ko became the champion of this tournament, which remained unnoticed and silent from the qualifiers until the tournament itself. In the dark passage, Deng was waiting for Xian to find out if those 3 were Xian's assistants. And how many assistants did he have at the Giant? Xiang decided not to hide the truth and answered very honestly that he only had 10 people, including Ah Feng, whom Den had seen at the qualifiers. Dan Zucker was not ashamed to admit defeat and say goodbye to such an opponent until next time. Only there won't be a next time. This phrase put Dan in a stupor. But this only meant that Xiang had already achieved his goal, even a little earlier. He received an invitation from gamblers. Now it was no surprise to Dan that Xiang felt like an outsider, which means he's not really a player. Suddenly Dan decided to warn Xian about something. The rule that Xiang played by was to create a base to guarantee his victory and cast bait before the tournament. It only works on this side, but on the other side things won't be so simple. Those who are able to survive on the other side are the masters of the game system. If Xiang continues to use his playing style on the other side, he will lose. Xian had nothing to say except that he would take note of this. Dan Zucker said goodbye to Xian as a farewell to an egoist with a unique trick, in response to which he heard goodbye from Xian, who said goodbye to him as a stubborn poker player. The main part of the job was done. All that remained was to divide the money. But if it were all that simple, the letter with the invitation haunted Xian. Noticing this, Harley thought that something was wrong. But in fact, everything was in order with the invitation. The sender invited them to visit his mansion, but Xian could only take one with him. But Xian didn't know who to take with him. One might think that there is some kind of catch here, but in fact, many members of the group of gamblers liked to do this. The big shots liked to do competitions, and the winner became their personal agent. The main thing is that people agreed to this. Usually, the leader makes a scene during the selection of agents, after which the candidates compete with each other. This selection system was more like an interview, which was also true. Before Xian encountered Cyber, he had passed the entrance test for the gamblers group and therefore knew everything in detail about the selection. 3 days later, Xian decided to go to that same mansion with Harley. Still, the girl was a better companion for him than anyone. The butler kindly invited them to follow him. Xian decided not to be shy and asked how many people were invited this time. Xian already thought that the butler was uncomfortable answering this question, but in fact there was nothing inconvenient. It's just that none of the guests had asked such a question for a long time, so he was excited. There were 3 more groups of guests after Xian and Harley. Our guys are the second group. Here they can sit down, but in the meantime, the butler will report them to the master. Ghost Hand, master of the street. Wang Bao also received an invitation from the gamblers and was the first to arrive. And finally, 1 hour later, the king of gambling in Macau, He Yanbin, appeared. He believed that everyone had already received some preliminary information about the group of gamblers through their own sources, before coming here. As for the authenticity, Yan Bing didn't intend to say much. But someone's snoring completely interrupted the king's speech, and everyone turned their attention to the sleeping man on the sofa. Yan Bing did not comment on this, only asked the butler to wake up this man. 10 minutes later, Yan Bing managed to continue his speech. In a few days, he has a very important bet coming up, in which Yan must take part. Coincidentally, the current agent is not good at such bets, so Yan is looking for a new agent in order to win the bet. Xian raised his hand and hurried to ask the question, "What is the point of the bet?" The essence of the bet is that you need to find someone. Within a set time, find a person hidden somewhere in Macau before your opponent. The Big Four undercover gang of crooks listened to this interview and tried to delve into this case along with their boss, who was there. For them, this information was similar to information received from the eye. It remained to decide which side they would take this time. The second leader in the gang and the driver needed to think about it. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the Macau gambling king's reserve residence where He Ren Shi, the brother of the real king, is in charge. The Big Four gang had already chosen their side because they had no reason to choose another side. Yan Bing had already finished his speech, but there were no questions from the guests. Therefore, guests who are interested in this bet will follow the butler. A little game was prepared from the gentlemen, but not everyone followed the butler. The Big Four and the ghostly hand remained on the sofa. Does this mean they have given up? But it was time to get down to the meat of the game. You had to choose one of the photographs on the table and find the person in the photograph within 24 hours, no matter which way. If you manage everything, then the first one who succeeds will win. But if everything fails, then the master will extend this game for another 24 hours, and if no one finishes the game even after the extension, it will be considered a draw. And most importantly, there were no rules. You could do whatever you wanted. Yan Bing was more interested in what the butler thought about these new girls and which of them could win. If he had not met the candidates, he would have had a higher opinion of Wu Zhuoliang. But after meeting them, the old man was confident that Mr. Xiang would win. How was Xiang going to find the person in the photo? His plan was to leave it to Blizzard. She could handle it. Macau has a developed surveillance system, and finding an ordinary person is not a difficult task. At the same time, Xiang could absolutely easily guarantee that he and Hardy would find their target before other teams. Such confidence was because he had subjects under his command who could tie up anyone. They could easily deal with these weak opponents and thereby satisfy the boss's desire. The boss also gave the driver some work, and he was already pursuing his goal. And when asked by his opponent why he was chasing him, Lu Fakai answered simply, he was pissing him off. This was Xiang's plan to capture his opponents, ensuring victory for himself. If he cannot make himself better, then he will simply make his opponents worse than himself. Effective and practical. And now Blizzard has already found a person. Now the guys can go. 24 hours later, everyone was gathered in Yan Bing's mansion as expected. Of all the people, only Mr. Xiang found the person. Literally every person participating in this game was angry with Xiang. It was not difficult to guess that this was his doing. But in fact, Xiang did not break any rules. Mr. Yang Bin didn't say that it was against the rules to interfere with other teams. Since everyone lost to Xiang due to their inability to grasp the situation, there was no point in being angry with Xiang. No matter how angry the guys were with Xiang, he was still right, because anyone could have done the same. Now it was no surprise that the butler had a high opinion of him. Frightening intuition that hits the target. Mr. Xiang was appointed as Yan Bing's agent for the next game. That same evening, the two of them went to the VIP zone, which was located under the hotel. The VIP area was built in the style of the ancient Roman Colosseum, which amazed Xiang. Even before coming here, Yan Bing wanted to ask something. He noticed that Xiang's understanding of the internal affairs of a group of gamblers was not entirely ordinary. Was Xiang really an agent before? In fact, he was not an agent, but he had to receive an invitation from a group of gamblers. Taking this into account, Yan Bing proposed to go to the president of the Macau region gamblers and also sign an agreement with Xian. They both appeared before one of the three presidents, Horace. Horace the assessor looked at the new agent Yan Bing and asked whether he really wanted to take Xian as an agent. There was no doubt about it. Before clarifying some details, Horace met Xian, and then clarified whether Xian knew the risks that betting between members of the gambling parliament entailed. Xiang only knew a little. Depending on the reward, agents who lose the game will be forced to either remove certain organs or choose the organ they want to lose. The reason why organs were taken was to prevent agents from going against the interests of the employer or deliberately losing a bet. But did Xiang know about the reward? He remembered that the reward was 10% of the ante, or one promise from the employer, if of course there was prior consent. Considering the risks and benefits involved, did Xiang still want to be Mr. Yanbing's agent? Of course yes, for why did he go such a long way? After signing the agreement, Xiang returned to the guys at the hotel. Liu Fakai literally flared up when he learned that if Xiang lost, he would lose his organ. This was, in his opinion, too big a bet. But bets between group members go something like this. When the stakes are high enough, a group of gamblers must take certain measures to ensure that agents on both sides strive to win. In any case, the players do not have a good reputation or professional ethics to speak of. But even so, there will be people who will deliberately want to lose at the cost of their organs. And especially if the guy includes the right to be the king of gambling in Macau. The person who appeared really scared Xian. And he didn't even hide his fear, which frightened the driver even more and made him worry. But Harley understood everything. The personality born from the chip began to take the initiative in establishing communication. This was the identity born from the gambler chip. Recently, Xiang had often used the gambler chip. Xiang may simply call him the god of gambling. Did the gambler really want to say that the bet that Yan Bin prepared for Xian is the title of the gambling king of Macau? For the gambler's personality, this was obvious. After all, the current king of gambling, Yan Bing, does not need agents. And there are only two possible types of bets where Yan Bing has no choice but to accept the proposed category in which his agents do not succeed. The first bet win is so high that even the gambling king Yan Bing cannot refuse. The second is a mandatory bet. The He family has many children and grandchildren. 2 generations ago, the king of gambling suffered in a power struggle between family members. Before leaving, he left a will, which states that all men of the He family who are eligible to ascend to the throne of the king of gambling have one chance in their lives. Challenge the eldest son of the main family under the supervision of the president of the Macau Gaming Parliament. If he wins, he will become the gambling king of Macau. And if he loses, he and all his descendants will forever lose the right to become the king of gambling. It sounded so unreal that Xiang doubted it. And in general, how does a gambler know all this? There was a time when the gambler was at the top of the gambling world. At that moment, many of the He family wanted to win him over to their side. But Xian still didn't understand one thing. Why did Yan Bing choose Xian as his agent? Wouldn't it be better to choose an agent with a higher chance of winning to take responsibility for such an important bet? Most likely because the victory in the fight for the title of King of Gambling was decided not only in one round. Perhaps Yan Bing strategically conceded the round that Xiang was responsible for. The reading father was disturbed by his son, who burst in screaming and misunderstanding. Why did the father trust such an important bet to some stranger? Yan Bing simply had no choice. In order to defeat Yan Bing, the brother specifically chose a category of people in which all of Yan Bing's agents are weak. He could only publicly ask for a replacement that seemed reliable. It sounded outrageous and disgusting. But my father had everything under control. He could afford to lose 1 round out of 5. Besides, they haven't lost anything yet. Yan Bing was distracted by the call from talking with his son. It was his new agent calling. Xiang has already decided what reward he wants to receive. He decided that he had chosen a promise. Namely, if Xiang wins, then Yang Bin will have to recommend him to the members of the Las Vegas Gambling Parliament. Yan Bing had nothing against it. Both decided to sign the agreement tomorrow afternoon. The next day they found themselves in the VIP zone. According to the negotiations, Mr. Xiang was appointed as Mr. Yan Bing's agent for the next bet. If he wins, Mr. Yang Bin must recommend Mr. Xiang to the Las Vegas Gambling Parliament. And if he loses, Mr. Xiang must cut off his right little finger. The agreement was concluded. In 3 days, Mr. Yan Bing's bet will take place in the same place. Horace will be the chief judge. Ren Shi asked his agent what kind of reward they wanted. The Big Four decided to pick assets. Money, shares, real estate suited them well. This was a completely expected answer. But under the rules of the gamblers group, agents who choose assets rather than promises will face harsher penalties if they fail. Was the executor confident in her choice? Fortune favors the brave. The Big Four gang were confident in their choice. Tomorrow, Ren Shi will introduce them to the leadership of the gamblers group to conclude an agreement. In the meantime, the agent must take the papers about the newly appointed agent of the arrogant brother Ren and study them. If everything goes according to plan, Yan Bing and his team will likely become the Big Four's next opponent. The next day in the VIP zone, this is what happened. The two brothers were each other's opponents in this competition. Zhu Zhangyuan, a member of the gambling group, was surprised that Yan Bing did not put up his jack, queen, and king in the first round of the bet. Surely it gives a head start. But it's time for the agents to get ready. The competition is about to begin. The girl from the gang already knew everything about Xiang, but he knew nothing about her. However, this is very easy to fix using a chest camera, which is not visible at all. Blizzard was happy to help Xian find out who his opponent is. As it turned out, standing in front of Xian was the second head of the Big Four gang of scammers. Xian's main enemy is the Big Four. This information needed to be collected and sent to Kui while Xiang waited for the bet to begin. Since the time had come, the first order from the president was for the agents to take their places. The point of this bet is to find people. Within 12 hours, agents must find 3 people who are employees of the gambling parliament. These people are in front of you on the screen. The rules of the bet were as follows. The one who finds 2 employees wins. If after 12 hours the judges cannot determine the winner, the bet will be considered a draw. Second rule, both agents must nominate 3 finders. Targets are considered found only when seekers pat them on the shoulder and say, "I found you." This is an additional rule proposed by Mr. Xiang. Third rule, Mr. Yan Bing and Mr. Ren Shi cannot provide any assistance or restrain their agents. This is an additional rule proposed by Mr. Ren Shi. Ren Shi was definitely afraid of his brother, because he was afraid that he would resort to outside help. Yan Bin controls half of Macau's major casinos. This has enough power to influence the outcome of the bet. Considering the above, Ren Shi therefore proposed such a rule. But the fourth rule was already proposed by Yan Bin. It was that Yan Bin and Ren Shi cannot use any persuasion or threats to influence the results of the bet. Yan Bin was worried that Ren Shi might bribe or threaten Xiang. Fifth rule. Agents and their companions have no right to use any form of violence to limit the freedom of seekers in this bet. This rule was added specifically because of Xiang, Ren Shi's agent. Looks like the opponent was doing his homework. Now it's time for the agents to assign their finders. The rules were all announced. Let's see what happened 3 days ago. Yan Bing was looking for his agent on some matter. The gentleman needed Xiang to sign something. This was part of the information about the bet that Xiang was responsible for. In addition to the basic rules established by a group of gamblers, the opponent and his agent, as well as Yan Bing and Xiang, each have one opportunity to establish an additional rule that is beneficial to themselves and can deter their opponents. Yan Bing had already established rule number 4. Now it was Xian's turn. He could make any rule. Horace believed that Xianem's rule would not affect the balance of the game. Therefore, the agent could do whatever he wanted. But it was quite difficult to establish the rules right away, so Xian needed time and Yan Bing gave him one day. In order not to think alone, Xiang asked for help from a detective who considered this bet quite difficult. And to be more specific, it's complicated because opponents have the right to establish 2 additional rules. A combination of 2 rules can lead to Xian's defeat even before the bet begins. But Xiang mentioned this earlier. A group of gamblers does not allow any rules that affect the balance of the game. The problem is that the participants cannot say what affects the balance because the decision remains with the organizer. The 2 rules on their own may seem normal, but chances are their combination will pave a hidden path to a guaranteed victory. The rule that Yan Bing set is also aimed at Xian. In order to prevent bribery, now the worst must be prevented. Set one rule to negate your opponent's two rules, or set one rule to create a hidden path to a guaranteed victory. Maybe the god of gambling had some ideas. The gambler wanted to remind us of something, a detail that the guys had lost sight of. In this bet, in addition to winning and losing, there is also a third way out, a draw. Until both agents complete the bet within the specified time, no one will be the winner. Since Xian's employer has already exercised his right to set a rule, it is impossible to pave the way to a guaranteed victory with just one rule. But if you look at it another way, you can use the right to set one rule to protect yourself and ensure that you never lose. In this way, Xiang will become invincible. The time has come to submit lists of seekers. As soon as the lists were submitted, the betting began and the countdown began from 12 hours. Agent Ren Shi decided to consult with her allies about whether she should give priority to finding Mr. Xian's people. But that wasn't necessary. Violence is completely prohibited, and this bet has become a competition of intelligence gathering and route planning skills. Having the best starting point, the Big Four will definitely not lose if they find the target before their opponents. And some were already spying on their rivals. The detective used the same method when searching for Xian and Harley, using the local population to find the rivals' assistants. Now the geolocation of the remaining members of the Big Four had been established. All that remained was to send it to Blizzard. She will update their location every 5 minutes for the next 12 hours. Madame Ko was also completely prepared and gathered around her many people of completely different ages. Zhang Yuan tried to understand the agent's game method. Agent Mandala could have assumed that Agent Ren Shi's actions were obvious. Since violent acts are prohibited, betting has become a competition of opportunity and information gathering. If the mandala were the brains of the team, it would set the seekers' starting point in the center of the city, or divide the seekers so that their area of operation covers the whole of Macau. Then it was not surprising that Renxi made such a rule. He wanted to stop Yan Bing from helping Mr. Xian's team. This meant that the bet would become a competition of abilities between teams of two agents. But what is Agent Yan Bing's style then? Was the mandala able to suspect something during this time? If she was right, then Agent Xian only wanted to make this bet more difficult. Seekers are the main part of this rule. Once they determine the location of their opponents, they can steal their work. What Mandala meant by this was that you first need to find the enemy team of seekers, and then keep an eye on them. When opponents discover the target and head towards it, they most likely will not have time to intercept the target. Patting the king on the shoulder and saying, "I found you," was very impudent, but brilliant. Mr. Xian's established rule transformed the game from a simple search into a large-scale spy game and a 100-meter race. If Agent Ren Shi's team has not yet realized that the victory factor has changed, then they will be at a disadvantage. Mr. Xiang was really scary because it takes at least 2 rounds for beginners to get used to the rules here. But he's different. It's like he knew how to play and win this bet from the very beginning. Xian's allies had already identified the location of the Big Four gang. It seems that the opponents did not realize what Xian's rule entailed. This means that the first point in this bet will probably be on Xian's team. In addition, the driver has already left to carry out tasks. The Big Four seekers waited for the people they were looking for to appear in public places. If they quickly appear somewhere in sight, then they will quickly find them. The driver was already there while the Big Four were drinking coffee at Starbucks. He needs to be as careful as possible and not let himself be revealed. As soon as any movement begins, he must inform the detective. Yan Bing thought for a long time about why the Big Four refused his test, so it was because they accepted his brother's offer. Ren Shi believed that Yan Bing's helplessness made them go over to his side. Meanwhile, everything was going smoothly for Madame Ko. She was ready to move on to the second stage at any time. Fake identities have already been collected. For Liu Fakai, things were also not standing still. The Big Four looked like they had found someone and were already getting up from the table. The driver needed to follow them immediately. The detective immediately ordered Blizzard to locate the targets based on their route. Their target is sitting in a fat cow restaurant on Rua do Almirante Costa Cabral, 2 kilometers from Starbucks on Avenida de Almeida Ribery. Perhaps Blizzard would be better off sending the address to the driver. One of the members of the Big Four has already arrived at the appointed place without even suspecting anything. But here's a 100-meter race for you. The seeker didn't even have time to come to his senses when his opponent ran in front of him. And as a result, a member of the Big Four was late. What a shame. The driver was excellent in running and sports. As a result, Mr. Yanbing's agent Xian received 1 point. The rest of the Big Four were distraught at the news that their target had been intercepted by another team. They suspected that they were being watched. Otherwise, why everything coincided was very suspicious. They arrived at the scene almost simultaneously. Then he shouldn't have returned, as the gang leader advised. It is better to hide and wait for news from other members. As the mandala predicted, Yanbing's agent received the first point. However, this strategy is only applicable once. The Renshi agents must also have realized that their location had been revealed. This meant that now everything would turn into a game of hide-and-seek. To ensure that history does not repeat itself, the Big Four will do everything possible to hide before determining the location of the two remaining targets. Everything was true, but the mandala had a feeling that Yanbing's agent had another ace up his sleeve in response to this. Yanbing, after hearing the news that his agent had earned the first point, could not contain his laughter and was surprised that his brother came completely unprepared. But the bet wasn't over yet. Such ridicule angered Renshi, so he began to put pressure on his agent. If they lose this bet, then according to the contract, a limb or organ will be chosen at random and cut off. There is almost no time left. If a girl has trump cards, then she must use them. The driver consulted with the detective on the phone about what to do next. Go back to spying on the Big Four at Starbucks? But there was no point in this because his location is now known. The Big Four may use it in their plans. There was no need for him to do anything for now. If the driver meets with his allies, the Big Four will find them. Then they will be able to misdirect the driver and get rid of him that way. Therefore, it was impossible to take such stupid risks, and Xiang decided to proceed to the second stage with Madame Ko. For 12 hours, all actors must maintain their current appearance. Their task is to roam freely in crowded places. Things were going so-so for the Big Four. The other two goals, that is, the rivals, hid well. Even if the eye finds them, it will take several hours. Therefore, it was decided to stick to the original plan. Now the Big Four are one step away from defeat. It is now too late to copy someone else's strategy. But what if the opponents again use this strategy, seize the target, rushing forward at the finish line? Then, on the leg, it would be worth going to a crowded shopping center and finding a way to get rid of the tail. The four were superior to them in finding the target. If they move forward steadily and don't give them the opportunity to interfere, they will still have a chance to turn the tide. But they had new problems. Madame Ko completed her goal, and Blizzard provided the rest. The opposing team has collected a bunch of fake targets that look like real ones. The eye was absolutely unable to identify the real target through the screen. What should they do now? The leader needed to think. These rules set by Xian worked against them. To score points, the Big Four had no choice but to reveal their location. Once the seekers make contact with the fake targets, their location will be revealed, and then the situation will return back to the first stage. Thus, the Big Four find themselves trapped. First, there is a tail behind them. Then they have to get rid of this tail, then make contact with a fake target, and then the tail again. It turned out to be an endless cycle. The Big Four are faced with two possible endings. First, the bet will end before the second point is awarded, meaning it will end in a draw. Second, the rival seekers will earn a second point and the Big Four will lose. But Xian saw that their team still had a chance. This is to find and follow Xian's seeker, and why make a dash at the finish line to try to win? But Xian will not leave them the slightest hope. Xian also had a seeker who is well versed in anti-surveillance. This is the owner of the KGB Swallow chip. If she doesn't want to be found, then no one will ever find her. It was checkmate for the opponents. Xiang and his team became the winner of this match. Yanbing invited his agent to tea at the mansion. The gentleman was overjoyed because the first match was theirs. He will definitely fulfill his promise as soon as possible. If everything goes well, he will call Xian at the beginning of next month. The business in Macau was almost over. All that remains is for Yanbing to fulfill his promise and introduce Xian to a group of Las Vegas gamblers. Then they just need to get a promise from them to begin their mutual revenge. Only the combination of Shanzhou Hall with Xian's current financial power is not enough to defeat Cyber. Was there any point in going against Cyber now with insufficient help and power? But Xiang couldn't wait any longer. Based on their current power, it is absolutely impossible to directly confront Cyber without preparation. He couldn't wait, so he decided to take an unconventional path. First, return to America to return what belonged to Xian. Using the core funds company he founded, Xian will use it as a bargaining chip and quickly destroy Cyber's capital. All those who harbor a grudge against Cyber will help Xian destroy him in any way. Well, what did the other guys think about it? The two of them couldn't use their brains well, so they would just follow Xian's decision. Xian's strategy was undoubtedly risky, but the detective thought it was worth a try. In the middle of the meeting, a call came from Blizzard. The Yoshinara clan declared war on the four main triads, including Shanzhou Hall, which belonged to Xian. All Hong Kong triads have received a declaration of war from the Yoshinara clan. It seems that this clan intends to take over the power of the Hong Kong underworld in one go. The top management of the Righteous Club and the Port Association have been completely slaughtered. Yoshinara had no intention of sparing anyone. The clan even called in Ukubo Shoya, the most powerful assassin in Asia. The leader of the elite association paid incredibly high prices to hire all the top-class assassins on the list of Asia's top assassin leaders who were willing to take the order. In the spacious office, the entire top of the Japanese Yakuza gathered at one table to discuss pressing matters. Based on the current situation, it is quite possible that the Hong Kong triads will leave in 2 months. Even if the situation of the triads was bad, the Yakuza still had to be vigilant. In the past, the four major triads turned everything in their favor under the leadership of Lao Shan of the Elite Association. The Yakuza did not lose hope and believed that this time everything would be different. Together with Ukubo Shui, they planned to eliminate their rivals because they could not pull off the old trick again by hiring Asian assassins to deal with the Yakuza. Only the manager was not convinced of such arguments. Korean and Chinese Red were still on the side of the triad, and recently Red and Korean had made a name for themselves during the Hong Kong showdown. They were able to steal the loot right from the hands of Hong Kong Lee. And after he strengthens his position, it cannot be denied that he will want to compete with Kim Sung-min in the future. Well, thoughts about the Korean War made me laugh more than they scared me. And here is a scheduled meeting of the secret horoscope organization. These were the only ones who appeared at the meeting: Crown Prince Hassan, Marie de Medici, Boris Berezovsky, and Yoshinari Zarin. A year has already passed since their last meeting. Unlike those who did not come, these guys had noble privileges and hereditary titles. Of course, the pressing topic for them was about the Yoshinara clan and the declared war. Only the head of the Yoshinara clan did not want to reveal all his plans for this war, and remained silent like a partisan. Xiang and his boys returned to Hong Kong. Xian was primarily interested in the situation outside. It was surprising that during this time the clan was able to inflict damage on the four main triads. 15 hours ago, the plan began a territorial war with the Hong Kong triads. 12 hours ago, the Port Association and all the management of the Richt Club were completely destroyed. 9 hours ago, the Elite Association, in order to take revenge, announced a reward on the Darknet. Kang Sai, Shu Jutansky, and Vietnamese Nguyen accepted this task. 7 hours ago, their names were removed from the Darknet because they were killed by Asia's top assassin, Ukubo Shuya. With Shuya as his escort, the Elite Association will no longer be able to hold back Yoshinari Zarin from a territorial war with the help of assassins. Simply put, there are chances of losing. But the war was just beginning. Without a real battle with weapons, how can you know that the triads cannot win? Is the difference between the Hong Kong triad and the Yoshinara clan really that big? The Yoshinara clan has gathered all the Japanese Yakuza. But the Hong Kong triads from the Hong Long incident, many people do not want to listen to their orders because they believe that they are only strong in words. The triad's strength was much smaller. They were already at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Now, together with these people who do not want to submit and resist the plan, victory becomes impossible. At the moment, apart from the main triads, there are very few people who are ready to take part in the war. Direct resistance won't work, and neither will covert killing. It turns out that the Yoshinara clan will destroy all the main triads and gain power over Hong Kong. People were mostly concerned with how the mid-sized triads would continue to do their jobs after the clan wins the territorial war. In theory, the clan will destroy the four main ones with a triad and will not interfere with Xi'an's affairs, and the war will end in about a month. Essentially speaking, as long as the Yoshinara clan does not interfere with the others, Xi'an does not need to help the main triads and participate in the war. 008 arrived at the warehouse area to share the news with his allies that Chief Lang Jiang had accepted his terms. Now, you can proceed to the next stage of the plan. The decision-maker was glad for this event, because now they could only wait for Yoshinara Zeren to fall into their trap. Thanks to Ukuba Shuya's support, everyone believed that the standard elite association trick no longer worked. The control of the four main triads began to weaken. Soon, Yoshinara planned to take control of southern Asia. The allies and members of the Yoshinara clan were glad that a full-scale war had finally begun. But some people did not greet this very positively, because the leader was quite impatient. The four main triads decided to flee, and the enemies were already on the doorstep. And instead of fighting them back, they ran away. Xiang tried to analyze this situation together with his guys. The Korean understood that confrontation would not help. The assassins hired by the elite association were killed by one Ukubo Shuya. Therefore, due to his intervention, Hong Kong will help the main triads. In addition, the Yoshinara clan ended the entire top of the port association with the Richta Club in one fell swoop. Now only the Liangjiang gang and the elite association are able to effectively fight against them. Liu Fakai had a warlike spirit. He believed that they could not just sit and wait for defeat. But there was no point in continuing this reasoning, and continuing to look at the surveillance cameras anymore for Xiang, so he noisily slammed the laptop shut. The guys could only guess what happened to Xiang. But it was clear that he was angry and dissatisfied, and maybe even upset, but he was unlikely to want to share his emotions with someone. He could talk about such things only with another person, who was already waiting for him in the bedroom. Why did Xiang hesitate? The actions of the Yoshinara clan in Hong Kong disrupted Xiang's plans. Without the Hong Kong triads, Xiang will not be able to accomplish what he has in mind. If it was past Xiang, before encountering Object 008, he would not have left the battlefield and would not have allowed anyone else to take control of the situation. Only Xiang remembered that 008 himself brought this clan here, which means he himself will deal with them. Thanks to the incident with Hong Long, who was controlled by a psychologist, this influenced the influence of the triads, which eventually caused discord in the shadow world of Hong Kong and attracted the attention of the clan. Did this mean that Xiang was giving up? Did she want to interfere in the affairs of 008 and the Yoshinara clan? Was it really because he was afraid of feeling hypnosis again on 0008? It was a bad joke. There was no point in being deceived. The killer is part of Xi'an. He will definitely not deceive him. All of Xi'an's fears were handed to him on a silver platter. The clan leader was already met on the landing strip. Not only those who are happy to see him, but also those who are paying to kill him. Ukubo Shuya was not next to Yoshinara Zeren, so Zhao Ruan consulted with the customer whether he should proceed with the murder. The order was to shoot, so Xiao slowly pulled the trigger so as not to miss. Only he was not destined to complete this task, because he turned out to be a victim. The killer lurked near the landing pad but was quickly eliminated by top-class security guard Henry Tanday. Henry was a member of the Special Air Service, which was part of the Special Forces in the British Army. Only the killer who was aiming at Yoshinara Zeren did not even suspect that the leader was not real, but just a double. And the real leader of the Yoshinara clan was already heading in his motorcade of cars to the Peninsula Hotel, which is located in Sim Sha Tsui. 30 minutes later, a traffic jam formed due to pedestrians. In the front rows of the motorcade, one could see driver and his attendant. The stranger stopped right in front of their car and did not intend to go further, as if he was peering into the faces of the driver and passenger. The impatient man had already jumped out of the car to drive away the impudent pedestrian who was preventing them from passing further. The next moment he was killed. His blood stained both the car and the asphalt. Gang member Liang Jiang, the Vulture, was not going to stop at one victim and, sparing no one, continued to fire from his weapon. As a result of this, the driver will also die. On the street, right in the middle of the road, real shooting began, and no one was spared. This is how Yoshinara Zaren found himself in a trap, even taking into account that he had thought of backup moves. Their motorcade was fired upon from all sides. The Liangjiang gang did not spare anyone because this was the plan, to trap the enemy and then shoot them like rats. The view from where the machinator and Lu Riyi stood was beautiful. They could see everything that was happening without even participating. And the situation for leader Yoshinara was tense, because the gang had already reached his car. They were extremely vulnerable. Will they be able to hold out? In theory, one could relax because this car had special bulletproof glass. It was definitely capable of holding off attacks until reinforcements arrived. But the car was beaten beyond recognition, and the killers still had bullets. We had to wait another 5 minutes for reinforcements. This gave hope. The hope that they, the Double and Henry, will remain alive. Only the Vulture was well prepared and prepared explosives with it. This car is about to explode, and they won't have a chance to survive. Only the schemer realized something, namely that this was not a real goal. At the same time, gang leader Liang Jiang was also aware of the fact that whoever had recently appeared in Hong Kong was probably not their real target. While Chun Li, who is also the leader of the gang, knew about this. Even so, Chen Li collaborated with this bunch of psychos and even sent them to intercept them. Isn't this a waste of energy? But in fact, everyone in Hong Kong was waiting for their defeat. According to rivals, the 4 main triads are a relic of the past. They believed that the triads were no longer capable of holding the line. If the triad continues to sit idle, they will disgrace all the residents of Kaohsiung, regardless of the actions of the elite association. And here comes the number 4 killer in Asia, Li Rongfu, Li Ruyi's younger cousin. The driver was impressed when he saw on the news that the boss of the Yoshinara clan had died. But out of everyone watching the news here, only Liu Fakai did not understand the real point. Asuna Yusuke knew that everything was not so simple. After all, the leader of the clan is a far-sighted and meticulous old brat. In any case, he recruited a bunch of doubles for himself so that they would appear in public instead of him. And the one who was blown up was incredibly one of the shadow clones. Not for a long time. The real leader himself learned from his manager, Chikamatsu Jiazu, that the Liangjiang gang attacked his convoy, and a shadow warrior was also killed. However, Yoshinara Zaren expected this and now demanded a report on how many people the main triads used for the ambush. As we remember, only the Liangjiang gang participated in this ambush, but their gang members would be difficult to count. The Association of Elites did not take part in this at all. Now at this same time tomorrow, Ukubo Shuya must make sure that Yoshinara Zaren learns the news about the death of the leaders of the Liangjiang gang. The decision-maker and the schemer already guessed that the Yoshinara clan would want to join forces and send Ukubo Shuya to kill the Chung brothers, and that the real Yoshinara Zaren had been in Hong Kong for a long time. On the day when Ukubo Shuya accompanied the main detachment of the Yoshinari clan to Hong Kong, he killed all the managers of the Port Association and the Rikta Club. Given his abilities, it would be logical not to break the killing spree and also get rid of the Chung brothers. And when the elite association decided to attack, its goal changed to destroying the assassins hired by the 4 main triads. It was all illogical from the lips of the machinator, until an important person arrived in Hong Kong, the protection of which is of paramount importance. In this case, Ukubo Shuya could change the original plan and fight the assassins just to protect the person hiding in the shadows. While the conflict was only developing between the clan and the Liangjiang gang, the schemer wanted to take the opportunity to find out more about Yoshinara. But for this, he needs a professional in this matter. Of course, the schemer still had the detective's contacts, and there was no one better at detective investigations than him. The schemer immediately wanted to get down to business, but before starting to explain the essence, he was interested in whether it was convenient for the detective to talk. Since the detective was completely subordinate to his temporary boss, there was nothing wrong with Xian demanding an account of the detective's calls. However, he did not hide anything from Xian. The schemer guessed that there was someone else with the detective, But the detective was not going to reveal Xian's identity. From 071, who was allegedly near the detective, the schemer has nothing to hide. So he got to the heart of the matter. The schemer needed the help of a detective in finding the real Yoshinara Zarin, who was probably hidden somewhere in Hong Kong. Xian heard everything perfectly and understood when the detective silently asked him. The schemer did not know how long the search for Yoshinara might take, but if the detective agreed, then this would be the best guarantee. However, there were no time limits. Later, the schemer is ready to provide general information that he knows about this case. It was entirely possible that the schemer, the decision-makers, and 008 were looking for Yoshinara together because they were on good terms. But this did not make Xian very happy. As soon as Ukubo Shuya learned about the task that his boss assigned him, he immediately set out to complete it. He didn't even have time to enter when he already realized that his target knew in advance that he would come, and that's why Liang Jian hospitably received him here. He was surrounded by many riflemen who were about to pull their triggers and start firing. The building was closed from the inside. There was no place to retreat. The shooters from the Liangjiang gang did not think for long and immediately started firing. Only Ukubo Shuyu was upset that he was so underestimated. The world of assassins is incredibly cruel. According to statistics, the average length of a killer's career is 5 years because there is incredible competition with each other to the death. Ukubo Shui stood strong on his feet and possessed unique qualities befitting his status and rank. Thanks to his ability and status as an Iron Man, a never-missing sniper from China, and a bullet-dodging Superman, Ukubo remained at the top of the list for a long time and for good reason. He reacted incredibly quickly and got away from the place where they were shooting. Ukubo thus saved his life more than once. Even when he couldn't escape, he always had other tricks up his sleeve. He fought back the bullets flying at him with his gun on the move, not even allowing himself to be hit. With his first shot, he knocked one player out of the game to his death. Li Rufu, who observed this coming, was not at all impressed. Number 1 on the list of killers did not surprise him at all, although Ukubo's eyesight was indeed good. And this is Harley, who found out that Xian wants to get involved in the conflict. Xian had no disagreement with Yoshinara Grain. Then why get involved in a war between the clan and the triads? Then, if the Yoshinara clan wins the territorial war, then all of Xian's plans in Hong Kong will go down the drain. Since most of the gangs collaborated with triads, and if one clan takes over Hong Kong, then the influence and territory of local gangs will decrease. But what about 008? In theory, he and his partners were supposed to participate and would definitely enter into battle soon. Then why rush Xian? He was in no hurry, but his intuition told him that this was the last opportunity. But Harley wanted to remind him of the consequences of frequent use of chips. They were not much larger than Xian thought. Meetings with individuals occurred much more often. And this was one of the initial phases, although it is not dangerous. But if Xian continues, then over time individuals will be able to gain control over Xian's body. Harley would be very annoyed to wake up and not see Xian one day. Although Xian did not object to Harley, she was very angry at his carelessness, because she was very afraid for him, afraid of losing him. Only new voices from the chips said the opposite, that the girl talks too much. These were 2 new personalities, the entomologist Jean-Henri and the ascetic Omar. Ukubo Shuya had already dealt with everyone. Perhaps it took him a little more effort than he expected. The skills of this bunch of bandits were pretty good. The vulture was still alive. He grabbed Ukubo by the leg to understand, to ask the question, how did the killer kill so many people? But it would be better if he just pretended to be dead. Although it was surprising that the vulture survived and even remained conscious with such wounds. Every person from this gang was dead. Ukubo decided to move on to fulfill the order of his boss. Only on the 2nd floor is another opponent, Hong Kong Li, whom Ukubo Shuya immediately recognized, waiting for him. But Li asked to be called simply Li Rongfui. First of all, Ukubo began to look for Rongfui's older cousin, Li Ruyi. For some reason, he was upset that his cousin didn't come. However, he didn't really hope that he would be able to fight him this time. Of course, not without the help of Ukubo. Ruyi did not come here. Li Ruyi had to retire and give up killing, because he was no longer capable of being a killer. But Li Rongfui promised not to disappoint Ukubo. The first clash began. Their movements were fast, precise, and calculated. They used a variety of martial arts techniques to gain the upper hand in the fight. Rong Fu takes over the battle. His hand, filled with strength and aggression, flies forward, quickly breaking through the air. The strike is aimed directly at the target, with minimal reaction time. When Ukuba, already on the ground from the previous blow, tried to get up, Li Rongfu did not give him a chance. With a swing, he directs his leg towards the enemy, aiming straight for a vulnerable spot. Despite the fall, Ukuba remains cool and reacts quickly. With his reflexes, he dodges the blow at the last moment and grabs Rongfui's leg, allowing him to avoid critical damage. Rising to his feet, he prepared for a retaliatory attack, showing his endurance and readiness to fight to the last. Thanks to his knowledge of Aikido Okubo, Shuya managed to throw his opponent aside so that Li Rongfu would not deal him an even bigger blow. Ukubo was already injured while Rongfui was just warming up for the battle. He couldn't understand why Rongfui's fighting style was so different from his cousin's. In this case, the experience gained from sparring with Li Ruyi will be useless for Ukuba. As far as Rongfui remembered, Ukuba's signature style was Ryukyu Kenponi, and now he didn't understand why the enemy switched to Aikido. If Rongfui knew that Ukuba used such a house, would he have chosen Meng Dingzhou? At the very least, Rongfui could then cause serious injury and reduce maneuverability. Ukuba Shui then decided to simply use standard tactics to learn Rongfui's techniques and then decide how to deliver the killing blow. Rongfu literally overwhelmed his opponent with punches that fell on him one after another, like a rain of deadly blows. Ukuba Shui, stunned by this storm of attacks, did not have time to effectively fight back or dodge. In the end, Rongfui delivers a strong kick, which Ukuba managed to block in time, saving his life. From such a blow, clouds of dust formed around them, hiding them from prying eyes. In addition to Bang Zikwanai, Rong attacked his opponent with Jeet Kune Do and immediately switched to another style. In the world of assassins, there was a clan of eccentrics who used their own fists as weapons. Special blood flowed in their veins. These people continued to fight with ancient martial arts to this day. Li Rongfui's signature style was radically different from all those practiced by his clan. Sometimes it was even called the style of everything and nothing. Over the past 5 years, Rongfui has become a master in more than 50 types of martial arts. It was a big sacrifice with 5 years of hard training involved, and all in order to defeat the monster that trampled the pride of Li Rongfui's clan. Ukuba truly had incredible vision, capable of instantly finding a gap in any martial art. But even Ukuba's capabilities had limits. Rong mastered many martial arts and could now combine and replace them as he wished. Only now the flow of his blows was stopped, which seemed impossible for Rongfui. For the first time in the entire battle, Rongfu truly felt animal fear. He knew that this was his end. Once again, Ukuba Shui proved that he rightfully ranks first on the list of the best killers. Bloodied, he still reached the leaders of the Liangjiang gang. Rongfu lost. The two leaders now had nowhere to go. They did not think about retreat moves and were ready to accept their death. The bullet-dodging Superman fully lived up to his reputation in the eyes of Chen Lian and Chen Li. This time he won, but since they were Chao Shan's people, they were not going to leave it like that. The end of Yoshinara Zeren is very near. Ukuba will definitely convey their words to his boss. Well, now the end of the two leaders of the Liangjiang gang is much closer. Someone called the Shadow Emperor of Japan from an unknown number. Ukuba Shui was pleased to inform his boss that the Chen brothers were dead, as Yoshinara had ordered. But suddenly the phone rang. Ukuba was forced to end the call with his boss in order to answer. Someone called Lian Kong's phone. Ukuba was sorry, but the man Mr. was looking for was already dead, and he was the very person who was hired by Yoshinara to remove Chen. The gentleman immediately realized that he was talking to Ukuba, so he warned that the debtor must pay for his debts, and the murderer must pay for the people he killed. Later, the master will take revenge with the same cruelty, not inferior to the cruelty of his enemies. The master ordered his assistant, the second killer on the list Red, to prepare a plane to Hong Kong. Xiang looked at the chip and hesitated. He didn't want to change anything. But life forced me to exchange my chip for a chess player's chip. It looks like they will have another partner, of which, let me remind you, there were already enough. The schemer and the decision-maker met again. Everything went according to plan. The Chen brothers were eliminated, and now the elite association is all that remains of the four main triads. In this case, they were only one step away from capturing Yoshinara Zeren. But there was no point in relaxing. While the experimental subjects were in custody, the horoscope was not idle. The Undertaker became aware of how much their influence had grown. You had to be especially careful with Yoshinara the Grain, because there was only one chance. But the decision-maker believed that they had already foreseen everything. The probability of Yoshinara capturing Zeren and using his identity to infiltrate the horoscope was above 90–80%. If circumstances do not change, and as long as Yoshinara does not benefit from the project, the individual does not receive chips by type, historian, schemer, or chess player. The likelihood of test subjects being harmed is extremely low. Only this was their mistake. Yoshinara was a shareholder of the project, a personality and a historian of the chip users. He understood why these second-rate killers were doomed to failure, because they still did not realize that Yoshinara saw everything, and they had no chance of winning. Now that Xiang has implanted a chess player into his body, he is able to determine the future, but it cannot hold more than 3 chips at a level. If he exceeds this number, his head will explode. Therefore, he should be more careful. Otherwise, the end will be very sad. He understood this because he was told this often, especially by Harley, and he was tired of such reminders. But he also needs to think about the future. Wouldn't he really want to understand the whole picture of this game? With the chess player chip, Xiang can see even further and more fully. In an instant, Xiang seemed to have fallen into another space where there was nothing but white walls and the personality of the chess player who hung over the chessboard. He didn't even start listening to Xiang, but immediately got down to business. Did Xiang know that the 12 signs of the zodiac are a collection of 12 organizations that have a certain wealth, strength, and power? Persona is their joint project. In case of certain progress in the project, almost some participants will benefit. A member of the zodiac with a powerful chip implanted must realize how terrible the power the chip carries. They had a basic understanding of persona experiments that they would escape from and take precautions. As Xiang suggested, number 008 and his allies in Hong Kong were discovered, which was inevitable. Otherwise, why did the 4 great organizations fail at this time even though they were so formidable? That bait was custom-made for Yoshinara Zeren. If Yoshinara's people are the ones benefiting from the chip project, it couldn't be assumed that experiments were being carried out in Hong Kong. Yoshinara started this border war because he did not want to expose himself to those who benefited. At the same time, he noticed that number 008 and his allies were instigating him. At first glance, Yoshinara's people started a war in the dark world and ended up in the game, but in fact, the identities of the hunter and the victim had long ago switched places. But why was the chess player sure that Yoshinara's people were benefiting? You should never underestimate your opponent. Sometimes executing a plan smoothly may not be good. Maybe the other side has already turned the enemy's plan against him? Today, Xiang met the chess player personality Amon Ryan and gave him a start. Before Xiang could leave the space, Harley intercepted him, demanding one answer to a question from the guy. Is Xiang still Xiang? Such a simple question put him in a stupor. Did the girl really hear herself? If he is not him, then who is he? It seemed like Xiang was really himself when he could make a good joke. Well, we need to return to pressing matters. Xiang decided to unite personal grievances and go against 008 and Yoshinara Zeren. Xiang planned to immediately eliminate Yoshinara with the help of experimental subjects, and then he was left with only 008. To find out how things were going, they went to a detective who was chatting with someone on the phone. Yoshinara Zeren has been found. Now Xiang had to contact the conspirators because he wanted to work with them. In a quiet warehouse, the schemer's phone rang with the tune of Bruno Mars' Uptown Funk. The detective called the schemer. He was forced to switch to speakerphone so that the decision-maker could also hear what the detective was saying. The detective reported that he had already found Yoshinara the Grain. Now the leader was hiding in Simsha Tsui. On the second side of the call, words of gratitude were heard from the schemer. If the detective needed something, he could always turn to the schemer. Now it's Xian's time to talk to the schemer, so in a whisper, He asked for the phone. Before handing over the phone to Xian, the detective considered it necessary to warn the test subject and also make it clear that he did not need anything from the schemer. The schemer was interested in the development of the current situation. Xiang knew very well that somewhere in the warehouse there was also 008, and he turned to him specifically. The plan of action of 008 was as follows. Use the main triads as bait and then wait for Yoshinara Zeren to start a war and enter Hong Kong territory. Then he will hypnotize the leader and make him his doll, and all this in order to penetrate and control the horoscope. But someone also wanted to talk to Xiang. The guy immediately got down to business and wanted to tell important information to 008 that Yoshinara was the main sponsor of the Persona project, and he knew that the test subjects had started a plan against him, so he simply waited until they themselves fell into the trap. But another question arises, why should they believe Xiang? The answer was very simple, because they could not afford to lose this battle. Against forces such as the horoscope, the Yoshinara clan, and even cyber, the test subjects have very little chance. And when they give up, they will reveal their plans, and then the horoscope elite will come for them. There were still suspicions, because it was surprising that Xiang would share such important information with him. But Xiang wanted to cooperate with 008 and his subjects, and did not hide it. As an outcast, he was ready to offer help, but the test subjects themselves would deal with Yoshinara. In exchange for this, Xiang wanted them to join Xiang's plan to defeat the cyber. But this is after Yoshinara and his people are captured. It was not that difficult, but all the forces that were now available to Xiang were a sumo wrestler, and Harley, as the test subject thought. In fact, there were many more allies. After half an hour, Xiang could finally exhale. The negotiations were not difficult, but still it was necessary to try to prepare them. With the help of the chess player, Xiang learned the outcome and possible future of this game. Did he really plan to just sit and do nothing, or did he have some plans? Xiang couldn't sit and watch any longer if he did just that. Then 008 and his friends would not be able to defeat Yoshinara Zeren. Xiang considered himself obligated to get 008 out unharmed. The killer himself once said that the best killers have many additional sources, but what are these resources and can they be trusted? Because if this case cannot be completed without help, is it possible to invite other top killers in Asia to help? Xian wasn't the only one who wanted to hire hitmen. Shan Lao also tried to attract the best assassins to himself, but only 2 assassins agreed to work for him, the Smiling Guest and Khan. He was angry when the operator told him that the Red and Iron Man did not accept his offer because they were the ones he wanted to recruit. But it seems these killers had no plans to participate in this. Meanwhile, the Red One has already arrived at Hong Kong airport. Suddenly, he received a call from the operator. Mr. Han used his privileges and requested that Red join him in the hunt for Ukubo Shui. Red knew Han as a Korean who found absolutely everything boring. Red decided to accept his request and talk to him personally. The information that Red wanted to talk to the Korean came to them quickly. Xiang understood that this meant that the Red One was already in Hong Kong. The Korean chose the meeting place himself. But when I met the Red One a couple of hours later, I felt incredibly awkward. But he really managed to surprise the Red One that he decided to accept the Korean's offer. The Korean was completely lost and tried to find help from his friends who were undercover. The sumo wrestler was quite fat. Did he really think that he would be invisible? Xiang understood that it would be pointless to hide further, since the Red One most likely understood everything. The Reds really realized that the Korean was just bait. The level of Khan's superiors also determined his own level. There was really no point in hiding it. If Red understood everything correctly, then the Korean has long been number 1. He's just been lurking in the shadows all this time, like some kind of second-rate killer. The Korean tried to calm the Red One down, but he continued to say his reasons and guesses on this matter. He was sure that the Korean had long been tired of being number 1, because it was the same with Ukuba. Red assumed that the real reason he was here was for a test, because the Korean was afraid that Red would ruin his plan. The appearance of Xiang suddenly confirmed all the Red's guesses, making his presence known. Red's goal is to find Ukuba Shuya and establish Han's unshakable number 1 position. In order for everything to go smoothly, Xian needed to make sure that the Red Man, as well as the Iron Man, were hostile towards Ukubo Shuya. Red, of course, did not know Xian, so he introduced himself as a chess player. He also mentioned that the real number 4 was destroyed by him, as he was still such a pain in the ass. Now, everything has become clear to Red. Red is ready to give Xian a chance to fight one-on-one with Ukubo Shui, but he will still consider the proposal regarding cooperation. With Ukubo, everything was not easy. Even considering that the Red One was not completely pessimistic, it is important to consider that Shui is smart in his business. Red understood that Xian's plan was to recruit all the unknown masters and then bait them into Ukuba. As a result, Ukuba will reveal his secrets and will be killed. Red admitted that the plan was indeed not bad, but Xiang was missing something. Ukubo was not stupid. If he saw that something was going wrong, he would simply disappear. Shan Lao felt at a dead end because he understood that the Red and Iron Man would not accept his conditions. He had a more difficult path left to him, to find the people he needed in North America. A call from an unknown number interrupted all his thoughts. The stranger told him that Yoshinara began to lure all his people to his side, which means there may be spies in Shan Lao's house. The decision-maker spoke to Shan Lao on the phone, but when asked where he got Shan Lao's phone number, he was not going to answer. The decision-maker spoke clearly. He doesn't care at all about the advertisement on the darknet in black and white. The Iron Man is under the decision-maker, and the Red One doesn't like to get involved in such matters at all. Judging by Shan Lao's voice, the decision-maker could conclude that the smiling guest and Han had agreed to his idiotic proposal after all. Shan Lao was beside himself with anger. Had the decision-maker really called him to tell everyone about this? This was the stupidest thing possible. But in fact, the test subject wanted to offer an alliance to join forces against Yoshinara Zeren. As they say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Shan Lao didn't know that he was talking to 049 and assumed that these were the remains of Fujisaki and Tahakashi. But do these people have any power? The gentleman will soon be able to verify this. As soon as the call ended, the operator immediately announced that Iron Man, Hong Kong Li Rong, and Gabriel had accepted Shan Lao's offer. The gentleman could only wonder how Tahakashi and Fujisaki managed to gather such people. The 3 killers from the list of the best were now under the leadership of Shan Lao. Now the leader was confident that he would definitely defeat Yoshinara. Red knew that if Ukubo Shui wanted to escape, no one would stop him. Shui suffered enough last time, and next time he is unlikely to feel sorry for anyone. But what if Xian locks Ukubo Shuya in his cage and prevents him from escaping? If he does this, then Red is definitely in business. The Shan Lao triad decided to join the test subjects, and now they will act together. Everything went according to plan. It remains to be seen whether there will be information about 08-second. There was no need to wait for information since Xiang and his allies had already arrived at the test subject's lair. The guys could only guess if there was a spy among them. Even though they were allies, the test subjects still didn't like the fact that Xiang burst in like that because not everyone here knew him. But they still had the question of how Xiang found them. For him it was simple, because this warehouse used to belong to the Hun-Lun triad, and over time after the collapse everyone forgot about it. Therefore, it was logical to assume that the test subjects were here. Without lingering long on explanations and greetings, Xiang immediately got down to business. He was interested in how many chips were left in the horoscope. Meanwhile, Yoshinara was preparing to leave for Hong Kong. The elder did not understand his actions because the presence of the leader there was not necessary. Only Yoshinara's goal is not the 4 triads, but something else. Although many of his charges were missing, he did not care much. If he ignores it one day, he might be very surprised. It was very rare to catch 4 triads at once, but Yoshinara was willing to take that risk. The elder was worried, but Yoshinara Zeren was confident in his actions because Ukuba and another person of the same level, Ukuba's level, were with him. Meanwhile, the test subjects checked which chips were missing. And there was no historian chip. There was also no king chip without a crown. The schemer recognized Xian's courage, because in order to bring Class A chips, you also need that courage. But in fact, Xian knew that the experimental subjects would not steal them, since it would only harm them, and there would be no benefit in it. However, if we compare these useless chips for experimental subjects and possible allies of Xian, wouldn't Xian be more significant? The schemer was not shy to admit that Xian was really good and would be quite suitable for the role of an ally. As a result, it turned out that 8 types were stolen. Of these chips, it is most likely that Yoshinara Zeren had the Historian. The carrier of the Historian chip could predict future events based on the analysis of past events. If the chip Historian uses Yoshinara, he probably already knows about all the plans of the test subjects. Esanara decided to show his cards to Darius Bryce, a professional security guard, and said that there are people who are already following his specially left tracks with the goal of killing him. If Yoshinara Zeren really has the Historian chip, is there a way to beat him? Before answering this question, the Historian decided to clarify whether Xian could be allowed to reveal their personal secrets. Xian was already their ally, so such a secret could be trusted. There was a way, it was to change the bait. Initially, the test subjects planned to use Shanlao as bait. Since the test subjects can only win this war by killing Yoshinara and his charges, they decided to retreat from this plan. But using assassins controlled by 008 was still in effect. Therefore, the test subjects decided to change the bait from Shanlao to themselves. It was just a game of hunt with us or be the prey. Since Yoshinara wanted to play, the test subjects will set their own rules by which he will play. Even if it would be deadly for them, they are willing to take such risks in order to kill Yoshinara's people. The decision-maker informed the master that Yoshinara had been found and asked him to prepare the headquarters for the battle with Ukuba. And when the people were ready, the test subjects would inform him to leak a false location to the spies. Not for a long time, Yoshinara was finally informed about the secret headquarters where he was about to send Ukubo Shuya. There, the killer must hunt down Shanlao and kill him. Shanlao's headquarters had already been prepared, and Ukuba received an incredibly warm welcome. Some killers underestimated Ukuba's abilities and did not understand why they were all gathered in one place, but some were well aware of the possible danger. A door crash was heard. Someone was already entering this apartment. Black and White and Li Rong prepared to be the first to welcome the guest. As soon as he appeared in their field of vision, the guys immediately tied him up, knocked out his weapon, and took him by surprise. Ukubo expected to see anyone here, but not Li Rong. He, in turn, wanted to take revenge on Ukuba for his brother and relatives. This was the right time for payback. Suddenly, Gabriel knocked Ukuba straight to the doors. Everyone tried to drive him into a trap, and now there is a chance that he will escape. Black and White and Li didn't understand why Gabriel did this. Throw the enemy to the door so that he runs away. But it looked like Ukubo wasn't going to run away and pointedly closed the door from the inside. No one will run away today. The guys were offended that Ukuba expected to take them all down on his own. The schemer and 008 listened to everything that was happening through the phone. The psychologist's men took on Ukubo Shuya, and it was time for the next stage of the plan. Many armed people ran into the huge hotel building, who were previously members of the Hunlun Triad, of course, who were controlled by 008. The head of the group, Tuan Zhang, was at the head of this mission and distributed his charges, who were equipped with explosives and were ready to give their lives on just one order from a psychologist. The news of this had already reached Yoshinara, because he was in this very hotel. Hotel security warned him to stay in his room and not leave it. But now Yoshinara's new SS-level guard, Darius, must personally deal with the troubles below. And while Yoshinara activated his Historian chip, unexpected people entered his room, or rather cleaning the room. Only it looked as stupid as possible. The guard immediately guessed that it was a killer in disguise. It's a complete mess downstairs. Will the hotel workers really do their jobs at a time like this? The smiling assassin hoped that she could kill Yoshinara before the news from below spread. But it turned out not to be so easy. But Darius was confident in his abilities. What were the chances that the smiling killer could easily kill him? But first of all, the smiling killer planned to kill first Yoshinara, who was carefree reading some fascinating book that even under the threat of his life he did not want to be distracted. The killer then planned to kill Darius second. She would hardly have done this, even if a bullet flying from the window had not prevented her, because Yoshinara's guards were trained at the highest level. The bullet came from a nearby high-rise building and hit him right in the head. It was a member of Darius's team, a professional sniper, her code name Canart. While 3 against 1 were fighting, the Korean was wondering whether they should intervene in this fight now. Asking to join is normal, but 3-on-1 coordinated action was more than enough. If you add more people, the coordination will be cancelled. After all, even number 3 didn't make his move. Ukuba began to realize that almost all the top-list Asian killers were here, except for the red one. This was beyond his understanding. Xiang was still with the schemer in the lair, but he did not understand one thing. Why not use 008's abilities to hypnotize Ukuba? With him on their side, dealing with Yoshinara will be much easier. The answer was simple. It couldn't be done. Hypnosis was not absolute. Advanced people have the ability to resist or avoid hypnosis. Ukubo Shui, who dominates the list of Asian hitmen, is not even considered an advanced player, but rather an extreme player. Using hypnosis to control him would put 008 in danger. The fight between the guys still continued. Ukuba fought back as best he could, but the advantage in numbers took its toll. A black and white rope tied Ukubo Shuya's legs, and Lee's quick and clear strikes knocked the enemy out of this game. The guys had already begun to rejoice. Even the usually sad Korean was pleased with the victory of his colleagues. But it's not that simple. Ukubo Shui got back to his feet, and with minimal damage. In any case, he thought the fight was incredible and approved of Lee. Ukubo Shui was also a gambler, and deservedly took his first place among the best killers in Asia. It is possible that this battle was just another entertainment for him. But there are many rivals, and he is alone. Who will emerge victorious in this fight?